top of the world, about to jump above it. Take it straight to the moon, 'cause we know how to rock it. Ain't no thing you can do, ain't no way to stop it. Now you're feeling it too, let's get it started. Throw your hands in the air while the beat is dropping. Acting like you don't care when everybody's watching. Just keep whipping your hair like that, you got it. Yeah, you're feeling it too, let's get it started. I'm ready, ready. Let's get it, get it. I'm ready, ready. Are you ready, ready? Let's get it started. Off the meter, turn it up, blow the speakers, make them all to believers, break through the surface, tell them open the curtains, give them all what they wanted, yeah, now let's get it started. Let's get it, get it. Yeah, I'm ready, ready. I'm ready. Are you ready, ready? I'm ready. Let's get it started. Yeah, yeah, I'm ready, ready. Let's get it, get it. I'm ready, ready. Let's go. Are you ready, ready? Let's get it started. Let's get it started. Let's get it, get it. Let's get it started. Let's get it started. Let's get it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Give me something new. Time to break loose. Take it to another level. Now we on the move. Shout if you coming with me. Going over the limit. On your mark, keep it steady. So tell me, are you ready? I'm ready, ready. Let's get it, get it. I'm ready, ready. Are you ready, ready? Let's get it started.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for Saturday Night Racing on LSRTV. It's the Maine Sim Racing Series presented by Mainly Ductless Heating and Air for the Oxford 250 for the drivers here tonight. It's going to be a long one. We're expecting this race an all-star night could potentially take 3, 4, and at some points it's taken even 5 hours for the whole entire night. So it's going to be some great coverage all night long, and it will be here on LSR TV. So we're going to start things off. My name is Sam Dyer. We're going to be doubling up with Kevin, so we're going to be changing things up. We're going to be going based off of last times. We've got that of Kevin England joining me as usual, and then also coming in a special guest, Oxford's announcer. It's going to be that of Kevin Varney joining us. Kevin England, we're going to be starting off with you. Long race. First, we got a lot of qualifying stipulations to go through. We got heat races, we've got C and B mains, then we've also got the LCQ before they can get to 250 laps of racing. How are you feeling getting prepared for tonight?
You know, I've spent my Saturday nights from the time that I could go to the racetrack to even now. Local Saturday night racetracks. We're going to have heat races. We're going to have last chance qualifiers. We're going to have a feature. And you know, I grew up learning about this race, the Oxford 250, watching it in the area auto racing news. So to watch these guys run the late models around here, I'm excited. I'm thrilled. I'm glad that we get to sit through the whole program. I think we're going to have a blast.
It certainly is going to be a fun one. We've also got that of Kevin Varney joining us. Kevin, you've watched some of these drivers race in person at this track. Now it's going to be virtually. How are you feeling about tonight's venue?
I'm excited for it. The atmosphere feels electric, and that is just like every Oxford 250 morning, so to speak. I've been going to the Oxford 250, either working or participating in some capacity since 1980. And, you know, first thing in the morning, you wake up on Sunday morning of the Oxford 250, and you just know it's a special day no matter what happens. And it is every single year. Some are better than others, but it's always an electric atmosphere. And I, sign into the iRacing, and I look at some of the listed names that's in the roster of tonight's iRacing, and they're sort of a who's who of iRacing, and the whole thing feels electric and exciting to me.
Last time that these drivers in the Maine Sim Racing Series raced here at Oxford for the Oxford 250, it was that of Max Cookson that found himself to victory lane. We'll see if the 39 can do it once more a year later. But for all the drivers, it is going to be a long night of racing and testing to see first, can you make it to the featured race? Only 31 drivers make it in, and currently right now, 36 drivers are currently getting registered and getting ready to hit the track. Starting things off, it's going to be heat racing as we're under practice. We're going to have potentially 4 to 5 heat races here tonight. Then we're going to have a C and B main, both of those races. We're going to be taking another couple of drivers, and then an LCQ race where it's all about winning to make it into the 250 lap featured race here tonight. And we've got ourselves a minute and 30 seconds left. First thing is going to be heat races. You got to make it in the top 5. And Kevin, England, this is going to be one of those races where you got to be picture perfect in these heat races. Otherwise, you're going to be in the back foot moving forward throughout the night.
Yeah, no doubt. You're going to break this race down into segments. And the first part is check the box, get qualified into the main event. Try not to make any mistakes, but you're going to have to be up on the wheel and protect your track position if you've got it. You know, the thing that we know about this racetrack, there's a couple tricky parts. You don't want to be clipping the curb and spinning the car out, going to the back. You know, they're just going to have to mind their P's and Q's, get a good race, try to get qualified through the heat race, and then they can breathe knowing they're going into the feature.
And we have raced here before, just this past Wednesday, but they were racing in the Legend Coupes. They're now going to be in the super late models. Going to be interesting to see how these drivers run. Varney, you were able to, like we've noted on, you've watched these guys in a person race. Of all the drivers that you've personally commentated for in real life and now going to be seeing virtually, what are some of the names that you're expecting to see up front battling for a win potentially here tonight?
Well, knowing a little bit about some of the iRacing and some of the crossover from real racing, Max Cookson certainly is one of the favorites to win the race tonight. A lot of this is going to come down to luck of the draw, which is just like the real Oxford 250. Like we start off every Oxford 250 where you draw for your position in the heat race. Now, Oxford Plains Speedway is a notoriously difficult track to pass on, and it's even more so on iRacing. So, you know, getting a good draw can kind of make or break a day. If you draw last in your heat race, you have a long, long day ahead of you. Oxford is also a track where it's very easy to overdrive. So you have to be really, really disciplined. So Max Cookson is one I look for. Jason Ricker, Devin Landry, Matt Burgoyne. Those are three or four of the names that pop right out to me that, in particular, I think we'll expect to see towards the front before the end of the night is done.
Well, some of those names that you just called out, they're going to be here in heat number 1 to start the night off, as each of these heats going to be finding them with 20 lap runs. Top 5 of these heats get to move on and race in our featured event. If you don't finish in the top 5, you got a little bit more racing to go. Starting in the pole position, going to be finding that of Chris Burgess in first, with that of Matthew Gaines in the 61 to his outside. Jason Rickards is going to be starting on row number 2, with that of Tyler Conley going to be to his outside. Row 3, going to be finding that of Ben Burgess and Ed Conley in the 11. Finishing out these last 2 rows, it's going to be Matthew Burgoyne, Steve Allen, and then the last row. 10 drivers in this race. It's going to be that of Kyle Mooney and also that of Tyler Gelbert. Going to be our top 10 drivers setting up. And guys, this is going to be a fun one to watch. We're pacing currently. We're about to go green, but we are splitting this field in half. Half of them move on to the featured race. Half of them have to go to that of the C&B mains to see if they are going to be finding themselves moving on to the featured race. Again, 31 drivers in total make it to the featured race. Only that of 6 will not be making it to that event. So you're hoping that you can start things off well with that of Chris Burgess. Matt Gain going to be the front 2, getting ready to go. Pace car pulls off, and let's start things off. Heat racing, heat number 1, and we are green. As on the outside, it's going to be Gain with a great launch into turn number 1.
A little bit of a bang of fenders in there. First and second, you got Matthew Gain to the outside trying to put the power down, see if he can get the run. It's going to be the 9 of Jason Ricker, tucked right under the back bumper of your leader, Chris Burgess, as they come out of turn number 2.
Ricker peeking to the low side as they enter off turn 2 down the backstretch. probably going to be a little more disciplined as he's in a qualifying spot. Keep your eye on Kyle Mooney, all the way up contending for a qualifying spot already as they complete 2 laps.
Going to be hoping to stay inside of the top 5. That is the goal. And currently it's side-by-side racing action. It's Matthew Burgoyne who's climbed up the biggest pushes for himself, up 3 positions. And Kyle Mooney up 5. Going to be in the top 5 on that higher lane. Got to be careful. It's going to be that scene of the 61 of Matt Gain, who has not been able to get down to the low line. He is falling back as it's 17, coming to 16 laps to go.
Yeah, Gain just making no progress on the outside, slipping back. He probably at some point is going to have to look for a hole in the bottom as he just delves deeper and deeper into the field. Maybe he feels he could get something going out there, but as the 11 slides underneath of Ed Conley to take over that 9th position, that outside lane not working here in the heat race.
Ricker still content to ride there in second with Burgess, Burgoyne, and Mooney rounding out your top 5. Tyler Jalbert, your last row. So, around goes the 7 coming off turn 4 as we come to a yellow flag.
And that is going to be Ben Burgess bringing out our first yellow of the night, the 7, as we go to our Pull Twoppers instant replay to see what got the 7 spun around, as there was a lot of pressure from that of Matthew Burgoyne right on the back bumper, and it looks like there could have been contact, but we'll wait and see as we come around these final couple of bends. Getting back into the throttle, and there was 30-8, just gets onto the throttle sooner than the 7, spinning that of Ben Burgess around.
Yeah, my sense is we're not going to see the end of that. We're going to see that quite a bit here at this racetrack. Drivers check up. Maybe they didn't get into the corner as well as they could. They're going to ease out, and the driver behind them full throttle driving into the corner, get into the back of them. Or maybe it's just a tap, tap, tap to say, hey, I'm here. You know that these cars are running right at the edge of grip, going down in the corner, trying to run as fast as they can. And for Ben Burgess, it went into the spin cycle. He's going to start out back and see if he could drive his way back to a qualified position.
It'll be interesting to see how Ricker treats this restart. It looks to me like he has a little more speed than Chris Burgess, who's leading the way. Oxford is not notorious for having much of an outside groove, so strategy is going to play an important factor here as they go back to green. Kyle Mooney started near the back. He's already up to the 3rd position, so that's obviously one driver to keep an eye on as we go. Tyler Jalbert kind of coming along with him, so a couple of young drivers right there that should be contenders before this heat race is done.
I also want to give note that of Matthew Burgoyne, because he was the one that instigated that contact, made the yellow. He was given the end of the line penalty. So we'll start all the way back in 10th place with Ben Burgess again. But up front, it's Chris Burgess, that of Jason Rickard, ready to go racing once again. Green flag back in the air, and also to keep count. Yellow flags, those laps do not count, but hard contact up front. They're making bumps and bruises. The 9 and the 47 off track. We stay green for now, but since it was off track, we stay green, and now even more contact ahead. Yellow flag flies.
Yeah, Burgess into the back of the 75 sideways across the curbing and getting down there. That's going to draw the caution and reset the stack here.
Take a look, Varney. I mean, the hard racing, this is kind of what you were talking about with drivers getting aggressive potentially here, and there it was, just overall shoving Rickards and Chris Burgess off track. But then there was another incident ahead of them. I got even more believe that was with Stephen Allen and others. Then brought out the official yellow.
Yeah, it looked like going down to turn 1, maybe Jason Ricker tried to pinch Burgess down a little bit. And meantime, Burgess was trying to maybe use up an extra foot. That's what good racers do. And the end result was they both are going to restart this heat race from the back with 14 laps to go.
As drivers up front getting settled in. England, I mean, I got to say, this is already 2 quick cautions, and with yellow flags not counting, the anticipation, the intensity, it is just going to keep on rising as drivers want to get locked in on this first heat. Again, only the top 5 get locked in. I'd imagine they're going to be scrapping for everything, even if it comes down to that white flag.
Yeah, kind of surprised. You know, we knew these drivers would be elbows up, but this early in seeing all this contact time, I think it signals to us how much these drivers want to qualify in this event.
Well, this is just like in real life. It's 250 day. You roll out there at 2 o'clock on Sunday afternoon in the heat of the day. elbows are up, and anywhere from 3 to 5 qualifiers, depending on the number of cars that are out there. So a lot of beating and banging happens. Some of the best racing of Oxford 250 weekend historically happens in the heat races, and tonight, on iRacing, they're proving no different.
Just stacked up, ready to go. Chris Burgess also going to be seeing the 04 on the outside, waiting for the green flag to wave. Pace car makes that hard left turn, and now it's time to see where they're going to be placing. Coming to 13 laps to go as we are green once again into turn number 1.
Contact right away, the 11 around, trying to get to the bottom, and the 61 and the 7 bounce off of each other over there as Burgess trying to get back in and hold that position. As soon as that green drops, everybody wants to get down to the bottom.
Yeah, Oxford is a one-groove racetrack, so taking a look at the replay here, it looks like Tyler Jalbert had his nose out front. I don't know. We're interested to see how race control, if they score ahead or if they score backwards. Yeah, just went down into turn 1 and tried to squeeze into a hole that just wasn't quite there, and that is prototypical Oxford Plains Speedway right there.
Also with that, Conley in the 11 making contact. You also saw the 38 of Matthew Burgoyne. More contact going to be thrown onto the 38 machine. The more damage that gets placed on, yes, this is short track racing, but Kevin, there is Kevin England, there is a limit on how much damage these drivers can take. So they got to be careful with the amount of beating and banging that's been going on, even in this first 7 laps of the race.
Yeah, cosmetic damage to the body, little front, little back, not a problem. But if you're going to bang those wheels and get the wheels out of shape, you're certainly not going to be able to do it. And Kevin, I'm looking at this racetrack. One of the things we're starting to see is it's starting to take a little color. You're starting to get some tire buildup on a racetrack, and that might change the way the grip level works for these drivers.
Oh yes, that's Oxford, is notoriously difficult to get a handle on in the first place, and then when you think you have a handle on it, more than likely it'll change. Old Bobby Walker, who used to be he's a legendary announcer of Oxford Plains Speedway that I grew up listening to, he always used to say the 2 hardest tracks in America to get a handle on were Charlotte Motor Speedway and Oxford Plains Speedway, and it was mostly because of how they reacted to the sun. Looks like we're going to be going green here coming off turn 4.
Pace car lights are off. We're about to go green. It's going to be 04 and the 47, your front runners, as we are green once again into turn number 1. Jalbert's going to be having a great charge for himself. Best restart for the 04. And now out of turn number 2. Watch out for Kyle Mooney. He's on the move.
About Jalbert out front after starting out in the back. And right now you just see he's driving away. A little bit of cushion, a little bit of space. Everybody out behind, though, is trying to do whatever they can. 61 once again out to the outside. He's going to duck in and get in the hole, or isn't he? I'm not sure there, Kevin.
It's a tight squeeze. Looks like the 75 did manage to keep him on the outside. I think it's amazing that Jalbert and Mooney have been able to work their way all the way to the front. They were your back row starters, 9th and 10th. And they find themselves in positions 1 and 2. I'm sure coming into the heat race, they were worried about qualifying, let alone finishing 1 and 2.
They're going to be feeling comfortable up front, but some of the heavy favorites coming into the night, that of Jason Rickards, Matthew Burgoyne. They are 7th and 8th currently. Burgoyne now going to be making the pass, going to be trying to move that at 75. Stephen Allen. Allen drops down right into Rickard, and Rickard goes spinning on the inside. And the 9, once again, collected another issue, has to go through the infield grass, trying to get back out on track. And we stay green with 8 coming to 7 laps to go.
Yeah, unless there's a caution, let's stick a fork in Ricker. He went over that ant berm over there in turn number 1, but didn't hit anything hard. So hopefully the car is still drivable. And they are described as the most spread out we've seen in these cars, even in practice.
Yeah, Ricker's going to have a long day ahead of him. In real life, he's a crew chief for Kyle D'Souza Motorsports, and he's usually the one on the radio. But today, he's going to have to be hustling it around to try to catch up. It's going to be a long day for him to go through the consies and last chance races to try to make his way into the show. Meanwhile, Tyler Jalbert continues to lead the way, and Tyler Jalbert does have real-life experience at Oxford Plains Speedway in a 4-cylinder car, and he is dogged by Kyle Mooney as they go down into turn 1 with a few laps left.
Front two looking good, comfortable, and trying to pull away. Then you got Tyler Conley in third, feeling comfortable. It's going to be Chris Burgess, Ben Burgess, fourth, fifth position. They're inside of the top 5 to advance to the featured race, but they got to be careful because on the back bumper of going to be the 7, got to be careful as it's Matthew Burgoyne, but our front 3, they're moving away from each other.
Burgoyne gets into the back of the 7 of Burgess, puts Ben around second time in this event, the 7 going, and we'll watch the replay of that. I got a question for you, Kevin. Are these two Burgesses related, or is that just serendipity?
Yeah, no, those are, I'm not mistaken, his father and son. Chris Burgess races legends and late models and stuff like that throughout Maine, and I'm pretty sure, 99% certain that's his son. And in fact, Chris's father, we used to call him Porky, used to race years ago too. So it's kind of a family tradition there. Yeah, it looks like Burgoyne got into the 7 as they entered turn 3. Chris left a little bit of a door open, and geez, that's your qualifying spot. You kind of got to do what you got to do. We'll be interested to see how race control handles that particular incident. I know it's probably a big break for Jason Ricker. Even if Ricker doesn't quite make the show, he can at least try to position himself for a good starting spot in the Consolation round.
Yeah, Jason Ricker is going to be finding himself in 8th place, and for Matthew Burgoyne, do want to give note, wondering why he disappeared after the contact. He hit his incident limit. The driver's only going to get 17 incidences per race, and for the 38, he had so much contact from the start of the race to then. He's officially been disqualified from this heat. We'll have to see him in the C or B main later on after the heat racing is done, as Matthew Burgoyne's day just gets a little bit longer. But up front, it's going to be Jalbert, Mooney, Conley, Burgess, and as well that of Matthew Gain. Going to be your top 5 drivers getting ready to go green. And once we do, England, it's going to be finding ourselves with 2 laps to go when we go green.
Yeah, and for right now, those guys in the top 5 are hoping that we get a clean start. They can break away. They're not going to open the door for, the other drivers to sneak in there. And, one of the things we just saw, I thought Kevin called that out well, is you leave that door open on the bottom, you just tempt fate to ask somebody to drive down underneath you.
Oh yeah, and that applies pretty much all the time at Oxford Plains Speedway. So these last few laps will be interesting. I mean, I had Burgoyne as a top 3 favorite in the actual race tonight. He may not even make the show.
Yeah, that's been kind of the struggle. Matthew Burgoyne has been kind of in a slump on the virtual side of things. We'll see if the 38 can find a little bit more of a rhythm and maybe find a little bit of a calmness for himself. But for the drivers that are on track currently, 9 of them are going to hope that they can make it into the featured race. Only 5 of the 9 so far on track will move on as we are green. Jalbert, Mooney, and also going to be seeing Conley and Chris Burgess, your front 4. As we go back out onto the back stretch, it's going to be all that of Jalbert going to be up front. Everyone's eyes, though, on 5th place. Will Jason Rickard make it into the top 5?
Ricker's got a good run to the bottom. He is drawing side by side here. The question is, will the 47 be able to hold the line, or will Rickard be able to power ahead? He's close. He's got a nose ahead going into 3.
It's definitely tough sledding on the outside there for Chris Burgess as he really battles. Gain now gets a little sideways. I don't know if there was contact there. Oh, definitely contact there. Around goes Burgess. Rickard off turn 1 one more time.
And with that contact, Matthew Gain, who is inside the top 5, will not be able to move on. He's going to have to go into that of the C and B main to see if he can make it through Consolation. Otherwise, he might miss out on the next race. But Heat 1 is done. Congratulations to that of Jalbert getting the win for Heat 1. We'll be moving on to the next race. And as well, want to be giving credit to that of Tyler Conley, Kyle Mooney, Chris Burgess, and Jason Rickards, your 5 drivers from Heat 1 that will move forward. But we've got to move quick, and that means we move on to Heat number 2, where we find that of Dan DeSanto going to be starting off on the front row for the 96, as well as that of Tyler Jordan in the 29 to the outside, with that of Chris Fortier, Ashton Burgess, and going to be for row number 2. Row 3, we find that of Scott Tapley, as well as that of Brandon Varney in the 1. With row number 4, we find Bryson Parrott, as well as Max Cookson, our previous winner of the Oxford 25, with Dominic Kirk going to be all the way back in 5th. 9 drivers in this heat. Top 5 move on to the featured race.
Second verse, same as the first for these drivers. They just got to get pedal down, get the traction that they can, get down to that low line, try and make it in the top 5 and hope somebody doesn't ship you by the end. It's going to be the same thing. Track's a little bit different, though. I think there might be a little more grip with the rubber laid down, and we'll have to see if some of these drivers can make that outside lane work. We saw a little bit of that in the previous heat race.
They're going to come off turn 4 this time to a green flag. And it looks like the 29 of Tyler Jordan getting the jump down into turn 1. Cars are everywhere. Keep your eye on Max Cookson. He should be the favorite in this race. But does not look like he got off to the best of all starts. They're going to exit off turn 4, and your leader is going to be Jordan for the first lap.
Going to be seeing the drivers up front surviving as much as they can. Tyler Jordan getting the lead after that at DeSanto, and DeSanto's got to be careful side by side with Chris Fortier. Fortier, interesting fact about the 23, racing on a controller compared to the other drivers that are on a wheel. A little bit more bang and bang in the 27. Barrett's going to be moving up and out of the way that of DeSanto, and DeSanto spun around as we continue to stay green. 18 coming to 19 laps. That is 17 laps to go. The admin's going to be throwing the caution for the 96.
It can happen that quick. Your day can go from hero to zero just like that.
Really can, as seeing all the other drivers getting in line, set up. Going to be seeing, again, Tyler Jordan was up front. DeSanto going to be trying to get back onto the lead lap after being passed by the field. 17 laps to go here tonight for heat number 2. Again, for these drivers, we are going to be having ourselves a total of 4 heats tonight. Then we're going to have that of 2 consolation races, a C and a B main, and then an LCQ 50-lap race where it's all about winning. A lot of different stipulations here tonight to make it to the Oxford 250. That is your featured event that everyone wants to get to. As right now we are under our first yellow of that of heat number 2. Tyler Jordan, Chris Fortier, that of Bryson Parrott, Ashton Burgess, and Scott Tapley going to be your top 5 currently.
Yeah, watching Brandon Varney, he was on the outside there during that run trying to make a go of it. And unlike the first heat race where we saw the driver on the outside just lose position and a position and a position each time they crossed the line, he was able to hold tight to the outside. They were running side by side there for 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th before that caution came out. And, one's got to count their fortune is the 96 we saw coming around joining the back of the pack. This race is not over yet for Dan DeSanto as cars are lined up behind the pace card. Kevin, we're going to start it all over again.
Yes, we are. Varney has probably as many laps around this track in real life as anybody that's in the race tonight. He's made Oxford his home track over the last 6 or 7 years and has got somewhere in the neighborhood of 40 some odd wins. But it's never quite raced at this level. So we're going to be going back to green here momentarily in the Bruce Coulter Carpentry Oxford 250 heat races. They're going to come off turn 4 this time. And the green flag will fly.
Green flag's going to rise. Tyler Jordan going to take the big leap down into turn number 1. But it's the 27 that has been very aggressive on the inside. And Kevin, England, got to say, that 27, got to be careful as Fortier bumping and bruising coming out of turn number 4.
Yeah, mission accomplished. Got down on the bottom, got good drive up off the corner. He's going to take that position. The 1 is going to follow him through for the 23 of Chris Fortier. He needs to get to the bottom at this point and see if he can stem some of the bleeding. Not a big hole there, but now he can turn down. Will he do it, or will Scott Tapley drive underneath? Tapley to the bottom there, wheel to wheel, coming off a 2.
Tapley looks to move into the top 5. You could find him on a weekly basis down as a race director all over New England, but tonight he's taking his turn behind the wheel in the Cassius Clark lookalike. He also works with Cassius Clark, who was the winner of the real-life Oxford 250 last year. They're going to race down through the backstretch. Fortier in trouble now in the 23. He has just drifted to the back, and he's going to have to regroup, see if he can't make a run at a top 5 before this race is done.
Right now, watching some of the battling for the top 5. Max Cookson finally pushing Tapley back to 6th position. And also Dominic Currick going to be in the 5. Those are going to be seeing the 39 and the 5. Those are 2 very fast machines that we saw Wednesday night. We're hoping that maybe they could translate that speed over from the Legend Coupes over to now the super late models, as Max Cookson putting the pressure on Ashton Burgess.
You watch these cars run nose to tail as they go into the corner. You see the flames shoot out when they let off of the gas. They're going to ease out, but probably not dump the throttle all the way. They'll partially throttle up as they come through the corner and try and squeeze to power off as much as possible. They're really just trying to get to the back bumper should an opportunity happen to make that pass. Right now, Max Cookson applying a lot of pressure to the back of Ashton Burgess.
Max Cookson as good as anybody on an iRacing, and he's won several $1,000s in iRacing over the last few years, and of course the defending champion of the Oxford 250. You know, he's made his at the start of the race drifted to the back, but he's made his way back up into the top 5. Varney looks to be having in a little bit of a tight condition, having all he can do to hold off Burgess as he races in third position coming off turn 2.
These drivers all racing hard. This is second on back, and Ashton Burgess into Max Cookson and going on into the dirt. Going to be issues for them as yellow flag waves. And once again, Max Cookson getting aggressive. We've seen some of these faster drivers. Oh, and he's going to get payback. Absolutely spinning the X machine around as our Pulse Poppers instant replay was just coming up. Frustration mounting for the drivers that were inside of the top 5 as we take another look here. England, this is drivers just frustration building short track style.
Yeah, maybe he felt he pinched him as he hit the mound there. I'm sure that's going to do some damage, and unfortunately DeSanto couldn't get his car wound up, came in there and gave a pretty good hit, and you could see Cookson showing his displeasure there. I think maybe he felt he got driven down on, and one of the things that'll happen, I guess, Kevin, is they'll come back and watch these replays and assess it, but when you're in the car, boy, you have an impression of what goes down right there in that moment.
Yeah, it certainly feels different inside the car sometimes than it feels outside the car or watching it from afar, which is nothing new. I mean, that's, you know, years and years of that's been happening since auto racing ever started. And Max Cookson is a young, aggressive driver. He is one of those kids that you just do not even open a sliver of a hole in front of, because he is going to fill that hole every single time. And you know, it'll be interesting to see how race control deals with the retaliation after the fact. But Cookson is as good as they come and as aggressive as they come. So just no mistakes in front of the young fellow in the 39.
And also, as the drivers are stacking up and getting ready to go, some drivers have used the faster pair. Max Cookson has used one, as same as Ashton Burgess have used a faster pair. But up front, it's going to be seeing ourselves with that of Tyler Conley getting ready to go, as we're going to extend this laps just a little bit as drivers are going to get double filed up. Get ready for the restart's going to be that of Tyler Jordan, Bryson Parrott, as well as that of Brandon Varney, Dakota, that of Dominic Couric, and Scott Tapley going to be your top 5. Chris Fortier, Max Cookson, Dan DeSanto, and as well Ashton Burgess, all trying to figure out how they can crack into the top 5, and that's going to be the big thing to watch out here of who can find that little bit of extra speed, as we are here on LSRTV Saturday Night Racing for the Maine Sim Racing Series presented by that of Mainly Ductless Heating and Air, as it's the Oxford 250 heat racing underway. Heat race number 2. Still need to figure out who's moving on to the featured race, and they're already spinning out going into turn number 1.
Yeah, and another contact so another driver sideways. Scott Tapley, the 5 and the number 13 sideways, and that's going to draw a yellow, and they're going to restack them up here. You know, this is just that byproduct, Kevin, of drivers trying to do their best to dive for that bottom line in turn 1.
It is, and honestly, some of that might well even be the intimidation of Max Cookson. You know, being in the back of the pack and knowing that he's going to be coming, and they better get moving. Max is not a driver that will, you know, really give you a single break at all, and everybody knows that. So a combination of trying to get in the show, knowing that there's faster cars behind you more than likely, it just adds to all that pressure, and sometimes that's the end result of that. You know, from a fan's perspective, it's fun for us to watch.
Oh, it's absolutely brilliant to watch. We love the aggression, beating and banging. I mean, that's motorsport racing. We love to see the Rubbins racing quote always being thrown out there. And I'm also interested to see what the amount of beating and banging that we've been seeing in this heat is incident limits. We saw it during heat number 1 with Matthew Burgoyne being disqualified. That's another factor for Max Cookson. He made a lot of hard contact under the incident he was part of. We've also seen that of Keurig and others being pushed around. Those incident limits, yes, there's 6 laps, going to be 5 when we go green. But England, that's going to be one of those things that these drivers got to be careful of.
Yeah, I think what everybody's really nervous about is if they get stacked and they're in those even positions to the outside, they just don't want to do that. Everybody wants to be on the bottom. But you know what? When they get to turn 1, if it stacks up on the bottom, the outside can drive around that. There's so many different dynamics on these restarts, and all these drivers know it. They probably want to just get green, get stretched out, and see if they could race their way in the fairway.
Certainly, and got to give a kudos and thumbs up to Tyler Jordan, who started up front and has remained up front the entire race. Just doing a yeoman's work of holding the bottom line, not coming off that curb, because he's been dogged by a couple of drivers here so far, and it's not easy. As I said earlier today, Oxford you have to be super disciplined at Oxford Plains Speedway. It's so easy to overdrive, and not even overdrive and end up in the third groove, but just overdrive and slip 2 feet, and that alone can sometimes cost you a qualifying position. So it looks like we're about ready to go back to green here, with Jordan on the front row, Vardy right there in third, and
Also be finding that of Max Cookson going to be, that of Ashton Burgess going to be finishing that out. Do you want to give note, Max Cookson given another EOL penalty, to be sent to that of 9th position once more. So continues to make this, it's going to be 5 laps to go when we go green. Feel like almost an impossibility to crack into the top 5, but some other fast drivers trying to make sure that they're in the top 5, as you've got Varney, who's looking good. Second car on the inside, but a little bit of a checkup on the outside. It's going to be DeSanto faltering back, but it's Tyler Jordan. Great launch once more for the 29. Holding strong, defending the inside row, as everyone else trying to keep to their P's and Q's. Come to 4 laps to go. It's Tyler Jordan and Varney, your front 2.
Good race for the 29 of Jordan. As you drop back, everybody single file. It's the driver of Chris Fortier you see in the bright red car to the outside, trying to do what he can to get forward. Here comes Cookson to the bottom, and I have to believe that these guys got a little squeamish when they saw that 39, to your point, Kevin, charging through on the bottom.
I would imagine so. I think your top 2 are pretty well secure there. Brandon Varney, he's only 24 years old, but he's raced a lot of races in his career, and he drives more like a veteran. He's not going to put them in a bad spot. So really our race is going to be for 3rd, 4th, 5th on back. And, you can see Burgess right now, Ashton Burgess trying to make the move on the bottom side of Parrott there. You got to be careful. You're in a qualified spot, both of those guys. So, Cookson is right there, and they got to be getting close to their incident count as they come to the final lap here.
White flag in the air, coming out of the corner, top 5, able to hold on, a little bit of drifting, and it's Tyler Jordan getting the win and getting smacked around at the end of the line. It's going to be Jordan, Varney, Ashton Burgess, Max Cookson, and as well going to be seeing that of Parrott being your top 5 moving forward. And just like that, Heat 2 is done. Heat 3 going to be right around the corner, but want to let you guys have your talking points on that Heat 2, because that was aggressive by a lot of the drivers who are late.
Yeah, I'm just thinking this is what we're going to see all night long. These guys are beyond kill to try and get in. We knew right from the beginning they want to make it through on the heat race. They don't want to have to run the other mains.
It absolutely is. When we get into the feature, I would not be surprised to see the first, 50, 75 laps might be a little bit rough as they kind of sort things out. But I would not also be surprised if there was a nice long run during the feature. But we got to get to that point first. And right now, these are 20-lap shootouts that, you got to lay it all in line. As they say, put the cherries on the dashboard and have at it.
Have at it they will, as here is Heat number 3's starting lineup. It's going to be Tristan Fogg, as well as that of Corey Bubar, going to be in row number 1, with that of Cody Billings, as well as Nathan Barth, going to be row number 2. Row 3 going to be finding us with that of Joshua Boob, that of Doob, going to be as well that of Anthony McLaughlin, and finding ourselves with our final 3 drivers, going to be that of Brian Comover, as well as that of Glasson Smith, and our last driver here going to be Jacob Heathcloth in the 32.
Well, here we go. Side by side, these drivers have seen the previous races. They know how physical they've been, so they should anticipate that. One of the things about squaring up when you hit the car in front of you, you want to hit it center and not disrupt your car, but just kind of bounce them out of the groove. We haven't seen, we have seen different aspects of that, and just that's what I was going to talk about. How will this go on the start here when they get down to turn one, and already when they light them up, we get a couple cars turned around.
Looks like Cody Billings just came right across, dropping the green flag, and broke free, spun the tires, and off he went. I didn't quite see who he took with him, but probably just made not only his day, but somebody else's day a whole lot longer. And it's just that easy at Oxford Place Speedway to lose a quick lapse of judgment, and you spin your tires, and round you go, and that just makes it a pretty long day at that point.
I believe that other driver was McLaughlin.
Yeah, and McLaughlin is a well-accomplished iRacer, so that's another of some of the top names that have gotten off to an auspicious start.
And also for all the drivers, they were given that of unlimited fast repairs, meaning if you do get damaged, you can come into pit road under yellow, get the repairs done, and get back out on track. So a lot of the drivers, I saw it during Heat 2, able to get some repairs for that of Ashton Burgess, as well as Max Cookson. And even right now, we're going to be seeing the 26 of McLaughlin going to be coming in and using a fast repair for the 26. Going to have a cleaned up vehicle and get ready to go green here. As Kevin Ayling, it's been a wild one for our first two heats. Heat 3 already starting off with couldn't even get to turn number 1. I mean, for all these heats, they got to be wondering how prepared are they moving forward.
Yeah, again, I just think everybody is, they're not going to give any quarter here. I think what I see is Andrew McLaughlin went in, reset the car, and they put him back in fourth. So they have the opportunity here to do a complete restart, and that looks like the option the admins have chosen here, as we see the 26 on the outside of row number 2.
Wow, that's a big break for Andrew McLaughlin, having to come through the field at best. Back up, looks like we're going to go green flag flies, and Corey Bubar is going to get the early jump down into turn 1 and already open up a 2 or 3 car length lead as they come down the backstretch. And they're almost looking to be 3 wide.
They were thinking about it for a quick moment, but getting everyone else just double filed up for that of third place, where we're seeing the 37 on the move as Cody Billings caught up with an incident, losing ground with our front runners. As we stay green, it's going to be seen up front. Top 5 going to be currently Bubar, Fogg, Barth, Comeover, and McLaughlin going to be your top 5 currently, as it's going to be the 37. Watching them just running as hard as they can, as Nathan Barth, one of the drivers that we've seen, Kevin, be aggressive here for the Maine Sim Racing Series, as he is still bumping and moving around some of these drivers. That was Tristan Fogg just dropping back on the outside for the 21.
Yeah, you see the Fogg number 21 still stuck to the outside lane. Good job by Jacob Ethgoat there, holding that bottom line, keeping tight to the back bumper of the car in front of him, not signaling any weakness to allow somebody in right down on the curbing. And unfortunately for the 21 of Tristan Fogg, Kevin, he had to slip back. I think he's going to be scored in 7th as they roll across the line.
Yeah, it's just tough sledding all that outside, and really only the most accomplished racers with are going to be able to really make a go of it out there. Oh, yeah, we have trouble off turn 4. Around goes Hetfield into 32. Looks like he went off the nose of somebody there. We're going to get a caution with 13 laps to go.
13 to go, 7 laps have been ran, and here's our Pulse Poppers instant replay. And I believe it's going to be the 26 once again. Andrew McLaughlin going to be the driver, just very aggressive, trying to move forward. And this is what's been interesting. These drivers are inside of the top 5, but they're all knowing that they want to have the best finish possible during these heats. And ooh, that one looks a little goofy for the 32 as well. Might have been a little bit of a bump, but also it looked like he tried to get on the throttle a little bit too soon.
Yeah, it felt like the 32 just missed the corner, was up a little too high. And if you leave that bottom open, everybody behind you is going to try and zip right in to it. And, you almost hate it that you're up that high, Kevin, but you got to turn the car down and see if you could protect that, even though you're exposing the left rear quarter panel.
Yeah, you kind of just don't have a choice. You got to block off that lane and hope that you might get a lift or whatever the case may be. But you know, it's Oxford 250, baby. Nobody's going to give you a lift. And you got Corey Bubar out front, and Corey Bubar is a very accomplished iRacer as well as a very accomplished racer in real life. He's participated in the Oxford 250 and done quite well, and you know, has had several top 3 finishes at Oxford Plains Speedway in general.
And we've been covering the Maine Sim Racing Series this season here on LSRTV. And Corey Bubar's been one of the drivers that's been, you know, we think of the top 5 in super late models that have been ran majority Saturdays, excuse me, and on Wednesdays. We've seen the 12 be up in the top 5, top 3, even challenging for wins week after week. So it's no surprise that he's up front. And it helps also that he had such a great placement here for the heats. It's completely random on where the drivers were placed for these heat races. That's what helps when you get placed in a good spot. When you're a fast driver, don't got to worry about carving your way through traffic and having to be aggressive, bully other drivers. And right now, it's going to be finding ourselves with Corey Bubar, Barth, coming over, McLaughlin, and as well going to be the 80, going to be further back in our top 5. Green flag going to be out in the air. 13 coming to 12 laps to go. And it's going to be Nathan Barth aggressive into turn number 1, trying to keep it side by side, but it's Bubar with a better launch out of the corner.
Yeah, watching Gleason Smith back there in that 5th position, he just tapped the curb. He got loose going into turn 1, but slammed the throttle down, was able to drive off before somebody got to the back bumper. He's got a windshield full of contact with the 26 getting bumped out, and Jacob Heathcutt is right there with those two running side by side. Can he get back to 5th, Kevin? He's got the line.
He looks like he might be able to pull it off. He works to the bottom side of McLaughlin down in through 1, and he does accomplish the pass. McLaughlin tucks it in down the backstretch and see if he can't work his way back up towards the top 5 finish. Jacob Heathcote himself has plenty of experience racing at Oxford Plains Speedway, so seeing him run in the top 5 here is no surprise. They raced their way down the backstretch with 9 laps to go.
And it's going to be Bubar, Barth, also going to be the 80 of Joshua, going to be in 3rd with that Gleason Smith, and also Jacob Heathcloth's going to be your top 5. Battling here as, oh boy, 32 and the 6, more contact spinning, 8 laps to go, and onto the dirt brim. We find more drivers, more contact. McLaughlin going to be slammed around. The 26, got to be careful. The more bumps that he gets could be disqualified from this race with the amount of contact that there's been so far.
I am just not clear as to where that was for Heathcote. He could have been patient. He had a little space behind him. He was in 5th. It looked like it was going to run the laps down, and he got aggressive, and unfortunately it's going to cost him. But how about Tristan Fogg in the 50 or in the 54? Card shows 21 for me. What a great opportunity for him to come up here and run 5th right now.
Yeah, he's made quite a comeback in this race. You know, your top 2, Bubar and Barth, are up there battling it out, and Barth is a young gun that, you know, a racer himself, just a teenager. We'll see if he wants to be aggressive enough to use the bumper. I think Corey Bubar is content to ride it out and see what happens as they race down the backstretch with 4 laps to go.
Also going to be having the 80 of Joshua Duke, going to be trying his best to move up into potentially a battling position as the laps continue to tick away. Coming to 2 laps to go, it's Bubar Barth going to be your front 2. With that, also seeing the 80 in 3rd, the 22 of Cody Billings and Tristan Fogg going to be your top 5. Currently, right now, they're all solidified in very good positions. They're not really concerned about making passes, and that's why coming out of turn number 4, white flag in the air, and this is going to be it for these drivers. Confident, good, no more yellow flags for heat number 3, and it's going to be our top 5 solidified practically where they're at. As coming out of turn number 4, it's Bubar and Barth, but it's the battle back for 5th, and also for that 5th place. It's really been concerning. Out of turn number 4, a last lap pass, it's going to be that of Billings and McLaughlin making the charge, and I believe the 26 made a last lap pass for that 5th place spot to lock himself into the feature.
Yeah, McLaughlin just had such a good run through turn 1 and 2, got down underneath coming through 3 and 4, put the power down, was able to drive through, and yep, he's going to secure that 5th and final qualifying position. That closes out that heat.
Fine run for Josh Doobie. I believe this might be one of his first few races on the Maine Sim Racing Series and in a super late model. So for him to score a top 3 finish and make the show, he's got to be thrilled with that.
Doobie's going to be feeling good. He actually kept himself pretty much out of trouble. And for all these drivers now, getting set up for another heat race, and potentially this could be the last one for these drivers, as our front row going to be a little bit shaken up. Chris York going to be having the pole position for the 2, but Kimball is not going to be racing. Race Control is that 28 machine, so we're going to be seeing everyone on the outside row move up a position, as row number 2 going to be Devin Landry, also that of David Greenleaf, and in row number 3 we find that of Trevor Graffam, and also Nick Kerber going to be, Kerber going to be in the 71. Then we're going to be finding ourselves in row 4 with James Pullisk, as well as that of Aiden Murray, and finishing out our last row, and it's going to be just that of Logan Melcher. And Melcher's been quick. He's got a lot of work to crack into the top 5.
And again, all these drivers got to see the previous heat races. They got to see some of the action, and that one was a little bit different. They got stretched out. Everybody kind of drove themselves to the finish. It wasn't as beating and banging as we saw in the first couple. And, well, who knows what the complexion of this one's going to be, Kevin. But job is still the same. Get yourself up into the top 5. Lock yourself into the feature event for tonight.
Most certainly, and that front row is a very experienced and accomplished couple of racers there, Chris York and Landry now moving up to the outside. So I kind of expect those two to kind of run off and hide, but maybe I could be wrong. We'll see what happens here. We'll see if the rest of them can stay with it. I think it'll be interesting to see if Logan Melcher can make his way through and secure a top 5 finish. Green flag looks like it's going to fly, come off turn 4. They're going to race down into turn 1, York with the advantage.
Chris York feeling comfortable, confident. Devin Landry also going to be very fast to watch out for, as it's going to be seeing all the drivers in line trying to work with one another. Another driver that we got to keep our eyes out, Aiden Murray. I've seen the 72 in other leagues be very fast, but he's going to have to get his way through the field and into the top 5. That's the goal. There goes spinning around. It's Trevor Graffam going to be bringing out our first yellow here for that of this heat. And just like that, guys, hey, you haven't seen Pulse Poppers Instant Replay, let's see it again.
Yes, we watch this replay. I have to just call that was probably a big blessing for Chris York. He was on the outside trying to make that, was not finding the grip, started to slip back, and the yellow is going to prevent him from losing a position, as on the outside, just a little bit too much of a squeeze is going to send the spin cycle for the number 3, and we'll re-rack him and get going again.
Yeah, I kind of expected that front row might have been a little bit quicker to take off, but sometimes these things happen. Maybe you miss your setup a little bit, spin your tires, who knows, but nonetheless, we've still got 19 laps to go. And again, this heat race is already proving to be no different than the other ones. It's going to be a little bit of beating and banging and kind of a survival of the fittest. I mean, you got 9 cars and you need to be in the top 5, so doesn't sound like much, but with Oxford being such a difficult track to pass, sometimes it can be a chore to come from the rear.
Yeah, I mean, you got a lot of work to do, but it looks like we're going to be seeing how they're going to attack here. Devin Landry, Chris York, going to be your front 2, and Landry, you'll talk about this season, it has all been the 82. Devin Landry is taking the championship for Wednesday nights, both late model and super late models points series that was going on, comes into the night as the points leader in the Saturday special events that have been happening. He has just been on a tear, Devin Landry has, and he's hoping that he can continue it on, hoping that he can get himself an Oxford 250 here tonight.
Yes, super early in this heat race, only 2 laps in the books of 20. There's still plenty of opportunity for Logan Melcher, who's running back there in that 8th position, as these drivers now in their head trying to figure out, well, what do I need to do? Number one thing, I think, is to protect that bottom line, Kevin. And these cars have so much power for this racetrack. You really have to be very careful about how you use that power to get around. Do you drive the car with the throttle at all?
Oh yeah, well, it's kind of the old eggshell, pretend that you have an egg under your throttle, and really you just kind of ease into it, ease off it. Looks like they're going to go green coming off turn 4. Devin Landry is your leader, Chris York second. and the green flag flies. Landry with the advantage down into turn one as they come down the backstretch. But yeah, gentle in, gentle off. And you just kind of tiptoe your way around Oxford Plains Speedway. They're going to come to 2 laps complete this time by, and with Devin Landry, in control of this heat race, he should have been one of the top 3 or 4 favorites early in the day. So with an up front starting spot in tonight's race, that makes him a big favorite if he can pull off the victory here.
That's the goal. Can he make it? As it's going to be the 2, Chris York just driving so high, giving an excellent opening for Murray, as well as Melcher going to be trying to make the pass over the 2. Moving forward, going to be finding ourselves with 15 laps to go when they cross the line, as Logan Melcher gets by Chris York, and York, who started in the pole position for this heat, now faltering, going backwards, not the direction you want to be finding yourselves. And I'm wondering here, Kevin, if maybe we should see these drivers that are stuck on the high side just fall back, let those positions go, then get back in line. You're already behind 5th place. You're just wasting time at this point for the 2.
Yeah, New York finally cuts the bleeding and dives down low, but unfortunately for him, he's back to, 6th or 7th right now, and then number 2 just could not get the outside going. Every time he got in the throttle, you could see the car stepping out, getting sideways, and now with the bottom line, it looks a little more secure. Maybe he can run his way in here. Still a handful of laps to go, Kevin. He's just got to be careful not to be banging that car off the curb, as the rest of these drivers have the same MO. They got to be clean and green here and keep it going in the right direction.
Yeah, I think your top 3 or 4 with 11 or so to go in this heat race are going to be pretty content to just ride out. All 4 of those drivers are quite capable and accomplished drivers in iRacing. And I wouldn't expect that they would do anything that would really jeopardize their qualifying spot. I expect Landry is not going to let Rehberg reel him in, and Aiden Murray is probably just as content to sit there in 3rd as the 58 makes his way down pit road.
Going to be a yellow thrown, 10 laps to go. As we take a Pulse Poppers instant replay, what brings out the yellow here tonight for our 4th heat race. And this should be our last heat race before putting us in our Consolation B and C main. And it's going to be that of Greenleaf, also going to be making contact with that of the 93, James Polsky, and just like that, contact made, and yellow will be thrown right in front of the flagman. Easy to spot when there's a contact and a wreck right in front of the flagman to bring up that yellow.
Yeah, Polsky, I'm not sure that he was very happy with that. He was just trying to push the bottom and made the contact. And, when you have that happen where the car turns sideways across the front of you, you can do nothing but just hold the gas and hope that you don't cause more damage. And right now he's scored in that 5th position, so I think he was able to push his way through that, Kevin.
Yeah, it does look that way. So, with 10 laps to go, that puts him in sort of the catbird seat. I mean, you're on the edge of not qualifying, but on the plus side, it does put you on the bottom line on the restart, along with it'll be Aiden Murray in front of him. And that looks like a Scott Robbins lookalike car from what I can tell here. And Scott Robbins is a former winner of the Oxford 250. And kind of a historian of the race. I remember when he won it, and I can't remember exactly what year it was, sometime in the early 2000s, and he got out of the car and in victory lane recited each and every winner of the Oxford 250, starting all the way back in 1974, I think it was, or 5 or 6, with Joey Carafas and then Dave Deanna, all the way up through, and then, of course, named himself as that year's particular winner, so that was kind of a neat moment.
And it's always helpful to have people that were actually there. Thank you so much again to you, Kevin Varney, for joining us in the booth, actual announcer from that of Oxford Plains Speedway. And then you've also got myself, Sam Dyer, Kevin England joining us as well, ready to see these drivers get racing. It's going to be 9 laps to go when we go green once more. Devin Landry, that of Nick Rehberg, as well as going to be seeing some of these other drivers of Aiden Murray, Logan Melcher, Polsky, and others, hoping to make sure they're inside of the top 5. You're in the top 5, you make it to the Oxford 250 featured race. If you don't, you got at least 3 more racing opportunities to make it in. As the pace car lights were off, we're going to reset them. We're going to give it another lap to give these drivers a little bit of a breather. Again, Devin Landry, comes in as one of the heavy favorites just based off his performance, based on the Maine Sim Racing Series this season that we've been seeing the dominance in points and just consistency. And he get the Oxford 250 here tonight. First, he's got to make sure he makes it to the featured event, as this is heat number 4. Devin Landry, as well as Rebert, ready to go. Pace car pulls off, and we are green. 9 laps to go in heat number 4.
Great jump for your leader. Landry out in front one more time pretty comfortably. Everybody else kind of breaks out, and you have to go to that 3rd and 4th position. Polsky to the bottom. He's going to take over that slot for Melcher. Melcher wisely gets down, covers the ground for that 5th position, and they got Graffam right behind him in 6th. Graffam looks like he's waiting for that opportunity here before time runs out, Kevin.
Yeah, I would say he is. Looks like Melcher might have squeezed his way in behind Pileski there for that 5th spot, but you know, Graffam just kind of looking for that opportunity. Went around early in the race, and he's just sort of been riding back there and carefully picking his way back up through. I have a feeling that he just you know, got on the throttle too quick early and learned that that's not going to work.
And up front is all Devin Landry, Reberg, as well as that of Aiden Murray going to be your top 3. Pileski going to find himself in 4th, and as well Logan Melcher going to be in that 5th and final position to potentially lock himself into the featured race. It's all on Trevor Graffam. How aggressive can the 3 get? And can he get close enough as the laps continue to tick away? Coming to 4 laps to go as they come across the line.
It's subtle the line these drivers pick, whether they sweep out on the front stretch and then go down and follow the curving arc all the way through the corner. Some of them try to open the corner up by driving in a little late and driving off wide. Some of them go the other route. They drive in early and you know, they're just trying different lines, Kevin, to find speed around here. Unfortunately for Graffam, out there in the back for 6, he's falling off a little bit. He's just not been able to find the speed he needs to challenge.
Yeah, and that's one of the things about that makes Oxford so tricky is the off-cambered front stretch. As a driver, it feels awesome to power off turn 4 and you sweep way down by the wall and pound it hard into turn 1, but it's just not fast. You know, in a street stock or a super late model or in anything, it just feels like you're really doing a stroke of business there, but the reality is the stopwatch will show you that you'll be 2-3 tenths slower every time. So it's such a tricky track and such a disciplined track that, you know, we find, you know, as Devin Landry comes across the line as the winner, we find that drivers that move on from Oxford historically are successful elsewhere because of that discipline.
Well, just like that, our heat racing is trying to conclude, and it looks like it will, as we now will transfer from heat racing to our consolation races. This is the C and B main that we're coming up to, and we're changing the factor now. For the heat races, it was all about finishing in the top 5 to make sure you were moving on to our featured race, but now it's going to be find ourselves those 3 drivers that are going to be moving into the next race.
Now it gets a little more a little more pressure. You didn't make it through the heat race. Your opportunities are about to dry up. I think we're going to see, Kevin, even more aggression here as they grid these guys up for the Consi races.
Oh yeah, there's no holds barred, and it'll get even more aggressive during the last chance race. It's always a tricky balance for race control, and in our case, the damage model on iRacing. You know, you got to make your way forward. You're taking, what was it, 3 out of this race, and if you're starting 7th, you got to make your way forward. And you know, there's no friends in racing, so sometimes you got to do what you got to do to get to those spots.
As right now, we're going to be finding ourselves with a couple of drivers not going to be racing here tonight because they're already locked in. In this front row, they're already locked in. That's going to be Jason Rickards and Andrew McLaughlin. They are not going to be in this front row finding themselves. Then we're going to be finding that of Ben Burgess as well as Cody Billings. They're going to be our first row of drivers. Then we find ourselves with Ed Conley, that of Gleason Smith. They're going to be on track. And Matthew Gain had already locked himself in, will not be racing, but to the outside of row number 4, we have that of Heathcloth going to be racing. And then this last row is going to be Matthew Burgoyne and that of Brian Conover, going to be the last driver. Is going to be on track, ready to get racing again. Top 3 from this race move on to the featured event as Dana McLaughlin just sits on pit road to watch from that venue as we are green up front, and it's Ben Burgess taking us out of turn number 2.
Already some contact as Burgoyne able to move underneath and take a couple spots. Good start for the number 38. And yeah, look at this, Kevin. It looks like melee at the zoo.
Yeah, it's probably going to be here, particularly when you've got a couple of super fast drivers at the back. I think keep your eye on Jacob Heathcote in the 32. He's starting at the back of this, but he darn near qualified, and he showed some speed. And obviously, Matt Burgoyne came in as a pre-race favorite and had an absolutely disastrous heat race, finds himself in a consolation round, although he's already made his way up to the front of this particular heat race. So that's kind of working out well for him. And, obviously Ben Burgess starting on the pole there, that means he just missed qualifying. So those 3 drivers, and I think Conover could all be the big factors in this particular race as they really 4 or 5, what do we have, 7 drivers battling for those 3 spots.
And also what brought out this yellow, going to be Gleason Smith having contact, spun around, and the Adamants decided to throw the yellow to give the 6 a chance to get back into the racing mix. But so many favorite drivers. I mean, even the next event is going to be a good one to watch to see who can move on to the featured race. But Matthew Burgoyne, this is kind of a redemption race after heat number 1 getting disqualified after getting too many incidences. 38's hoping that he does not get disqualified for any more racing events throughout the night, and he's still got a shot to make it for the Oxford 250. Again, top 3 move on to our featured race.
I have to say to you, Kevin, the racetrack that we used to go to when we were kids had a string across all 4 corners, and they had Christmas lights hanging from them. I love the lights at this racetrack where the little light hangs off the starter stand and those little posts that come out. Is it really like that?
It really is like that. Some of those lights have been there since about 1965, and there's really no real reason to replace them if they continue to work. But, as years progress, the Mayberry family continues to make upgrades, and one of the things that they've invested in over the last few years is upgrading some of the lights. But, a lot of that stuff is Oxford Plains Speedway is a legendary racetrack, but it was also built way back in the mid and late 50s, early 60s and all that. And a lot of there's many parts of that facility that have, continue to be a mainstay there right from the word go.
It's always incredible to see all the things, even with iRacing, with laser scanning, keeping it as realistic as they can as the drivers stacked up, ready to go racing here. It's going to be Ben Burgess, Matthew Burgoyne, getting ready to send us to the green. Pace car is off, and we're coming to 18 laps to go here in this of the C Main. It's going to be Ben Burgess feeling good into the inside, but it's that of Burgoyne. He's got to find space, will find it, and down into turn number 3, front 3, single file out.
Top 3 have to be happy with the way that lined up, and Gleason Smith, who was a 4th car in that bottom line, clipped the curb and dropped back a little bit. That checked everybody else up, and now he's going to tag the car in front of him that's going to go around. We'll see whether that's going to draw a caution as the top 3 drive away.
Yeah, I think the top 3 here are definitely the class of this particular heat race, and will continue to do so. As what was that 4th place that just went around there? Yep, Conley just goes around down the front stretch. So easy to do here, and that'll draw the yellow this time.
Take another instant replay of what brought out this incident. This is what happened earlier. Contact between that of Gleason Smith and as well going to be that of seeing some other drivers of Billings. And then the 11, just all on his lonesome, loops it around, goes into the inside, locks the brakes, and luckily did not go into the dirt mound. That could have been a worse run. Also want to give note, we're down to only 6 drivers on track. Ryan Conover has called it at least a race for now, got disconnected from the session. He is going to have to find for the 97 to win at the LCQ if he wants to race in our featured event.
So far, Ben Burgess, who had a pretty eventful heat race, leading the way here Looks like he's secure. If he could just keep it straight, Matthew Burgoyne certainly has the speed he needs. Heathcote also fast in the heat race. We expected to see good speed out of him in this race. It's really going to be whether Cody Billings can mount a charge on those top three. And we're just going to have to see as this plays out. But I don't anticipate, Kevin, things changing too much from here on in, given the speed we saw out of those top three in the heat races.
I don't either, but I do think that Matt Burgoyne does have to hustle a little bit here because I don't think Jake Heathcote's just gonna let him tuck in behind Burgess, and I don't think that he's gonna get the initial jump on this restart. So he might have to hustle it a little bit there in the number 38. I think he's quite capable of doing it, but we'll see. In a couple laps when they go back to green if he can pull it off. And interestingly, these are guys that. From a fan's perspective, I almost want to see Burgoyne have to go to the last chance race, only because I feel confident he would win it, and then it'd be interesting to see how many positions he could make up. The current record holder, most positions made up in the Oxford 250, or most position gained from start to finish, happens to be one Matt Kenseth. Back in 2004, started 41st in a 44-car field and finished third. So it would be nice to see that record fall.
As we are getting ready to go green for this of our two Consolation races, the C&B Maine, then we got an LCQ after this, but we are green. Ben Burgess as well of gonna be that of Matthew Burgoyne side by side. Burgess looking good at it too, but that of Burgoyne keeping the strength into turn 3.
Yeah, I think you called it right there, Kevin. It looks like Heathcote going to keep Burgoyne honest. Burgoyne able to get a good charge out of the fourth corner there and drive down and fill that pocket. And now he's not content to sit there in second. He's going to drive down underneath. And that looked like a flinch moment for Ben Burgess. He knows what the job is. Get to the top three. He's not going to, I think he wants to win this thing, but finish top three, that's goal number one, right?
Yeah, big mistake by Burgess there. I think Burgoyne was content to ride there behind him, and it kind of looked to me like Heathcote even let Burgoyne in, and I think they were content to ride it out because the reality is, they're all going to be starting, in the 20s or high 20s. So I think he was fine to just kind of let it in, and Burgess just looked like he kind of, as I said earlier, overdrove going into the corner, and it's so easy to do here at Oxford Plains Speedway that, it's just, and around goes Conley one more time. See if that draws a yellow.
Yellow flag doesn't wave. 11 to go. 11 spins. Once again, same spot. Matthew Burgoyne is your front runner right now. Heathcote's going to be right now in second place with Ben Burgess in third. And your top three looking very good. The next closest driver is going to be Cody Billings, but he's going to be 1.5 seconds back in losing more ground to our leaders as Billings as well as Gleason Smith. They are just struggling to get up to speed and keep up with our top three.
Yeah, Billings in the number 22 just doesn't seem to have the speed to keep up with those top three, and you could see Gleason Smith closing in on him now. Smith looks like he's a little bit faster, but I can imagine as he looks at that gap out in front of him, it might look a little daunting. Now he's going to drive down underneath Kevin, and they get side by side, maybe even touch out of turn number 4. Now Smith is on the charge from fourth. Yeah,
Gleason Smith has been in iRacing for quite some time, and I'm fairly certain Cody Billings is relatively new to the iRacing world. So, for him to hold off somebody of the ilk of Gleason Smith would certainly be a tall short. I think I want to give a quick shout out to our race sponsor today, Bruce Coulter Carpentry out of Herman, Maine. He's underwritten this entire show today, and really been an awesome deal to work with Bruce Coulter Carpentry. So next time you're up in that area and you need carpentry needs, that's the guy to call, Bruce Coulter Carpentry. You can find him on Facebook and all about.
They have been an amazing sponsor, a long list that have helped out the Maine Sim Racing Series all season long, and it is amazing to see all the sponsors that come together for these amazing events. 4 laps to go, come to 3 to go when they come across the line. In England, this is looking like it's, as long as we stay green, our front 3 look very good, that they're going to be just the top 3 moving on to our featured event.
Yeah, for Burgoyne out front, the only thing he has to worry about is Ed Connolly out in front of him. And I think they've got enough space that he just has to tick off the laps here and he can check the box and count himself relieved to be into the main event.
Yeah, Burgoyne's an accomplished racer all around. He's smart and crafty, and he's not going to do anything to jeopardize this consolation round win, because I believe this will put him, should put him in a 21st starting spot, I believe, come feature time, and that's going to be a desired position. Obviously, I'm sure he'd rather be closer to the front, but come feature time, he's going to be playing the long game as they come to the finish of the race, and that is your winner, Matt Burgoyne.
Going to be Matthew Burgoyne, Jacob Heathcott, and Ben Burgess going to be moving on to our featured event. It's Gleason Smith, Cody Billings, Ed Conley, and that of Brian Conover moving into our LCQ race. But we go from our C main to our B main, as we're going to be seeing these drivers getting set up one of the final second to last chances to make it into our featured race. And once again, same rules. Top three will be moving on. Again, there's going to be some drivers that have already been locked in our rows. We'll take another look at where the driver's going to be lying. But if we were going green based off of the drivers that came in, it's going to be Bryson Parrott and the 23, as well as Logan Melcher. Believe both of them will not be running. It's actually our first row going to be Chris Fortier and Trevor Graffam. Then you've got going to be finding that in row number 3, Scott Tapley, and that of David Greenleaf, going to be the 53. Then row number 4, we find that Dominic Currit, as well as Chris York, with that of Dan DeSanto for row number 5, and our race controller of Kimball going to be also there, with Stephen Allen finishing out the drivers racing here tonight. Looking like the field going to be around 9 drivers expect to be running for this attempt. 8 drivers looking to be attempting this. So, Kevin England, this is going to be a little bit bigger of a field than what we saw for that first consolation race, but still, same rules. Top 3 are the ones that move on.
Yeah, and I see an interesting front row here in Graffam and Fortier is that they had cars that were a little bit nervous in the heat race. For them, they just need to get the car pointed, get clean up off the corner, and see if they can protect those positions. And yeah, don't look out that rearview mirror because everybody else behind you is hungry. I have to say, Kevin, who do you think in that back of the stack is going to be the driver to keep your eye on here?
I think, and he's not too far back, but Dominic Currit is certainly one to keep an eye on. I think this whole inside row could be. I think the outside row might be in trouble. There just hasn't been a tremendous amount of speed from those first couple cars on the outside row, and I think you'll find that Fortier and Tapley and Currit theoretically should be able to be the ones that kind of get the jump and sort of take those spots. But I think we've seen already tonight many times that kind of stuff hasn't played out the way we thought it would.
8 drivers taking the green. It's going to be Trevor Graffam going to be able to slide up ahead of the 23, but it's battling back hard, strong, deep into turn number 3 is the 23, not able to make the pass just yet. That's going to be that of Chris Fortier going to be dropped to second position, but here comes Greenleaf powering on the outside. We haven't seen too many outside moves, and it looks like just like that, it's the 23 that's in the disadvantage as they go through 3 and 4.
Yeah, now Fortier is able to jump up in there, get a good run out of turn number 4. He's going to drop it into second and make chase for Graffam out front. Graffam with a comfortable lead right now, and it's Greenleaf that settles into third. You got Tapley, York, and Currit out back, and Kevin, it looks like a good start for a couple of these drivers out front, and we got to see a little power on that outside lane.
Yeah, quite surprisingly. I didn't quite, obviously that wasn't in line with my prediction, so good for Graffam for being able to pull that up. I think that's the first time we've seen any real powerful outside moves as the capacity crowd looks on as they work their way down the backstretch.
It's going to be watching these drivers through 1 and 2 onto the backstretch. Chris York going to be in 5th position with Tapley, and it's Greenleaf who's in that bubble position, a lot closer of seeing our front 5 currently than what we saw in that previous race for that of the C main. Again, top 3 move on to the feature 250 lap Oxford 250 race that we have later on. This is just the qualifier to see who's moving into that featured event. So much more racing to go here, England, and I'm excited for it. But certainly for these drivers, they just want to make sure they can make the featured race as soon as possible.
Yeah, right now, as you watch those top two drive away, it's the fourth place car of Scott Tapley that seems to have a little more speed. And right in front of him, Greenleaf is protecting the bottom, but Tapley's able to let the car roll up a little bit in the center. Then he could turn it down. That makes the straightaway a little bit longer. And Kevin, I have to wonder if one of these times he's going to present a nose underneath.
I would have to think he would, but Scott Tapley in real life is also a race director at 2 or 3 different tracks throughout the Northeast here, and I think he's also smart enough to put himself in the right position and not make our current race director, Sean Kimball, have to make a tough call on him and put him to the rear, because that could signal the end of his night. And the other factor is, if he doesn't pull off the pass, he'll be on the front row for the last chance qualifier, and his chances would be pretty good there as well.
Last chance qualifier immediately after this, where drivers are going to have just one more attempt, and you've got to win the LCQ if you want to be moving on to the featured race. And then there are provisional spots for drivers that maybe didn't qualify, but are at least qualified coming into that they know that they're going to be great racers to watch. Those provisionals will be added on after all of our qualifying races have happened. This is going to be Joe Graffam, as well as the 23 of Christopher Thierry, as well as that of Greenleaf. Going to be your top 3 in the qualifying positions. It's that pressure for third that's been on our eyes on when will that Scott Tapley make maybe a tap and a move to move up to third.
Yeah, for Greenleaf, I don't see consistent laps. He just needs to look out the windshield and keep it clean, not worry what's going on out behind. I think he's a little bit distracted. Some laps are fast, some laps are not. And all of those laps that he skips just a little bit, that brings Tapley right to the back bumper. It seems like, Kevin, he's running a little bit nervous here, and that's going to make him vulnerable.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's probably easier or very easy to find yourself in that position, because getting into the Bruce Coulter Carpentry Oxford 250 is super important, and this is kind of hanging on by a string right here. So that's a very, very high pressure situation to find yourself in. And he slips right there. This might be the opportunity. No, Tapley is not able to capitalize.
One makes a slip, another one makes another one, exiting the corner and just right back to where they were before. But the battle for the lead, that's now going to be on as Graffam, he's been making a couple of slip-ups for the 3, been driving just a little bit higher than I think I'd prefer to see, as laps ticking away, coming to 2 to go here, Kevin, and it's all Trevor Graffam for now. And for the drivers, where they lie, I mean, Tapley's running out of time when he wants to make that move for third.
Yeah, you're watching this 1-2 battle, 3-4 battle up front. Good laps by Chris Fortier. I see the car being very consistent. You might be somebody to watch a little bit later tonight as he's closed in on your leader. But I think looking out the rearview mirror, understanding the gap he has, he might be just content to sit there and ride. But you can see when he needs to, a little sideways there as he comes up off the corner. And, well, I'll tell you what, that was exactly what we thought those top 2 were going to do.
Yep, exactly. And big respect for Scott Tapley for not moving the 58 of Greenleaf. I think I might have moved him.
Yeah.
You're trying to get into the Oxford 250 here, and that might he's going to be starting, I believe, on the outside of this last chance qualifiers race. So he might have a tough row to hoe at that point too. So we'll see what happens. Last chance qualifier races. We also know them as the hooligan. This is sometimes called the hooligan feature as well, so that'll be fun.
It's going to be a fun one to watch as these drivers get set up. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, more great racing here at Oxford Plains.
This is our series. so many different pieces that you have to watch out for.
Where the stakes are always higher.
$300,000.
Where virtual meets reality.
How bad do you want it?
They're wasting no time getting at it.
Where the best thrive and the flawless win. This is the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. A little bit of an update of the night. We're going to step aside. We got to change things up as the drivers got to move to a different session for the LCQ. Drivers getting a little bit of late warm-ups, but we are going to move to a different session. Get the LCQ set up, and as well, get ready for the Bruce Carpentry Oxford 250 here tonight. Excited racing. Can't wait for it. Still our featured event. We'll be back in just a few. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to find out who will be moving on from the LCQ. This is going to be a 50-lap race for these drivers to figure out who's going to be making it in. Only the winner moves on to the featured race, will automatically make it in. Then there will be 4 provisional spots that will be gifted to drivers that were not able to make it through all the qualifiers. And we'll get those names once the LCQ is finished. But drivers are getting in, they're getting loaded up, we're ready to get racing. And the goal, make it to the Bruce Carpentry Oxford 250. That is the goal for the whole entire night for all these drivers. Make it to the big featured race, and they're hoping to make it. My name is Sam Dyer. With me is Kevin England, as well as another special guest commentator from that of Oxford Plains Speedway. We've also got that of Kevin Varney joining us. We're going to start things off with you, Kevin England. Kevin, we've seen these drivers racing here tonight. We've seen heat races. We've seen consolation races. This is the last race before we get to the featured event. Man, it's been a long one already tonight. But how are you feeling with this 50-lap race that's coming up?
Yeah, I think this is going to be an interesting race. Different complexion, longer laps mean you can run this race a little bit different tactically. Your goal is to be there on the long run, get your track position. You got a little more time. You don't have to be as frenetic about it. But certainly you're still going to have to run hard. I have to wonder, and I'll ask Kevin this, do you think tire wear is going to come into play here in this 50-lap stint?
I think it could. I think that 20, 25 laps into a heat cycle, these tires start to get a little warm and a little slippery. And I think that if you take off on these Hoosier tires too hard, you could pay the price for that. So I would not be in the least bit surprised to see. I don't know that I would expect them to be conservative per se, but I would definitely think that they would at least be careful for the first 25 or 30 laps before they really put on the charge at the end of this Bruce Coulter Carpentry last chance qualifier race.
I had to see how drivers are going to make it as the goal. Again, make it to the Bruce Coulter Carpentry Oxford 250. That is the goal for all drivers. But for this LCQ, like you were talking about there, England, the fact that tires is going to be a factor, was looking over the information for this LCQ. There are going to be no tire changes. You're stuck with the set that you start off with as well. There is no fast repair. There was going to be, during the heat races, there were fast repairs that drivers were using. That is no longer going to be influencing these races. So if you get caught up in a big wreck and you're going to have required damage, that's going to be something that they're going to have to deal with.
Yeah, drivers are going to have to deal with tire management. One of the things, this is one of the most amazing vehicles in the sim. It really is. The power ratio of the car, the way it drives, even where you sit in the car, you sit far to the left side and you come off, it gives you a different perspective. Just a fun car to run, but you're going to listen to the motor sounds, you're going to listen to the tire sounds, you're going to try and get a sense of how hard you're running the car, get it. But this is a rhythm racetrack. You're going to want to get that rhythm, and you need to put qualifying laps one after another, and you need to either drive your way into this race or drive your way out of anybody behind you getting by. And I think, Kevin, when I look at that, the job here has to be about consistency over the long run and make sure you keep yourself out of trouble, keep off that curbing, don't spin the car, don't run the tires off of it. It's a lot of work for these guys.
Yeah, but in one respect, the winner of the last chance qualifier might hold a slight edge on one piece, and that is kind of knowing how the car is going to react over a longer run. Just because you're going to be the starting, at the tail or relatively close to the tail does not mean you can't win this. Back in 2005, the legendary Mike Rowe, 151-time winner at Oxford Plains Speedway, won the last chance qualifier. Last qualifier in, and he went on to win that feature race that night. So it can definitely happen, and you do get a little bit of a, even though you're starting in the back, you get a sneaky advantage by kind of knowing ahead of time how that car is going to react over a longer haul.
And these are some of the drivers that were in the last session we were in, still getting practice time. These are drivers that are not in a worrisome spot of needing to be on track racing the LCQ, making sure that they're going to be on track, having some more practice, which I think that's the big thing for the LCQ drivers compared to those that are already locked in was usually if we did all of the heats, the LCQs, and then the featured race all in one session, you would have been having to just sit and wait and watch the LCQ, not have that practice time and really keeping your racing juices flowing. Now with there being a little bit of a split up, these drivers that had to wait for the LCQ, now they're having a little bit of fun on track and still getting practice in.
Yeah, and as Kevin said, there's just laps going on here, right? So these drivers are learning every lap they take around this place. I'm sure they did a lot of practice, but now when you're in here on race conditions, to what Kevin said before, I watched AJ Slideways, Alan Johnson, learn so much in one of the last chance races at Syracuse one year, and he drove from the back to win it. And in this race, I think, given the number of laps in our feature event, that can be done. And I look at this, Kevin, as, you know, one driver, is going to make it through. And when you look at who won, I know the names of the Oxford 250. I look at some of the people who were the stalwarts of the sport. Dave Dion, a lot of people may not know him. Certainly people know Jeff Bodine, Tommy Ellis. You look at Chuck Bound and the career that he had coming out. Ricky Craven, who's still on the scene today. Junior Hanley, he's a legend in this. So even it's in the sim world, these drivers get the gravitas of this Oxford 250, and I think they're going to do whatever they can, whatever in their power to get the win here tonight for this last chance race. They want to be in the main event.
Oh, absolutely. And adding to that list, a couple of winners that come right to mind that we're going to watch on TV tomorrow. Kevin Harvick won this when it was a late model race on a Monday, no less, because it rained on the Sunday. And then Kyle Busch came up and pulled off a double win, won a pass 150 the night before the 250, and then came back and won the 250 the very next day. So we see those guys racing on TV every single week. So, and then the list is a who's who of auto racing for those of us that are a little bit of historians. If you go back into the 70s and 80s, and you mentioned Jeff Bodine, and there's a litany of people that have not won this race. That have raced in it, like Harry Gant came up 5 or 6 times, Morgan Shepherd, Bobby Allison, Davey Allison raced in it. Although, while Bobby Allison never won on Oxford 250, he did win his first 2 Winston Cup races, as it was known, or NASCAR Cup races, as it was known at the time, at Oxford Plains Speedway in 62 and 63, I think, and then Richard Petty came back and won in 64. So. Just to put your name next to those names is going to mean a lot to a lot of people.
The history so rich, so deep, rooted here at Oxford Plains Speedway, and we cannot wait to see who's going to be putting their name on saying that they won the Bruce Coulter's Carpentry Oxford 250 here tonight. We cannot wait for it, but for us here, we're going to take another quick break. When we come back, it's the LCQ right around the corner. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for hanging with us as we were trying to get drivers into the right session as we are getting ourselves prepared for that of the Bruce Coulter Carpentry Oxford LCQ here tonight. For all the drivers, they're trying to make the featured race, 250 laps here tonight. But first, we got to figure out who's going to be taking the last spot, the last chance qualifier, where drivers are all going to be racing for 50 laps to see who will take that final spot moving in to the featured race here tonight. My name is Sam Dyer. Joining me is going to be that of Kevin England, and as well that of Oxford Plains Speedway's own announcer, that of Kevin Varney. Going to start things with you, Kevin Varney. I got to say, it's been a pleasure to have you up in the booth. Your wealth of knowledge has been kind of a blessing for us to have, but now it is time, the last chance for these drivers. We're going to have a total of 8 to 9 drivers that are trying to win. What are you expecting to see for these drivers here for this LCQ?
Based on the practice that I'm watching, havoc. I mean, it really is the last chance, and I guess a couple of guys got some provisionals, but you know, you certainly don't want to have to lean on a provisional. You know, a win is a win is a win, and if you can put your car in victory lane even in the last chance race, you kind of got to do that. Hey, you know, it was kind of nice to have a little break there too, because it gave me a chance to go over on Facebook and check out Bruce Coulter Carpentry. He's up in Herman, Maine, and go check him out on Facebook. He does some awesome work. I was looking at some of the pictures of some of the work that he's done, and he's certainly a guy that I'll be calling the next time that I need some carpentry work done around the house. And actually I do, because I spend all my time working on race cars and talking about them, so I never have time to do any carpentry. So Bruce Coulter Carpentry at 949-6503 is the guy to call there.
A huge thanks to Bruce Coulter Carpentry for coming in and helping out with this event, being one of the biggest sponsors sponsoring the race and getting all these drivers ready for some amazing racing. And we've also have that of Kevin England here. Kevin, we usually are covering NASRA. You helped me out Wednesday night when we were watching these drivers here racing at Oxford. For that point, it was the legend Coops. This time, we're now preparing for 50 laps LCQ racing. We were kind of touching on it before we had our most recent break, but the tires, and also note that not being any type of worrying about that of a fast repair. These drivers got a lot of pressure to worry about going into this 50-lap run.
Yeah, no doubt. And, you know, we always talk about these things in a very tactical and strategic way. As a driver, your number one thing is just be fast. You got to find the speed, and that takes care of a lot of ills. But in a 50-lap race, you do have to pace yourself, especially where tire wear is a factor. And here, the racetrack's pretty much a circle. You come off the corner, you're sideways all the way. You may square up on the straightaway, but not very much. And you're constantly riding on those right side tires. And, well, it's 50 laps. That makes a difference. So I think these drivers really have to find a rhythm, Sam, and they're going to have to make sure that they take care of their stuff if they want to be there at the end.
That they do, and as well, since we've got time, still waiting for more drivers to come in and get ready for the LCQ, gives us time to give a big thanks to all the sponsors that have helped here in the Maine Sim Racing Series, presented by mainly Douglas Heating and Air. We're going to start things off with that of the B&S Scrap Recycling. We've seen all these season. We've had all these sponsors, and as well, after the B&S, we've got BTC. It's Bruce Coulter Carpentry, the big sponsor of the night. On top of that, we have the Beach Ridge Barber Shop, that of Crescent Lumber, and as well J&K Fuel, mainly Douglas Heating and Air, with that of Frontier Graphics, and finish things off with Scasset Speedway. Thank you to all the amazing sponsors that have gotten us to this point. 2 more races, an LCQ, and then the main race tonight that everyone wants to be a part of, the Bruce Carpentry, that of the Bruce Coulter Carpentry Oxford 250. Oh man, Kevin England, I'm excited for it. But first, we got ourselves at least 8 drivers that have to race here tonight. That of Brian Conover, Dominic Couric, Stephen Allen, that of Gleason Smith, Chris Smith, that of Chris York, with that of Dan DeSanto, Brian Treadwell, and also potentially that of Scott Tapley are the 8 drivers that are trying to register and get racing. There's a couple of drivers in there that are going to be ones to watch out for. But I got to say, the 5 looks to be on my list, the one that could be the top one that could go for a win here tonight.
Yeah, we've seen some different play-by-play in the heat races as to who showed speed, who was able to get the inside lane to work, the outside lane, changing up their driving lines to find the grip on the racetrack. I think given the unknown factor of 50 laps, we might see a little bit different of a change, but I thought Scott Tapley had a pretty good mount underneath him here tonight. And I guess, Kevin, you might know these guys a little bit better. Who do you have your eye on here for this 50 lapper?
I think Scott is definitely one to keep an eye on. He's, a very good race director. He's been in the sport for a long time. His dad was a racer, and Scott himself was a spotter for last year's winner, Cassius Clark. So he understands the strategy behind, 50-lap races and whatnot. So I expect that he will be a contender, and I do know Brian Conover has. Quite a bit of experience with some iRacing and things like that. I've myself raced against him, and so I think he could be another one, along with your Dom Currett pick to keep an eye on.
Right now, looking at the drivers that have came into this server, had a little bit of practice, it's going to be that of Conover that is currently topping the board with speed. But a factor we haven't touched on, because it's all been just about heat races, consolation races. We're now here at the LCQ. These races get longer and longer as we go throughout the night. Let's take a look at our weather. That's going to be sponsored by that of ML Performance, and it's going to be one of those things that we haven't touched on all night long, but it is still hot, as the ambient temperature going to be that of 83 degrees. There's a good breeze of 9 to 10 miles per hour, partly cloudy, but the track temp there, England, it's 99 degrees Fahrenheit as practice comes to a conclusion, and it ramps up. You saw there the racing temp 108 degrees as we're getting ready for racing action.
Yeah, the good news for these drivers, it's 4 in the afternoon in the sim, and I would suspect the track will cool off some, but you're going to have all the grip you're going to get right now for this track, and they will be slipping and sliding. We see the drivers on the off-camber front straightaway putting all that weight on that right rear, and yeah, they're going to have to be careful about the grip they have, running right at the ragged edge.
Yeah, with a track temperature of 108 degrees, whatever grip that they might have had in the heat race is long since gone, and hopefully Ed Conley has figured out his setup a little bit in that number 11. We saw him struggle quite a bit in his heat race in his Consi round, spinning down the front stretch a couple of times. With track conditions now that hot, that grip level is going to be even less at a critical time for these guys to try to make sure that they have the best possible piece under them that they can have.
See the drivers starting to shimmy, getting ready to go. As the drivers are going to be rolling off, we're going to have 10 drivers ready to go racing. It's going to be Dominic Couric, Ed Conley, that of Conover, Tapley, Stephen Allen, Brian Treadwell, as well as Gleason Smith, Chris York, Cody Billings, and Dan DeSanto. Going to be your 10 drivers racing here tonight. Haven't seen Treadwell race at all in the 48. Let's see what the newcomer can bring, as he missed all the heat races, missed the consolation. Going to be his first taste of racing here tonight, as it's going to be the 5 up front. If we're going to start with you, England, what are your thoughts? 50 laps. Here we go.
Yep, pull those belt tights, say, and get your head in the game. You really start your journey by a very good start of the race. Get a good clean start, don't spin the tires, get down into clean into turn number 1, and then make sure you just hit your marks for the rest of the 50 laps. That's your job here.
The goal is win yourself, and you're moving on to the featured race for that of Bruce Coulter Carpentry Oxford 250. But first, you gotta get through 50 laps of beating and banging. We've seen it through the heats and through the B&C Maine. It can get aggressive, it can get dangerous, but there's still plenty of great racing to be shown. Ed Conley got extremely loose through his heat races. He's hoping that he won't be finding himself into a wreck. Also, that of Dominic Couric's been showing some speed as drivers trying to get themselves in line with where they want to be placing themselves. Some drivers falling back, others trying to get in line of the right placements. Drivers doing a little bit of a shimmy and a dance, make sure they're in the right spot. It's going to be the 5 up front for now.
I'm going to come back to the sponsor, Bruce Coulter Carpentry. you know, they sponsor the race. I remember some of the big races, the Stephen Deal race at Flemington, sponsored by that group. And, you know, everybody looks at the race cars and the sponsors on the race cars, and they know who the locals are. They support that. And if you're in the racing community, you just got to really appreciate anybody that supports racing, whether it's real world sim racing. And, you know, kudos to Bruce for stepping in here and covering this event. Everybody, I'm sure, in the background is appreciative of their participation.
And Kevin Varney, I mean, what are some of your thoughts as we're getting drivers in the right placements currently? It looks like we might have finally got them in the right spot.
I think that at this point, with a long wait, some of the nerves got to be right on edge. Gleason Smith and Scott Tapley probably just about ready to probably squeezing the wheel to the point where we just need to go green and get racing here and see what we've got.
Well, the drivers are finally set, and it's time to see the second to last race of the night. It is your Bruce Coulter Carpentry LCQ Last Chance Qualifier here at the Oxford 250. Who makes it to the big race? We'll find out. It's going to be the 6 up front. Gleason Smith going to be finding himself with that of Tapley. Going to be on the outside. Going to be the 13 on the loud pedal. At a turn number 2, the strength on the outside goes to the 13. But here's the 6 still at the quarter panel going down into turn number 3.
The drive for Tapley off going in and grabbed that lead, the early lead. Gleason Smith hugging that bottom line. The question is whether Dominic Currick can get down to the bottom. He wants to get down there and protect that line if he can, and then try to make his way forward. As we remember, Kevin, only the winner counts in this race. They're the only ones moving on to the main event.
Yeah, and looks like Scott Tapley certainly has it in hand for the moment with a 3 or 4 car length lead. But you know, Scott has been around racing his entire life. I would not expect him to extend his lead much farther than he has it right now. I would imagine he's going to reel it back just a little bit and try to maintain that particular gap right there, and just let the laps click off. I mean, 50 laps is long enough so that you know, tire wear should become a factor here. And now Dominic Currick moves into that second spot. We'll see if he can chase Tapley down and make this a 2-horse battle.
Gleason Smith and also Billings. Billings gets tapped, spun around. Conover going to be the one that gives the bump to the 22. Bringing out our first yellow of the last chance qualifier here tonight. Going to be the 22. Find himself, I was just about to say, Gleason Smith and also that of Cody Billings. When they're close to one another, we saw during the heat races that they always seem to be bringing contact, but it was not the contact between them. They got the 22 around. This would be the 97. Conover, just get aggressive, give a bump, and there goes the 22.
Yeah, if I want to read that, maybe the car in front of them checked up a little bit and he was just easing out of the throttle. But when you're riding in this car and you're right up underneath the car in front of you, you really can't see what's going on, especially in the tight apex of this corner. I think that was just a touch of accordion event. The good news is, you know, as we said, no quick fix on this. So whatever damage you have could potentially wreck your car, and didn't look like they scuffed them up too much there, Kevin.
No, but, you know, we certainly, and I don't know what the incident points are set at for this race, but that may well become a factor before this is all said and done, because sometimes even, you know, even just a simple wrap of the bumper gets you a couple of incident points, and before too long you're right on the edge, and then you have to find, not only do you have to try to make your way forward, you have to be careful when you're doing it, and this is no place to be careful, or no race to be careful.
There was a lot of changes that were going on between server to server as we were trying to get everyone in the right placements for this last chance qualifier. Again, changes. There was no longer fast repairs for these drivers to be having, and also the incident limit has been removed. They are going to be beating and banging for all these 50 laps, and they do not have to be worrying about getting disqualified based off those incident points. But you do have to be careful of, if you cause a yellow, and if you're the reason for it, race control will deem you as an issue and could be giving you an end-of-the-line penalty. So things to keep in mind throughout the night, as it's going to be seeing the 13 on the loud pedal. We are green. And Scott, great launch. But it's going to be Carrick on the back end. The 5 wants to make the pass for the lead.
Tapley charges out of 2, gets a little bit loose. Keurig going to go to the outside to carry his momentum. He's going to tuck back down underneath him. Now running nose to tail as they're stacked up here, Kevin, on the front straightaway. And, Keurig gets tagged, and he's going to go around. Several cars going to get collected.
Yeah, and it's probably a good thing for all these guys. They're all on his roof for Keurig. Good thing that the incident points aren't going to be counting against them. We're going to take a look at the Pulse Poppers replay here, and we're going to see that Tapley got a little loose off turn 2. That made it too wide for the lead, and then it started to stack up behind from there. Smith, Conley, and York, they all were battling for that same spot, and then around goes Keurig down into turn 1 and just gets up over on his lid, which is no fun place to be.
It really isn't, and because he was stuck turtled on his roof, the 5 had to take a tow, meaning that he has to wait for the iRacing to take the car all the way into pit road, which can take anywhere from a minute to 2, sometimes even 3 minutes, which could be putting this 5 machine a lap down. Kevin England, I'm concerned about that for the 5. Running up front was potentially going for a win here tonight, and in a blink of an eye, he's now trapped in pit road and hoping this race doesn't go green very soon.
Yeah, that changes the complexion of the race completely, as I thought he had a fast enough car to challenge. Even though it's early on, he was demonstrating the speed, and unfortunately just maybe got a little tag going into turn number 1. Once he got up over that curving, he was along for the ride.
And that sometimes happens. I don't know if you all remember Mike Greenwell, who used to play for the Boston Red Sox, but he used to own some race cars, and he came up, brought his driver up way back in the early 90s, and his driver ended up on his lid the night before the 250. So it's just funny how sometimes things happen that, you know, put those circumstances all in at once, and that's what happens.
Flipped on his roof and still in pit road is that of Dominic Kirk, who's hoping to get back out on track before the green flag waves. Does not look like it's going to happen. It's going to be Tapley, Chris York, Stephen Allen, that of Cody Billings, and also Dan DeSanto going to be your top 5. But the goal of this race, as it's the Bruce Coulter Carpentry last chance qualifier race, get and win this race. It's the only way you advance in unless you have provisionals, as we are green, a little bit of shake-up. Going into the corners, the 5 gets back on track. It's Tapley going to be leading, coming out of turn number 2.
And we got one car sideways down there on the apron. It's going to slide to a stop, but able to gather a gear and drive out of that. Right now, things a little bit stretched out. Only one car to the outside, Kevin. That's Cody Billings, and now he's going to tuck down in line, and everybody a little bit in conveyor belt mode.
Yeah, hopefully we get a little rhythm going on here and kind of click off some laps. You know, we're 9-10 laps into a 50-lap race, and obviously Scott Tapley hopes to just continue to click off laps and find that rhythm. Chris York now in the Butch Keane-owned number 2, all the way up to second place. Was mounting a challenge, but looked like he might have been just a tick on the loose side, and I think he got those Hoosiers a little bit angry, and now it looks like he might be paying the price for that as he slips back into the clutches of Stephen Allen and Brian Treadwell.
Yeah, and for Chris York, started on the pole position for heat number 2, was not able to stay in the top 5 for very long. He got trapped on the outer groove for that race, and for these drivers, they've got to be concerned about their tires. 50 laps of hard racing as the 6 looks to be that of Grayson Smith gets caught up in the middle of 3 and 4, able to continue running. But the tire wear, after we get 25, 30 laps into this 50-lap race, it's when you got to get a little bit more concerned on who's pressuring, who's slipping and sliding, as Treadwell, one of those drivers that seems to be always seeing the rear end kicking out on the exit of the corners.
Yeah, I think these drivers trying to find as much speed are going to run right on the bleeding edge, and if the car steps out on them, they're just going to have to ease off the gas. They can usually drive themselves out of it. We did see the 6 down there on the apron, and got to give a call back to Keurig. He lost one lap, hoping for a caution to get himself back around here, but still in the mix, and watching the speed of that car, looks like it's okay. He's got a long way to go, but he could drive through. That would be the story of the night.
Yeah, you never know if he gets a lucky time to talk caution. Who knows? I mean, Treadwell bouncing off the curb there. He's normally a modified competitor, and first race of the night, probably a little excited, realizing he's got to really make hay to make this race. And the thing about Oxford Plains Speedway is the harder you drive, the slower you go. I know that's an old thing, but it really holds true at Oxford Plains Speedway. You really feel like you're doing a stroke of business out there, and the more your elbows go up at Oxford, the farther back you're going to fall.
Top five been splitting up, giving each other plenty of space. A little bit of hard racing for sixth place, though. It's Conover is going to be making the move on Ed Conley, the 97, now moving up. And you could tell just by the aggression, really pushing it into the entry of the corners of the 97, trying to, and kind of tired of being stuck behind the 5. A little bit of a bump there into turn 3 and out turn 4. Conover is getting aggressive here, England. I'm concerned he might have to just move the 5 out of the way with how he's running.
Yeah, you look at these drivers and they're now in that rhythm that we talked about. They're just putting in laps, trying to get fast speed. They're trying to run qualifying laps, even though it's a long race. And I see some of the drivers moving up on the straightaway and trying to, again, extend the straightaway. And, Kevin, one of the tools they have is they can adjust the brake bias. When they step on the gas, it helps the car hook left, but you also see the back end swinging out on some of these cars. And on the long run, that could bring somebody up to you if you don't have that adjustment right.
Yeah, it's certainly going to increase the wear on that right rear tire. And, the more you anger those tires, as they say, not to, go back to a Days of Thunder reference, but you got to treat them. You got to treat them with care, and yet try to be fast at the same time. So it's a very tricky balance to try to get it exactly right. And I think Scott Tapley, I'm watching him out front of the lead, and watching his lap times. He's posting laps exactly the same speed as Chris York, and just maintaining that distance lap after lap. So I think that Tapley is wisely holding something in the balance in case he is posed with a late race challenge from York, or in this case now Steve Allen, who just moved into second spot.
Steve Allen's been putting down some very fast laps these last 3 laps. He's been about a tenth or more faster than our front 2. And 75 might have finally found the comfort zone. Again, for some of these drivers, they've already ran. This is going to be their third race of the night. They ran their heat, they ran the Consolation race, and now the LCQ. They're starting to find a little bit more speed and finding some more space with one another. But that 75 is on the move right now as we're coming to lap 28, coming to 29 when they cross the line.
Yeah, just the proper entry. The car floats down, it's hitting the apex right. It comes down tight to the curb, off. Efficient laps, steady laps for that number 13. It does look like it's on rails right now. And if I'm Tapley, I just want this thing to run green right all the way through to the end, Kevin. I don't want to see any disruption in my race. The one thing we do know is there is a slower car out in front of them that could play a factor in this before we get to the end.
Yeah, and I've been watching the last few laps of Tapley, and as soon as the 75 of Steve Allen moved into second place, he picked up his pace, and he was turning 15.7s, and he's now down turning 15.5s and 6s, matching Steve Allen's speed. So, as I kind of thought, the veteran race person that Scott Tapley is, he's been quite strategic about just how hard he's running that car. It'd be interesting to see, if Allen can reach his back bumper, if Tapley has any more speed there that he's still saving on.
Going to be trying to figure out how to save it as we were watching the battling going on, not for position, just space on track. It's going to be that Vet Conley, 7th place, running with the 5. Dominic Couric, who is currently in 11th. Hard racing overall for a lot of them, as it's going to be still leading. Scott Tapley in the 13, leading the charge, and that's exactly where he wants to be. 17 laps to go, coming to 16 laps to go. Only the winner moves on from tonight to race for that Bruce Coulter's Carpentry Oxford 250. Still a lot of racing to go as the laps continue to tick away in the LCQ.
Yeah, and we have the advantage of live timing and scoring. We can watch where that second place pace of Steve Allen is compared to the leader, and sometimes he squeezes it under a second, and other times he slips back just a little bit. It's all about execution of the corner. It seems like lap after lap, Kevin, they're that close in lap times, but every once in a while you watch and you could see that gap visibly close.
Yep, and I think that a good part of that, this last lap right there, Tapley was a tenth of a second faster. Oh, we have a wreck. Current involved one more time. Looked like Ed Conley there as well. Sam, take it to the replay.
Instant replay here. We have Dominic Kirk and also Ed Conley racing with one another. 11 had a lot of smoke and was slow. Aggressive, hits the little bit of a rumble strip, and you don't want to hit that curbing, and it gave opportunity for Ed Conley to get down low and just not giving each other enough space. Contact, spill, spin, bringing out a yellow here with 14 laps to go for the LCQ.
You can't blame him. I mean, he's running there third. There's a couple of ways you could read that. Let me see if I can not tell you what happened, but tell you what could have been going on there. If he tags that car and turns it sideways, everybody gathers up. But yet, as the 11 slides, they only have one set of tires. He's going to wear some of that tires out. And, well, this is an interesting dynamic because it's going to bring everybody together. Now the question is, Kevin, will Steve and Alan have a shot at Scott Tapley? Tapley looked pretty comfortable there for a while.
Yeah, he was definitely comfortable. I firmly believe he was just matching speeds of those behind him, but now he's going to have the test. He's going to have 14 laps, and he's going to have a pretty fast Stephen Allen to his outside, and an aggressive and hungry Chris York on his back bumper. So Tapley's going to have no choice but to really, put the throttle down and give her all she's got, because the last thing you want to do is give these guys an opportunity to lay a bumper on you, because this is it. The winner goes on, and right at this moment, Tapley's in that spot. He has it. Everybody else wants it, and I'm pretty sure that most of these guys will stop at nothing to get it. Back to you, Sam.
Yeah, I mean, also looking over as the drivers get stacked up. Big help from the admins, giving a wave around to Dominic Kirk, who initially was part of the incident, wasn't going to give the lucky dog, but gets the wave around as we are going green for the Bruce Coulter Carpentry LCQ race. 13 laps to go, and it's all about winning it. It's going to be that of Scott Tapley, and spinning around, it's going to be that of Billings. And just like that, more drivers going to be piling in, and Conley gets thrown into the 22. Another yellow comes out, and this is giving us a little bit of deja vu from the heat races. We get less than 15 laps to go, and all hell breaks loose.
Yeah, that was a very strange restart on my thought, and the fact that they were so spread out. You would think if you were really in contention, just the 22 just works his way around, and unfortunately the 11 got shoved into it. I'm surprised, Kevin, how spaced out they were. If I'm running for the win, I'm going to be shoving that leader off turn 4 for that restart. Now with the yellow out, I'm curious what this restart is going to look like.
Yeah, it's certainly not a yellow that Scott Tapley wanted to see, but I agree with you. I really expected a little bit more pressure from Stephen Allen and Chris York. I've done a little bit of racing in my day, and I certainly know that when push comes to shove and we're getting a late race restart, I know I want my nose laying on the back bumper, whoever's in front of me, and I certainly don't want to lose an inch to them. Those guys didn't quite respond that way, so maybe they just got snookered a little bit, or maybe they just weren't ready. I don't know, but we'll find out here on this next restart with 12 laps to go.
Going to be 12 when we go green again. Scott Tapley, Stephen Allen, Chris York, that of Brian Treadwell. Going to be your top 4 ready to go racing. As also excited to see how they're going to be, taking this information. Again, more experience on track. Who of these drivers could be trying to play a little bit of surprise going into our main event later on? We still got a lot of races to go, but pace car lights are off. Pick of the hard left. Time to take another late restart here for our last chance qualifier race for that of Bruce Coulter Carpentry LCQ. And right into turn number 1, it's Scott Tapley getting the run out of turn number 2. But here comes the 2. York, great run, trying to put himself on the inside and potentially go for the lead.
Yeah, nice move by York over there. The cars were not fully up to speed, so he was able to put the power down out of turn number 2 and drive it up in there. Now he's to the back bumper. Got to be careful not to clip that curving. If he does, third place car could get a tag to him. And, well, if I'm out in the lead right now, Kevin, I think Tapley just needs to look out the windshield.
Yeah, I agree. At this point, he's got a 2 or 3 car length lead. He clearly has a faster car than anybody there, so he just has to click off his laps. Oh, Conover gets into York. A little contact down the backstretch. They both go around down into turns 3 and 4. Oh, no, they get it going, but around goes to 75. So we are going to get that caution with 10 laps to go. Another caution that Scott Tapley probably did not want to see.
Not at all, as there's some fast drivers on the move. This is what officially brought out our yellow. Going to be seeing that of Brian Treadwell as well as that of the 75, Stephen Allen. Going to be trying to react to get away from the contact further up, but then gets clipped as the 6 and the 75. Round they go, and with that Conover as well as Chris York, they were just attached at the hip. They could not get away from one another, kept on spilling and spinning, and now things are going to be changing up front on where some of these drivers are going to be lying, as you've got Tapley, York, Conover going to be the front 2 based off of the timing of the yellow. But then you got Dominic Kirk going to be back in 5th place, the 5. He was a lap down, now 5th place for the 5 machine.
That was pretty big damage for Conover, and it looked like a square dance down there. Like do-si-do, around you go. Everybody was connected and swinging with their partners, but that's just another opportunity here for Chris York to get a shot. Now sitting in second, he's going to be to the outside. And if you're in second on this restart, Kevin, how do you get around Tapley? How do you do it?
Well, I think I roll the dice and jump the start and hope like heck that race control lets it slide. I mean, it's a tough row to hoe out there on the outside groove. And, you know, you really got to pull out every single bag of tricks that you got. This is it. This is the last chance race, and this is your last opportunity. That might mean you come across the line and, maybe you make a little contact and you go down into 1 and just try to catch Scott sleeping. I think the guy to keep an eye on right here is Brian Conover. He's been at the back, and he's worked his way all the way back up to 3rd and shown quite a bit of aggression. I think he could play a factor as we go back to green with 10 laps to go.
Oh, and he had the timing, but had a little bit of wheel spin. Wasn't not able to stay with the 3rd team. Was Conover, and now we're going to be seeing Tapley. Great run for himself to try to pull away. Watch out for the 2. Chris York, he's going to be trying to find a little bit of a run on the outside. Not able to. Conover succeeds with the redemption on the backstretch, and now up to 2nd place. 8, 7, take that back. 7 laps to go. Coming to 6 when they come across the line there, coming in.
Yeah, you could tell Conover has got the pedal to the metal of the car stepping out, but he's able to get good traction up off the corner now. He's going to slip and slide a little bit. That's going to give Tapley a little bit of release. Good restart for Conover. Can he capitalize? I don't know. Laps are running out now with Tapley getting away there, Kevin.
Yeah, I think that Tapley definitely has the car to beat. He is the class of the field, and he had the luxury of being out front and being able to sort of set his own pace. But I'm watching his lap times now, and he is a solid half a second faster than when he was running his mid-race long green flag run. I mean, we're coming to 5 to go, and I think barring another caution, that's it. Conover has clearly gotten his tires a little hot. Although he just listed off a 15.4 himself, so he might have a little left in the tank. We'll see.
Just a little bit more gas, but coming down to 4 to go. It is running out of time. Scott Tapley feeling great up front, but then a yellow flag waves. It's to change everything. Hard contact to 22 into Treadwell. And you do not want those types of hits. Already have seen that of Stephen Allen be out of this race with required damage. We take another replay here on what gets these drivers out of sorts. You see that of Gleason and Smith, and also Treadwell racing with one another here, trying to stay up in the top 5, and just gets a little loose and then finished off by the 6.
And then there's this sucker punch. Boom. Oh boy, that had to hurt. That would have rattled your feelings in the real world, but well, now we get to do it again. For Conover, this is a redemption, Kevin. He had gotten away from him, and now he's going to get another shot at him.
Yeah, I think that we saw Chris York almost got the nose out front there with Tapley. I think Conover has a little bit more under the hood than York did. So if anybody's going to be able to pull it off, it might be Conover to steal this last chance, victory out from the clutches of Scott Tapley with only 4 laps left. I mean, you got to put it all on the line there, and this is it. So unless you have a provisional in your back pocket, which I'm judging by the way these guys are racing, none of them do. So, we may not have seen our last caution here yet.
No, and we've only got an opportunity for maybe 1 or 2 more yellows to be thrown out. Tapley, Conover, and then also going to be seeing that of Chris York and that of Dominic Kirk going to be our front 4. The best opportunity is going to be Chris York in 2nd place to try to go after that 13 machine. Do want to give updates, though. Stephen Allen is parked. He is done for the day. Dan DeSanto as well as Brian Treadwell all have required damage. They're going to have to come into pit road, and they are getting service done, leaving us with just that a handful or more of drivers left out on track. Tapley, Conover, as well as Chris York, Couric, and also behind them, going to be finding that Gleason Smith, and going to be finding that of Ed Conley. We are green 4-3. We got 3 more laps to go, and already Conover spun around. And as they go into turn number 1, quick yellow. Let's restack them and try it again.
Yeah, for Conover, that was a good restart. He was down tight to the leader, keeping him pinched when Tapley tried to step off. He could not swing wide and gain that speed to go into turn 1, but unfortunately, as Conover needed to make speed, he went out a little bit higher. When he came back down the racetrack, it looked like, unfortunately, the other cars were trying to steal that same real estate. Well, we're going to stack them up again one more time.
That might well put this in the back pocket of Scott Tapley, barring any mistakes on his behalf. He has showed already that he's been able to hold off Chris York, but we do have Devin Curran, who's worked his way all the way back up to 3rd after starting this race on his roof, getting down a lap, getting the wave around, and he's actually, since that point, driven a pretty crafty race and put himself at least in a position with 3 laps to go to maybe steal one away from the King Racing number 13 of Scott Tapley.
Tapley leading the way. Again, this is your Bruce Coulter Carpentry last chance qualifier race. 50 laps are here set for these drivers for this LCQ, and only the winner gets to move on. If you missed earlier's broadcast, we had 4 heat races, 2 consolation races, our CMB Maine, and have set us up to this, the last chance qualifier. All the drivers that could not qualify in those previous races, they're now going to be trying to make it into this one, as we had that of 38 drivers trying to make our featured race of the Bruce Coulter Carpentry Oxford 250. Well, we're going to have to cut it down. Only 31 and 37 get to make it into the featured race. Some of these drivers, they're not going to be happy that they're not making it. But for Scott Tapley, he's got this restart. He's hoping this is the last one, as we are green once again. 2 laps to go here for the LCQ.
Carrot has 3 laps to get it going. He can run wide open here for Tapley. He needs to get away from the bumper. He's going to get a little shove through the corner. Carrot is there. He's to that back bumper, and, well, he's not going to get the chance right now as yellow on the speedway.
Oh, another yellow with 2 laps to go is Ed Conley with, I don't know, his 6th or 7th spin of the day. Tough day for him and Cody Dillon for sure. And look at the replay here. We'll see what happened. They come off 2. Yeah, it looks like they just made a little contact down the backstretch there, and made a little slap and tickle, and around goes Conley for off the bumper of the 22. No 2 guys in the history of iRacing have had a more difficult day than those 2, I think.
It certainly has been a rough one. I mean, you try your best to give yourself smooth or point in the right direction. Sometimes you do it on your own faults, and sometimes you're just an innocent victim of someone else's issues. You find yourself being spun around. Well, yeah, we were with 2 laps to go when the yellow came out. We reset to 3 to go because we are now officially in overtime. We have 1 final attempt at this. Final restart. If we get a yellow before we get the white flag, this race will end, and whoever's in the lead at the time of the yellow, the race will be that winner. But if we get the white flag, the gloves are off. Doesn't matter if you beat and you bang. The goal is cross the line first at that point. Scott Tapley going to be the leader here currently. He's been leading practically the whole entire race. No one's touched him. As you can tell by that clean, crisp number 13. There's not even a scrape on it. Cleanest car out there. And Kevin England, this is going to be a barn burner of a restart here tonight.
Yeah, I'm curious why Currit's lined up in the third, but for him, he should be quiet. This is where he wants to be. He was to the back bumper of your leader, and, you know, 8 tires are better than 4. We'll see what happens here as the pace car goes in. This is going to be exciting.
Yeah, they're coming off turn 4 to take the green flag. Tapley sticks the nose out front. York swings it wide. Around goes Smith down through the infield, but he saves it. Tapley gets the advantage off too, but Currit is right there. Oh, contact! And Tapley, heartbreak, comes to a spin down through the infield. Here's Conover. Conover goes around, and Currit now is your leader. And as they enter the white flag lap, he's going to race down the backstretch after starting this race on his lid, getting a wave around. He's going to come off turn 4. He is going to be your Bruce Coulter Carpentry last chance qualifier winner, and he is going to make the show. But that is absolute and utter heartbreak for Scott Tapley, who led 49.5 laps of this last chance qualifier race, only to come up a little bit short.
I mean, he dominated, and then coming out of turn 2, gets a simple tap sent out of the way, and just in a blink of an eye, seeing the 13 go from leading to last place, and then everyone tried their best to take out the 5 after that incident. All failed, all missed, and it's going to be Dominic Currick getting the win here for our Bruce Coulter Carpentry last chance qualifier race. 50 laps were ran there, and I gotta say, Kevin England, this has been a wild night. We had our 4 heat races. We had our 2 that have called main races of that of the C and B consolation races. We just got 50 laps of LCQ, and now we're preparing for the featured race, 250 laps here at Oxford Plains Speedway, and we are so excited for how it's gonna go. As we are gonna take a quick intermission, we will be back in just a few moments as we're gonna get all the drivers set up, packed house, and get ready for tonight's featured race. It's the Bruce Coulter Carpentry Oxford 250. We'll be back in just a few to get ready for the racing action. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being patient with us because the drivers are loaded in. It's about to be that time. It's the Maine Sim Racing Series presented by Mainly Ductless Heating and Air. As it is all tonight, been preparing. We've seen heat races, we've seen consolation races of the C&B Maine, and we just got done with a 50-lap LCQ for us to race here tonight for that of the Bruce Coulter Carpentry Oxford 250. 31 cars are all getting on track, getting their last little bit of warm-up, seeing how they ramp off the dirt. But we are excited for it. 250 laps of just hard racing, where caution laps won't count. So we're hoping for some green flag racing, but it should be a good one. My name is Sam Dyer. With me is Kevin England, as well as that of Kevin Varney, joining me up in the booth, as well as LSRTV Studios, giving you all the camera, graphics, and everything you need to be seeing tonight's action. Saturday night racing, and we're excited to give you all the coverage. But Kevin England, we're going to start off with you. We've gone all day. We've been preparing for this. 250 laps. This is going to be so different from what they've been doing all night long so far.
Yeah, it's Saturday night. The prelims are over. We've had a little bit of intermission. I've got my cotton candy, I've got my funnel cake, and I've got the smell of race cars on the racetrack with the tires and the fuel. It feels like a special Saturday night, the main event right on tap, 250 laps, and every driver wants to ink their name in the checkered for this race. I mean, they just want to win this, and I think, Kevin, we're going to see a rather interesting design of this race. We were having conversation during intermission about whether or not they would pace themselves, get long green flag runs, or whether they'll be elbows up from start to finish.
I think most of these guys, just kind of looking down through the roster, especially the ones that made it, by and large, these are all pretty good racers that realize that 250 laps is not a 20-lap heat race, and I think they're all going to be looking at the drop of the green flag. You get a couple laps of a little bit of adrenaline, and maybe you drive a little too hard and make a couple of mistakes, but then you settle yourself down and kind of get into single file, and you kind of get a little rhythm going. Oxford is a rhythm track, and I've said it a couple of times tonight, the harder you drive, the slower you're going to go. So most of these guys are going to be looking at saving their tires and trying to steadily make their way to the front versus just making bonsai maneuvers. But then again, there's always that one or two rogue guy with a different strategy. I know I was talking with a couple of drivers earlier today that said they aren't in the league of drivers like Max Cookson and a couple of the other favorites, and so they're planning on doing some things with strategy that that may make that difference. And Brandon Varney was one of those. That was his strategy in the Legends race the other night. He told me he wasn't as good as some of those guys, so his strategy was to get to the front first and just try to hold on from there. And it worked there, but I don't know if it would work for 250 laps.
I mean, it's going to be very different. 250 laps. There is going to be a little bit more strategy that can be thrown out. In England, this is where things change. During the LCQ, there was no tire changes. There was no fast repairs. We're going to continue with the no fast repairs, but the drivers are going to be having 2 extra sets of tires in pit road. How do you feeling like those 2 extra sets could be changing the factor here tonight?
Yeah, I don't know how to strategize this, because the racetrack is going to have to come to you based on the complexion of the race. If you have a bunch of cautions early, you're not going to burn your tires down. If you get a long green flag run, then you might break the race into 3 segments. Drivers are going to have to call an audible here just to kind of figure out whether or not they should be changing tires. And certainly track position, we've seen all race long through all the prelims, are difficult. But I also think about some of that. We could run 200 of these 250 laps, and the last 50 laps would be a matter of just getting yourself in the right place to get through whatever it takes to get that win, meaning, just elbows up, push, pull, whatever it takes to drive your way to the checkered flag tonight.
Yeah, I think you could really see a lot of that kind of strategy. And I wouldn't even be surprised if I saw somebody, as far as the tire strategy, take their first 2 sets fairly early as opposed to splitting it into 3 sections. If I'm a mid-pack driver, I might go with a strategy of being first to get to my last set of tires, and hope like heck I can hold on and withstand getting my back bumper beat off for 100 laps or whatever the case may be, and just you know, position is so important here at Oxford Plains Speedway, and if you're good enough, you can hold off those challenges, and you can withstand the beating and the banging, and come home. But that's a risky maneuver as well.
It truly is. As you can see, some of the drivers trying to get some practice done. Others testing how they can get over these dirt mounds. I'm going to ask you this, Kevin Varney. I mean, you've actually commentated at this track in real life. We're doing it virtually here tonight, but those dirt mounds, we've already seen drivers have to drive over it here tonight. How are you feeling like they could be influencing today's race based off what we saw from our LCQ and heat races?
Well, you don't want to get in them, that's for sure, because those dirt mounds, there are huge, round concrete pillars that are under them, and that's what's holding up those light posts. So, visually speaking, that dirt looks kind of fluffy. It is most definitively not, and you'll wreck your race car if you pack them into there hard enough, not just from jumping them, but like just hitting those things hard enough has been known to bend clips and rip left fronts off cars and all that stuff. So it's a unique factor of Oxford Plains Speedway that you really have to be. They don't come into the racing surface, but they're just close enough that you have to be a little bit wary and just keep it in the back of your mind.
And we're going to be having ourselves 31 drivers racing here tonight. Excited to see how all of them are going to be racing in. We've seen drivers that were running in that of the heat races. Top 5 from each one of our 4 heat races automatically moved on. Then we had our Consolation race where top 3 of those races moved on. Then we had the LCQ where we saw that Dominic Carrick 50-lap run able to make it through with a little bit of a controversial move from our point of view potentially up here in the booth, but it's now all on the line. You can get some revenge if you like here tonight, as Tapley looks to be given one of the provisionals and will be making it in to our race here tonight. As drivers starting to grid up, they're going to be doing a manual grid, so we're going to be seeing the drivers shuffling throughout this pacing to make sure they're in the right position. But it is for the Bruce Coulter Carpentry Oxford 250, here tonight. 250 laps of racing action. Kevin England, excited to see how these drivers are going to run, but there are a few drivers further down in the field, like a Matthew Burgoyne, like a Scott Tapley. They're going to be further back in the field. They've got a lot of work if they want to get back up front.
That brings a good point. There's a lot of drivers in this race, and we always talk about speed and finding the way to beat everybody else, but there's actually survival. You got a couple key things you need to do. Not get bottled up in some of these restarts and wreck your car. You have no fast repair. Stay off those curbs. Don't be jamming and slamming the car to finish first. You must finish first, or you must finish, right? That old adage. And, I suspect that some of these drivers, they're savvy veterans. They're going to ride around in the back. They're going to take care of their stuff. They're going to know that they're going to wait till 100 to go before they actually light up and start the race. There'll be attrition, so there'll be left cars to drive through. And as these cars drive off, man, you could just feel the energy in the air.
Yeah, and that's one of the things about the Oxford 250. It's the race. It's guys like Kevin Harvick and Kyle Busch. Those guys, there have been lots of Cup drivers that have come to Oxford Plains Speedway, and sometimes we've had owners that have paid drivers to come to Oxford Plains Speedway. Kyle Busch came up here because he wanted the trophy. Kevin Harvick came up here because he wanted the trophy. The race is that important and that prestigious. This is a nationally known race. There are people when I was out in California a few years ago, I mentioned I was from Maine, ran into a race fan out there, and we got to talking, and he says, I always heard about this Oxford 250 race. You know anything about that? I'm like, yeah, kind of. I grew up a mile from that speedway, so sure. So people know about the Oxford 250, and if you can etch your name in that big trophy and put your name alongside some of the truly great racers that this country has seen, that's a truly remarkable experience.
It really is. Everyone looking for becoming and etched into history. Max Cookson did it last year. He's going to be trying his best to try to double down here for the Bruce Coulter Carpentry Oxford 250. Can he get it done, or is there another driver that is going to be trying to show a little bit of speed? As drivers are being patient, they're making sure that they're all packed and set up properly from where they finished in their heat races, and also where everyone else needed to be, and now the field racing back up to where the pace car is so they can get stacked up in line and prepared and ready to get rolling. Well, Kevin Nealon, we're about to get set here. What are some of your final thoughts before we get to green flag racing?
Back temperature up to 103. That's going to make the track a little bit greasy. It's mostly cloudy, 78, so that might provide some relief. But, you know, first job is get yourself in a rhythm, get started, stay out of trouble in the beginning, and then find your way to get yourself in position to win this race at the end.
And weather going to be sponsored by that of ML Performance. Big thanks to ML Performance. As you can take a look here, it's going to be hot, warm, track temp. And as we're getting ready to go green, drivers are getting themselves excited, strapped in, ready to get themselves ready for the final call. And Kevin Varney, before we get to green flag racing, what are some of your final thoughts as the pace car lights are about to take off?
My final thoughts are, I think that Devin Landry is a driver to keep an eye on. I think that Tyler Jalbert starting on the front row is somebody to watch early. He's a young, hard charger. And then farther back in the field, I think keeping an eye on Matt Burgoyne as he tries to make his way towards the front. Those few drivers, and of course Max Cookson, should really play a factor in this race. And hopefully they all just pull those belts down tight and hold on for 250 green flag laps, and we'll see, may the best man win.
Dalbert, Jordan, also going to be Boobar, and Devin Landry, your front four drivers that won their races at their heat and were locked in just about that of 2 hours ago. They felt good and confident. Want to give a big thanks to the patience, to the whole entire audience watching, as we are so excited to be giving you 250 green flag laps here at Oxford Plains Speedways for that of the Bruce Coulter Carpentry Oxford 250. History is about to be made for these drivers, and thank you again to the audience for waiting and patient. 3 hours of qualifying racing to get these 31 drivers lined up in the proper spots. They want to see what they can put down, and we're excited to see what speed they've got. As again, drivers up front, they're going to be having a lot of speed for themselves, but it's all on whenever the pace car feels like it's time to pull off. I guess we got one more time to ask this, Kevin. We're going to start with you, England. These drivers ready to go. Pace car is just rolling. What do you think the drivers are feeling at the moment?
Nervous, no doubt about it. Nervous. They want to get a good, clean start. They need to just take a deep breath right here. Watch that pace car. Leave a little space. I suspect that the drivers will be a little, conservative in the beginning. Leave a little more space. And, you look at this top five: Jalbert, Jordan, Bubar, Landry, Varney. They know that right away, one of the first things they're going to want to all do is get down to that bottom line. Hopefully they'll all be cordial, let themselves get space, let them get the tires up to temperature, get the car underneath them, and then it's race on from there.
Big thanks to that of Bruce Coulter Carpentry, as they are the head sponsor for tonight's Oxford 250. And a big thanks to Maine Sim Racing, presented by that of Mainly Douglas Heating and Air, as they've gotten us prepared and ready for this amazing race and giving the drivers a platform to race here on iRacing. And we're excited here on LSRTV, Saturday night racing action to see who is going to be crowned the Bruce Coulter Carpentry Oxford 250 champion. Jalbert, gotta be getting that internet situation a little bit calmed, ready to get going as the field waits for the pace car, pulls off, makes the hard left, and we are prepared for 250 laps, and we are green heading into turn number one. It's going to be that of Jalbert, Jordan, and that of 28 other drivers lingering behind, ready to race for a win.
Jalbert out front for the first part of this race. He's going to come across lead lap number one, lap number two. Yeah, good start for these guys. Still side by side there for second, hoping they can get in line, but I suspect the 29 will just take his time out there. Still early in the race, no reason to rush it. And Kevin, everybody's just kind of looking in the rearview mirror, trying to make sure they give enough space while looking ahead.
Yeah, and Jordan does find a spot down there in front of Brandon Varney. So single file is the name of the game for the top 7 or 8 drivers. And really, they're all in a good position. They're starting near the front. There's really no reason for anybody other than maybe the first and second place drivers to be aggressive. We do have lap leader money on the line here. Sponsors have put up money. So every single lap that Tyler Jalbert leads, he's putting $1 in his pocket. And that emulates real life when it's $100 to lead a lap in the traditional auction 250s. But if you're not in that first couple of spots to be trying to grab any of that money, there's no reason to be going hard unless you're towards the back of the pack. And that's why I think we see them just trying to find their rhythm as they work their way down through turns 2, coming off down the backstretch. Over to you, Sam.
I mean, this is one of the more interesting things for our front 4. They're the ones that won the heat races, as that of Jalbert was one of the drivers that won one of the first heat races. But our front 4 trying to pull away. Devin Landry going to be in third, gained a couple of taps from that of Tyler Jordan. And you can tell our front 4 are just pulling away. Class of, I mean, you look at the rest of the field, top class certainly have done a great job trying to pull themselves away. Over that of 6/10 is the difference between 4th and 5th of where we find that of Brandon Varney. And that one machine being patient, and I'm liking the call. Let the front 4 burn those tires and come back at them a couple of laps later on.
Yeah, you see Tyler Jordan, the car steps out coming up off of 4, and I'm surprised how hard these guys are running up front right now. Maybe this is just the pace that they can maintain, but I would expect tire wear, if you don't see a lot of cautions, could be an interesting factor to this. I would have thought they would have reserved their stuff a little more.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised to see them running as hard as they are. And it looks like Tyler Jordan is backing off just a little bit now and kind of fading back. Makes me wonder if that's more strategic or if his car is fading already. But, you know, Tyler Jalbert is a hard-charging driver. He always has been and probably always will be. He was the winner of the Larry Emerson Memorial Street Stock race that we ran here about a year ago. That was a 200-lap street stock race, and he had the same strategy. He charged hard and he got out front, you know, before the halfway point, and he held on for the rest of the way. And that might well be his strategy today, is, you know, collecting that lap money every. What are we? 13 laps into this, he's already put 12 or 13 bucks in his pocket. So you lead 100 laps, he's going to get 100 bucks, and that is, you know, that is money in your pocket.
That is the goal. Just keep leading, staying up front. And that's what we've seen from the majority of the races that we've ran here tonight. We had 4 heat races, 2 consolation races, then we had the 1 LCQ. And on all of those races, it's been primarily the driver that qualified up front, had the track position, was able to stay up front. That of Tyler Jalbert's done a great job holding off the 12 of Corey Bubar, also the 82 of Devin Landry. Tyler Jordan going to be in 4th. 5th place goes to that of Brandon Varney. Nathan Barth, Kyle Mooney, Tyler Conley, Max Cookson, and finishing out your top 10 is going to be that of Nick Reberg, who's going to be all the way back there for the 71. And Kevin England, I mean, we're seeing these drivers up front battling. It's hard to get away from it just because of the pressure we're seeing from the 82 right on the back bumper of the 12 of Bubar.
Yeah, Bubar just touched the curb over there in turn 3 and 4. The car turned a little bit sideways. Fortunately for him, Landry saw that, eased out of the throttle a little bit, let him pitch the car, come back. And, you know, I'm looking at one dynamic. I see the 47, Chris Burgess, kind of eased out of the throttle there, and might be one of those cars to keep your eye on that's going to pace themselves in this race. But this top group here, they're running pretty hard, and I suspect in short order they're going to catch you back in the field, and that's really going to change the dynamic of what happens in this top group.
Yeah, it certainly will, and I was just looking towards the back of the lineup with Chris Morgan, David Greenleaf for running back there with Scott Tapley. Ashton Burgess is showing a lap down on the leaderboard, and he was we have caution on the speedway. Ashton was a relatively fast car in his heat race, so I'm not sure how he ended up down a lap, but we'll take a look at the replay here. To you, Sam.
Take a look here, and I believe it's going to be around that of the 23, as seeing if any of the caution or contact was from our front 4 that we were watching. And there's a little bit of the slip up from the 12, giving the action to Devin Landry. as the field comes roaring up to where the incident was, and then the yellow flag waves. And I believe it was the 23 Chris Fortier that was going to be the one that found himself bringing out this yellow. As also, we're going to take a look at Ashton Burgess. What put that on our going to be the X on screen? Ashton Burgess going to be having a run here, and exactly what brings out this yellow for himself.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, but I think your assertion is right there. The 23 might have had a piece of that. Maybe got loose off of 4. We saw him spinning out of the corner of our eye over there on the front straightaway whenever the curbing looks like he drove it away. And he was asking over his team radio whether or not he had any damage. So I do believe the 23 had a play in this, but first caution of the evening here, lap number 19, pretty good run. And I would think at this point, Kevin, that these guys got a little sense of what they have underneath of them and what kind of pace they want to run. And the good news for Jalbert is this is going to open the racetrack in front of him. He was starting to catch the back end of the field.
Yeah, he's certainly not opposed to seeing this caution right now, and the longer you can wait to have to navigate lap traffic, probably the better. I think this is a point, 20 laps or so into this race, cars might start going away a little bit, and we might start to see some comers and some goers, and we also might start to see a little bit of aggression here and there. If you're running, say, 20th or somewhere in that area, this might be an opportunity to start making your way forward.
And some other drivers that have come into pit road, Matthew Burgoyne, Ben Burgess, who made the initial contact, going to come into pit road, get some service done, and also Chris Burgess. As the lights are out, we're ready to go green flag racing here. Going to be that of Jalbert as well as Boobar. Going to be your front 2, Devin Landry, Tyler Jordan. Front 4 really didn't change that much, nor did most of the field. But the base car is off. We'll see who wants to change things up as green flag in the air. Boobar goes a little bit wide, trying to get a better entry into the corner. Going to stay side by side at the exit of the corner. But it's going to be Jalbert with the better run and positioning that keeps the 0-4 up in the lead.
Jalbert digs off of turn 2, but here comes the 12 to the outside. Boobar had a good run, and he drives deep into the corner on the outside. They know that lap money is on there, so if they can get the run, they will do it. Sweeps way wide over there on the backstretch, trying to make time, but he's sliding back a little bit. That's going to open the door for Landry to come into second. And Kevin, I'm not sure if he was just looking to see if he could sneak the lead away, but we're going to go under caution here.
Yeah, it looks like Tyler Jordan got caught on the outside, did a little sided. I thought I saw him make a little contact with Brandon Varney a couple laps previous to that, but we'll take a look at the replay. He's coming down the backstretch here. You see Varney's already made his way by. Barth got into him just a little bit, got him a little sideways. That's enough to ruin a guy's rhythm, and he's probably a little heated and went in and came down across the 31, little contact from a couple of drivers there. So not that his race is ruined, but his strategy is definitely going to have to change now.
Certainly, there was a rippling effect there. At least 5 other drivers got some front end or rear end damage after seeing Tyler Jordan and Tyler Conley making contact with one another to finish off the 29. As the drivers up front, going to be that, again, resetting and getting prepared. And Kevin Nealon, I got to say, that is another factor of when we saw that first initial slide from Jordan, those tires have already been pretty worn, heating up a little bit more than usual. That slide certainly did not help. And then the second contact, he had no way of saving it.
Yeah, no doubt. And everybody was talking about how much speed they carry into that corner. If somebody's off the rhythm a little bit, it's hard to slow these cars down. If somebody's just tucked in there and slows up, you might get on the binders and get run over from behind. You're going to see that chain reaction going on there. And, the drivers are discussing that on the team radios. And that's just the close quarters. We can't forget that this is a very small track, and we got an awful lot of cars out here.
Yeah, and it's and I will tell you, in my lifetime, I've seen as many as 47 of these cars on this racetrack, if you could possibly believe that. But 31 or so that we are 30 that we have tonight is more than enough. And don't look now, but Max Cookson is starting to sneak up into the program here. So I suspect he might be a factor here pretty soon. But looks like we're going to come to green here now with Tyler Jalbert and Corey Boobar. They're going to come off turn 4, and the green flag is going to fly. Boobar is going to get a jump. does he have enough to carry it down through turns 1 and 2 and grab the lead from Jalbert? Jalbert battles back on the bottom side down the backstretch. Looks like he is going to retain the lead. Here comes Devin Landry to try to take over that second spot. Varney quickly tucks into that third spot as they come off turn 4, completing lap 23.
Big thing for Varney. He's going to have to move up, close in. Don't give it a big enough gap to that of Bubar, and just like that they will. But yellow's going to fly further back. More carnage in the back half of the field. Looked like Chris York and a few other drivers piling in, and it's going to be the 27 as well. And it's going to be Parrott. Bryson Parrott going to be the 27. Already had some front end damage from the last yellow that came out. We'll take a pull popper instant replay. See what happened with the 27 and others. Going to be having himself a little bit of blinking issues. That's trying to get the 27 to... Oh, look, already contact from the 11. Ed Conley just getting aggressive there and riding on the back bumper, Jason Rickards, and then blinks one more, forcing it 3 wide. That is not where you want to be majority of the time. It's stick for now. And question is, 27 pinching very low. There was the contact initially, and there it was, just putting the nose where there wasn't space. It spun around and finishing off in front of many other drivers.
Oh, Chris York, nowhere to go, just hammers him in the door. Sam, remind us, and for those at home again, remind us what was there an incident count for this race, or was that model turned off?
The incident count has been removed, so there is no incident limit here tonight. So the drivers can take as much beating and banging as they want, but they have to be kind of mindful of it just because there is no fast repair. So whatever damage they get, and if it's too much, they're going to have to come to pit road to get it repaired.
I was looking at Jason Ricker in that incident just prior to all that going down. He pulled the parachute, ran to the outside, saw the way that was breaking out, and that might be the move of the race for Jason Ricker because they all piled up in the next corner, and a little bit of a lecture came across the radio to some of these guys saying, hey, you know, still super early in this race, and I think a conservative mindset at this point, Kevin, would pay dividends.
Yeah, you would think so. And Jason is also a lifelong racer and fan, and he's done some driving himself, and he's an active crew chief and a really superior race strategist. And so it doesn't surprise me one bit that he was able to kind of take a look around him and see what was happening and realize, like, oh, yeah, we're going to wreck here we're going to a single file restart.
That we are going to be green. Single file restart for that of Bruce Coulter Carpentry Oxford 250. And the drivers been notified they got to go single file, and looks like for the majority of these drivers, this is we've seen this before in the Maine Sim Racing Series. Too many yellows, they get forced into single file restarts, and then if we get a good green flag run, their treat. We had to go for a double file restart on the next one.
Yeah, right now everybody kind of holding pace. Everybody's on the low line, holding serve. I see the 31 of Tyler Conley having a pretty good run right in the middle, and you could just kind of look at this long shot and look at the gaps between the front of the car and the back of the car. As the race closes, you're going to see those gaps tighten up. You'll see somebody right on the back bumper, but I like what I see on this restart. Everybody's kind of settled in. They've seen these early incidents, and you said it before, Kevin. It's one of those things where we probably were going to see a bunch of quick cautions, and then maybe the drivers would go, this is not the way we want this to go, and settle in. I think we're looking at a long green flag run here.
Yeah, I think you might be right. And I'll tell you one car that I'm kind of keeping an eye on here right now is Kyle Mooney in that yellow number 90. He's pulled up into a top 5 spot. And Kyle has a lot of racing experience. He raced go-karts as a kid, and even though he's gotten away from the car deal, he's become a very successful iRacer over the last couple of years, and he has been a contender in many, many different races that I've seen him in. He's already worked his way into the top 5, and he is one of those dark horses that could really make a run for it here. The Oxford 250 has had over 48 years, has had many, many dark horse winners, and Kyle Mooney can be just one of those guys to add his name to that list.
He certainly can, as we're going to now ride on board with our leader, get a sense of just how quick you are back onto the gas, into the brake through these corners. Is right on board with our leader of Tyler Jalbert. And Kevin England, you've noted on it, this track kind of feels like a circle at most times, and it kind of does feel like that you're feeling the steering wheel straight for maybe a second or less, and then you're right back into turning.
Yeah, and you could see from that shot, it is almost driven like a circle. And, you know, one thing we also have to keep in mind is some of these drivers are going to fall out of the seat. This is a complicated place. You need so much focus to make sure you're not down on the curbs. You drive the car with the throttle. As you step on the gas, you're running right on the edge. If you need it to turn a little more, you might step on the gas and let it step out for you. And yeah, there's a lot of work. And, you know, drivers will set that brake where they tap the brake and the car comes down into the corner. There's a lot of technical part to driving this place, Kevin. And, you know no rest for the weary in this 250 laps.
No, there's absolutely no rest ever at Auction Plains Speedway. And if you Google Auction Plains Speedway and look at an overhead shot, you'll see like the darkened portions of the asphalt where the majority of the racing happens. It is a circle, really, even though what we're kind of watching now, these guys are keeping things low and tight, making it more of an oval. But when they're out by themselves, they do tend to run it in more of a circle, and that actually makes it even more difficult. Years ago, 15 or so years ago, there was a repave done of the speedway, and when they did that, the backstretch area was widened to what we're seeing now. Previous to that, it didn't used to be as wide, so it really allowed cars to sort of swing their way out there. So as I said, the overhead shot does show a circle, but if you're in a position like Tyler Jalbert is right now, you don't want to be that far out there because somebody's going to stick their nose in there and then you're in trouble.
And also with how large of a field, how long this race is, the potential of lap traffic also could be a factor to watch out for if we stay green for another that of 20 to 30 laps. But we're watching the battling currently going on for 19th, that of Logan Melcher, and as well that of Matthew Burgoyne. Burgoyne started back in 21st position, fell all the way back to that of 28th, came into pit road to get service done under a first yellow. This 38th has done a great job. He's now back to 20th position, trying to crack the top 20 into 19th. Right now is that of Matthew Burgoyne.
Yeah, we're starting to get to that place where we were before. Your leader, Tyler Jalbert, is looking out of his windshield as you watch this battle on the track, and he's going to start closing in on some slower cars, or at least the back of the pack. And I think in short order, that makes the second place, third place car, all of them start to look at opportunity to get the pass. Again, I think you hit it on the head before, Kevin. There's lap money on, and these guys up front, they would like to collect a little bit of that.
Yeah, there is. And you know, I mean, a dollar doesn't sound like much until you lead 250 laps, and then you've got yourself a pretty good little payday. Plus the winner's purse provided by Bruce Coulter Carpentry could make for a pretty healthy payday, particularly for an I race. And you know, the other thing that we're going to be starting to think of as we edge closer to lap 50 is some race strategy here. Tires that I'm watching times are dropping off. Tires are going to become a factor, so people are going to have to start thinking about their strategy. Now, I've pointed out a couple of times, there's a couple of really big heavy hitters in this race that are heavy favorites. Devin Landry being one of them. Oh, we have a big one on the backstretch.
Right in front of our leaders, and let's talk about traffic. Closing in our leaders, and there was an accident in front of them as we take a Pulse Poppers instant replay look. As we ride on board with the 7 and Ben Burgess and get a sense of what happened around the 7 to get himself in a squirrely position out of turn number 2. Yash Burgess and others, and it's the 23 once again spun around and put everyone in a little bit of a stall. And then on the outside, here comes our leaders.
That is a close call, because when you come around the corner there, you're always looking left, but you're not really able to see that well. You come across that pretty quickly, and well, fortunately the track's so wide as it is. If it was a tight little bullwing with a wall to the outside, that would have been a lot different story. But good for Jalbert. He's going to be able to take a little bit of a breather. And I'd like to know, Kevin, strategy-wise, you have to run the risk if you go in to get tires at some point under green of going laps down here. I just don't know how you do that. You're really going to have to wait for cautions, wouldn't you think?
Oh yeah, you're not pitting under green under any circumstances unless you have a flat tire. You absolutely have to pit under caution, and you know, I mean, caution flags aren't counting, so you can kind of stay in there. Otherwise, you know, a typical pit stop, you would still go down a lap if caution flags were counting, but in this case, we won't have to worry about that. And I think what we're going to see developing here soon is some strategy. You know, way back in 1984, I think it was, Dick McCabe cost himself an Oxford 250 victory because he stayed out for lap leader money, and it really affected his strategy because he was putting $100 every single lap in his pocket. Well, you know, towards the end of the race, you know, he got out strategized, and so he let that money affect his decision making, and we could well see that here today.
Also, I think you compare how much money was he going to get from winning that race and compare how much money was he making from just leading laps. As we are still going with single file restarts here, it's going to be Tyler Jalbert, Abu Bar, as well as Landry Varney going to be your top four going into turn number 1 as we are green once again for the Bruce Coulter Carpentry Oxford 250 here tonight for the Maine Sim Racing Series as the 04 continues to dominate. He's led every lap so far as we're on to lap 49.
Yeah, making my job of tracking the lap leader easy. I would not have expected that the first 50 laps would have led by the same person. I really thought we were going to see that mixed up. One of the things we saw in the last chance race, which had a lot more laps, is drivers worked their way to the outside on the straightaways. They dropped off the flat of the racetrack in order to stretch the track out. Do you think we're going to see that on these long runs as the tires wear?
I don't think that we'll see Tyler Jalbert do it. I think he's going to keep it low and tight to the speedway, to the curb. Oh, it's looks like 40 once again. Oh, pulls out right in front of the leaders, and they all check up and miss as we stay green. To finish my thought, I don't think we'll see Tyler Jalbert do it, but I think you kind of look back at somebody like Brandon Varney, who has a little bit of a gap front and rear. He might have the opportunity to do that and maybe save his tires a little bit.
The 23 has not been having the Oxford 250 that he's been wanting to have here tonight. We're going to go a lap down. It's been involved at least in 2 yellows here today and going to be trying to at least salvage something here tonight. 53 laps in for the Bruce Coulter Carpentry Oxford 250. Still Tyler Jalbert running as the 23 continues to falter back. But Kevin, we saw when the 23 got back on track, there was some hard contact between our front 3. That damage could be something to watch out for, as it looks like they should be all right, but that was a lot of jostling when they saw the 23 get back on course.
Yeah, that's a nervous moment that you'll write down and you'll come back and remember later, but you got to put that out of your head and just go back to job at hand. And you know, now this is the time of the race, Sam, where I start looking at things and wondering whether or not there's people out back saving their stuff. I was looking at Kevin James Polsky in the number 93. He's currently running in 12th. He's just a touch back off of this lead group. He's able to run his own line. He's able to enter how he wants, ride off as hard as he wants. I have to wonder if some of these guys out back are going to save some of their equipment for that final run.
I think that's exactly what's happening. I'm looking at Aiden Murray kind of doing the same type of stuff. Max Cookson is lingering there. You know, farther back is Jason Ricker. I talked to him earlier today about his race strategy for this, and he flat out told me that he isn't good enough of a driver to beat a couple of those real top dogs that are in this race. So his goal was to get off sequence with whatever those guys were doing and try to do something different. The only way to beat them is to do something different and kind of catch them. And so I think that Jason riding back there at 15th is one of those guys doing exactly that. And I would not be the least bit surprised to see that number 9 car up competing for a top 5 finish before this is done.
As leader is going to be getting by this of Chris York, and the 2 going to be putting the 2 a lap down, leaving us with 25 drivers on the lead lap as we start lap 61. What a race it has been here at Oxford. Again, a long day. We had our heat races. We had all of the B and C mains as well as the LCQ to get us to this point. And up front, it is all that of Tyler Jalbert that has found his way to lead every lap so far. And also want to give note of this of Chris Burgess and that of Bryson Parrott, both heavily damaged. Right now, Parrott back out on track, but they're 23 laps down. Burgess in pit road, heavily damaged. Looks like won't be getting back out on track is the 47. And other drivers hoping this race stays green is our front, that of 25, as they're again all on the lead lap.
If you're just joining us, caution, lap 19, lap 22, lap 24, lap 47, 4 cautions so far. Tyler Javert's led the entire race, and every single time we hit one of those cautions, he's been catching the back of the field. Here he is again, coming off turn 4 to complete lap 64, now working lap 65, and again, out of his windshield, Kevin. He's got some slower cars out in front of him. This changes the complexion of the race when they start getting into traffic.
Yeah, I mentioned Jason Ricker last time, running in 15th. Behind him is Josh Doobie, Scott Tapley, Matt Burgoyne, Logan Melcher, and Trevor Graffam. That rounds out your top 20. Then you've got Tyler Jordan, Ashton Burgess, Ed Conley, and Greenleaf, and Ben Burgess. And they're going to be scrambling for their lives here pretty quickly because Tyler Jalbert is setting fast enough for the pace to be closing in on them. So it'll be interesting to see how Jalbert deals with lap traffic when he gets there. He's going to be pretty reluctant to want to move to the outside. And if these lap cars decide to hold their line, he's going to have to make a choice. Although in this particular point, he moves out of the way. So far, so good, Sam.
Yeah, it's looking very good. Biggest mover so far of the day goes to Dominic Keurig in the 5, moving up that of 11 positions. Started all the way back in 25th spot. Currently up to that of 14th for the 5 machine that won the LCQ race. A little bit of controversy underneath that, but he's done a great job moving his way forward, and now going to be seeing that of the 26 of McLaughlin going to be in front of him, and as well going to be the 93 is the middle of the field. We're starting to see a lot more shuffling going on in this middle path.
You know, slow cars to the outside. Obviously, everybody wants a preferred lane off the bottom. So if you see the leaders coming, you're going to have to yield. And unfortunately, that freight train's going to go by you. As everybody being polite, they know the situation. But yeah, unfortunately, we're going to throw the yellow rag one more time. We got caution over there off turn 2.
Yeah, let's take a look at the Pulse Poppers instant replay and see what happened here. Looks like Ed Conley, who's been around a few times today so far, looks like he washed up in the middle of the corner there. And you got Ben Burgess right there racing hard with him. And just a little bit of contact in the middle of the corner. And, Conley gets sideways. Oh, a big hit. Oh, Bubar. That's Bubar and Landry. That's our leaders. Bubar was our second place runner, and I think even Landry got a little piece of that as well. So that is big news that our second and third place drivers got a big piece of that.
Yeah, Devin Landry came over the radio right after that incident happened, said right in front of the leaders, and just hearing his voice, he was just so frustrated at that moment, did not want to be caught up in an incident. It's Corey Bubar that gets the worst of that contact, and for the 12 that was running in second for the majority of this race, it got himself what we call a meatball. It is a black with an orange dot in the middle, and it's required damage that Bubar has to come in to get repaired, which could be a race-ending incident. And as he goes into pit road, Kevin England, this is going to be heartbreaking for a driver that was just one position away from leading today's race.
Yeah, opportunity is a cruel mistress sometimes. You know, you're watching out of the windshield waiting for your leader to get held up by someone who's a little slower, and as soon as that opportunity occurs, well, you see what happens, and you know, it's going to be tough to come back from that. What a shame. He had a really strong car here tonight. They knew that he was going to be a contender, and I think at this point he's just going to kind of limp around, and we'll see whether that car will be competitive after the caution breaks.
Yeah, I think he's going to be very hard pressed to be as competitive as he was. He was somebody that I was starting to think might be a serious contender for the win, because I could tell he was just kind of sitting there riding. Corey Bubar is a very good racer in iRacing and in real life, and he's won a lot of races, and very crafty veteran. I think that is big news, having a driver like that, with that kind of damage.
Corey Bubar going to be still in pit road, able to get back out on track. Luckily, though, going to be only one lap down for the 12 machine, but how much damage is there? That same question could be given as well to Devin Landry, who is currently in second at the moment. As the pace car pulls off, we're gonna go green once again. Bruce Coulter Carpentry, Oxford 250. We're green, and it's all that of Jalbert up front, the 0-4. He's led every single lap, and he's going to try to continue it on going into turn number 3.
Yeah, he's got to love the cash register ringing every time he goes, cha-ching, $1 more as he goes across the start finish. But he had a different car in the rearview mirror with Devin Landry, and Landry is not getting him any quarter. He's got to be less than a quarter car length off the back bumper and looking for more.
Yeah, I think this might be the opportunity. It looks like Brandon Varney's riding there in third and content to do so, and Kyle Mooney is also content to sort of ride there in fourth. So this might be Devin Landry's opportunity to really apply the pressure to Jalbert. See if he can't rattle the youngster's cage just a little bit, Sam.
I mean, that's all what you can do at this point. Get as close as you can. Force that other driver to make a mistake, or maybe if you can give them just the small enough tap into the entry of the corner, you can cause them to overshoot and give yourself an opportunity to go to the inside. But as they close in, also that Brandon Varney is closing in. Kyle Mooney also, but they're going to be wrecking in the back as issues falter going in and coming in through the entry of the 3. And there is Grapham spun around. Now let's take another look here at what brought and made the 3 go around. Got that of Jordan behind, and Jordan's fallen back quite a bit for the 29 and had to come back after being pushed around in the first yellow of the day. To be right on the 3 and just pushes him and spins him, and that's as simple as it gets. They're just taking somebody out on the backstretch.
Yeah, no love lost there for those two apparently.
Yeah, you look at that and you have to wonder, like, you know, there is your opportunity when you look in your rearview mirror and you have a big break to let off the gas or just drive your way through it. Sometimes you make that second choice.
So you just get onto the throttle with Jordan so much quicker than that of Grapham, and Grapham now going to be in pit road getting service done. Ed Conley also going to be coming in, and I gotta say there of Kevin Varney, this pit road is so different for these drivers that have to get into their box because there's over 30 drivers. Pit road is it's a tricky snake that they have to wind their way through.
Yeah, so what you've got here is a pit road. You got the first, I can't remember how many boxes on the front stretch, like 19, I think. And then the back pit is, and actually the old figure 8 course. Years ago, we used to race figure 8s on a weekly basis there. And so what you're seeing on that back pit, how it kind of shaped like a kidney, that is, it used to be the racetrack for the figure 8 drivers way back in the day. So over the years, it has kind of been morphed into a pit road. So we kind of have a 2-lane pit road, more or less, is what it boils down to. So it's another unique feature. Obviously, you know, with a track the size of Oxford, which is, you know, 3/8 of a mile, you certainly don't necessarily have room for 30 or 40 pit stalls down the front stretch.
I love the way that they decided to just really get all the drivers into their boxes properly, and it's such a different way. But hey, you have to do what you got to do to make sure everyone is set up and prepared. As the field going to get in line again, we're going to stick with the single file restarts. Drivers haven't had a long enough green flag run for race control to feel comfortable stacking them side by side once more.
Interesting side note, your leader Tyler Jalbert, second place runner Brandon Varney are also cousins.
Oh, that is a good fact to note to be having there, as we'll see how well they're going to work as we are green once more for the Bruce Coulter Carpentry Oxford 250. Yeah, the exit of turn number 2, it's going to be Brandon Varney trying to get on the 04's back bumper and won't get close enough, but he's certainly at least been slowly going in the right direction.
Yeah, everybody single files out right now, and I'm going to wonder what this Thanksgiving is going to sound like when these two slide up to the table and recount this event. And Varney looks like a pretty good mount underneath him, and I have to say, given the last name Kevin, little bit of connection there. He's run a really smart race so far. Just pacing himself, doesn't look like he's overdriving the car even now. Just content to ride in his tire tracks, knowing there's more pot of gold at the end of this race.
Yeah. I might have a little bit of a relationship with the driver of the one car. He's my son, but he has been racing a long time. He started racing go-karts on the backstretch there in Oxford, and so he's been racing since the age of 8. And become a real student of racing, and really tries to be strategic and drive smart races. It's one thing to show speed, but to combine that with intelligence makes a good racer. And he's not the only one. Kyle Mooney right behind him there is another kid that has a ton of accomplishments, and also a very, very smart racer. And of course, Max Cookson right behind him. He has snuck his way into the top 5, and he is probably the guy to beat here today. So, the fact that he's in the top 5 already doesn't bode well for the other competitors.
It absolutely doesn't. Max Cookson in the 39, winner of this race last year for the Maine Sim Racing Series. And so 39 trying to get back to where he was, getting the win, but there's still a lot of racing. The patience certainly is still there. We're not even that at halfway, so the drivers knowing that we can take our time. We're good to be going smooth. That's exactly what we've been seeing from second back to fourth. But right now, Mooney gives an opportunity. Cookson trying to dive down low, gets the 90 a little bit high, and right now, Kevin England, I gotta say, this is the best opportunity for Cookson, and there he goes for third.
Yeah, I think Mooney saw that, wasn't going to put up too much of a fight still. As you just said early, and you could see Cookson a little sideways there trying to hustle the car to get away from him and get that little bit of a gap. Now, if he gets free from what he sees out of the rearview mirror, he could focus out of that windshield, see if he can run down Brandon and Tyler up in front of him.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Max is finding this as a time to go, or if he's still going to remain relatively conservative. I really think that Tyler and Brandon are, while they might be at the front, I think they're going relatively easy and sort of working together and not really putting a lot of stress on their cars and letting everybody else do that. And so we'll see as the race develops here. We're getting somewhat close to the halfway point. Traditionally speaking, that's when a lot of the pit stops start to happen. And Devin Landry was one of those at that last caution. Oh, we have a spin off turn 2.
Gonna be that of Greenleaf in the 58 that goes sliding, has to go through the figure eights, and now gonna be back on course as our leaders go blasting on by. 58's got to be careful to stay on the curves, but this is not the best way to get back on track. And now for David Greenleaf, he's kind of trapped. He's got to stay on the off-axis road and just stay low below the curbing until he finds an opening to get back out on track, because we're watching some of the drivers in the middle of the field racing against one another. That's Ashton Burgess making the pass for 16th over that of Tapley. Tapley's done a decent job moving forward. Going to be up to 17th currently for the 13 machine.
A little bit of a change for second there as Cookson was able to duck underneath Varney, and he's not only run him down but went around him. Now he's putting chase to your leader. Tyler Jalbert has probably the biggest lead he's seen all night, which is about 3 to 4 car lengths, but it's shrinking pretty quickly. Cookson's on the move.
Yeah, the cameras didn't show up, but I wouldn't have been surprised if Brandon moved over and let him go with the faster car, knowing that he didn't really have anything for Tyler Jalbert. Cookson clearly the fastest car on the racetrack, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens when he gets to the rear bumper of Jalbert. I don't expect Jalbert to be giving up that lead easily, as he collects money every single time, and Tyler Jalbert is a young, hungry racer who's not known to give up much on the racetrack, so we could be in for a heck of a show. Oh, we have Chris York off the racetrack off turn 4. Looks like we may well stay green.
And that we do, and now we got to move back up to our leader as the 2 gets running, because Max Cookson is there. Jalbert under pressure, a little bit of a tap. Cookson going to be bobbing up, down, trying to figure out exactly how to get the 0-4 out of shape. And this is on Kevin England. I mean, we've been waiting for this. Cookson been so patient. And now, since we are all coming up to lap 100 here in just a couple of laps, 39 wants to get that lead. He sees that there's money to be grabbed, and he's pushing the 0-4, not able to get Jalbert wrestled too often here. 0-4 continues to lead on.
Yeah, this could get rather interesting. You have to be careful if you're Talbert. His crew chief's got to be saying to him, make sure you keep that car straight. If he beats on the bumper, just don't let him turn you. He's letting the car drift off of turn number 2, and Cookson's taking the opportunity to peak down low every time. And one of these times, he might get that wrong push on that left rear quarter, Kevin, and that's going to turn that car. He needs to be really careful here.
Yeah, I think from a strategic standpoint, it's awful hard to give up with the money per lap, but Cookson is also not known as one who's lacking in any aggression, and now he makes the move. Tyler does move high and lets Cookson go. I think that's probably a smart maneuver at this point. He's put $100 or so in his pocket. It's probably the best to let that driver go at this point. Cookson clearly has the better car, and he sat back in traffic for quite a while just riding there, so he clearly has a faster and better car right now.
There's a few other drivers that are running pretty similar times that Max Cookson's been putting down. That's going to be Matthew Burgoyne back in 10th place, running about a 10th off, very close to what Cookson is running, about that 100th off his second of the 39, and is well back in that of 17th and 18th. That's where we find Corey Bubar and Devin Landry. They're still running decently quick as our leader, so there's some speed still mingled in this pack, but they're so scattered from the rest of the field. You find here that of Andrew McLaughlin as well as Matthew Burgoyne on top of one another. This is 9th and 10th of that of the 26 and the 38 that are doing their best to try to get through this field, but it's such a marathon of patience that these drivers have to go through.
Yeah, we watch this battle right here in the mix. This is probably one of the tightest contests on the racetrack. I'm looking right ahead to Jacob Heathcote. Jacob's got a fast car. He's come from 16th. I think he's pacing himself, and we have not made leader picks as to who we think could win this thing. I'm going to throw that number 32 in the ring. I think he's got a little something for these guys. Just as I said that, he bounces off the curb. Please, Kevin, don't let me give him the broadcaster's curse.
yeah, Heathcote has definitely showed a lot. I was just looking at him myself, and he's moved his way up through the field very nicely. And I'm also noticing Matt Burgoyne and Andrew McLaughlin have now broken into the top 10, and both of those guys started relatively far back. So I think they're kind of playing the same thing that Max Cookson was doing, which was getting the spots when they can, passing somebody but not stressing out their car to do it. And then once they make the pass, run down whoever's next and just ride there until they make a mistake.
And right now, I think we're starting to see, as this is Nathan Barth in 5th place, being heavily pressured. And you can see the mistakes being made. The 37, too much pressure from the 72 of Aiden Murray. And Murray gets the 32 out of the way. And because Barth had held up this group for so long, there's not enough space for this 37 to get down low. More contact going to be made with the 93. As Barth trying to find space to get down low, cannot do it. And now going to be faltering back. Another driver that also gets stuck on the high line, that's going to be Matthew Burgoyne, who was up in 10th, now falling back as he's trapped on the higher groove.
Yeah, I look at Barth there, and that was a smart move. You could see that he was holding everybody up when they got underneath him. He was trying to come down, force his way in. He was going to get in trouble there, and fortunately he waited, got patient, found the hole, and drove down in it. No harm, no foul, and pretty soon he'll put some fresh tires on that and come back through it. One of the things, Kevin, they may have run too hard in the beginning, and now when they get fresh tires, they can pace themselves a little differently in this next stint. You're going to see for sure that 37 is going to be looking for fresh tires here at one of these cautions.
Yeah, I would think so too, and so it'll be interesting to see what kind of pace. He's a young racer too that is really pretty aggressive, and it almost looks like he ran his tires off it, and he's kind of paying the price at this point. So we'll see how that goes. And meanwhile, Max Cookson has stretched his lead out here up front to almost 2 seconds. And, oh, Chris York off the racetrack again, Sam.
A little bit of deja vu, same exact spot, gets back out on track. Luckily going to be on the outer lane, so going to be able to find some clean space to get back out on track, but so slow. Chris York's got a few more drivers that have to get by him as we go back to the battling between that of Barth Jordan, and now here comes that of Corey Bubar, who's been slowly making the charge forward, fell all the way back to the end of the field, and the 12 now up to 12th place.
There are battles all over this racetrack. In case in point, Cookson, our leader, just tried to get underneath Ed Connolly to put him one lap down, and Connolly did not go easy into this good night. fought Cookson really hard. Cookson actually caught the curve over in two, but was able to power off and get by him. I'll tell you, man, there is no holds bar here, Kevin, tonight at this Oxford 250. These guys are still running as hard as they can every lap.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised at the pace. Honestly, I thought it would be a little more strategic to lay back, and I still think you got some guys laying back. I looked particularly at McLaughlin, Burgoyne, and Ricker in 8th, 9th, and 10th, and maybe even Heathcote as well there in 6th. And I feel like they're just kind of laying there waiting a little bit and trying to hold something in reserve. But if they haven't used either set of tires at this point and we're 15 laps away from the halfway point, that makes the second half of this race, with 2 sets of tires, extremely manageable.
I mean, you got to pick and choose. I mean, once we get past halfway, it's more of, okay, I want to use at least one set of my tires, and then it turns into how much of an advantage truly is using a set of tires after 50 laps once we get halfway into the race. As we continue to watch the battling for 7th place, got the 93 watching this. Poliski going to be doing his best to hold off McLaughlin, and not going to be able to do so for very long because yellow flag waves. Wreck going to be happening for these drivers, and once again in front of our leader, I believe it was the 47 of that of Chris Burgess that brought out this most recent yellow.
Old Spopper replay is going to show the 47 in trouble over there in turn number 4, just running by himself. Not sure if he got a piece of the curb or somebody else here, but right again in front of our leaders, came around and just got tagged. And good news for him is he was down on the racetrack. Is there you see your leader coming into play, and this will reset. I have to wonder here, Kevin, is it time to go get tires?
I suspect wholesale pit stops. I was just monitoring a few of the drivers' pit radios, and I know at least the one car, Brandon Barney, was complaining about the handling really going away. So I expect he'll pit, and I don't think he was the only one. I was just starting to tune into some other drivers, and they were starting to feel the same slipping and sliding and just going away. So traditionally speaking, on the 250, the halfway point is a great time to make a pit stop.
You're seeing the drivers getting out of their pit stalls and racing it out. And for those that did not get the best that of pit stalls, they can find themselves losing ground if they don't get back up to speed quickly. A few drivers deciding to stay out. Tyler Jordan, a couple of others deciding that since they pitted back on that first lap, they do not want to give up track position. So they're going to be staying out on track. A little bit of an interesting call to see some of these drivers staying out there, Kevin England, but at the same time, you got to try something different from the leader. Otherwise, you're just following and predicting to just keep on losing more ground.
Yeah, I'll go back to something Kevin said earlier. These guys are going to try and find a different strategy. If they stay out and they have a couple cars buffer behind them, you might be able to run for a little while and then check in for some fresh tires and get that sorted out. Now, this is an admin nightmare, so we may wonder whether we're going to go back to green in short order here. Is when the cars go in, they end up being in front or behind each other. The game's going to give them, or the sim is going to give them some black flags. And it's going to take a minute here for these admins to get everything sorted out, get everybody in. I did notice, Kevin, that our leaders and all those top cars, it is 4 tires and fuel. I can't imagine anybody would think 2 tires at this point.
I wouldn't think so either. I mean, to me, if you're going to do 2 tires at any point at Oxford Plains Speedway, that's going to be with 25 laps to go, and maybe if you got a couple still laying in the pits, you fire on a couple and see if you can't make a run at something, or beat a bunch of other drivers off pit road to use this track position. But at this point in the game, the 4 that are on the car are completely wiped out, and I can't possibly imagine why anybody would want to take 2 tires. And presumably, if they're taking 2, there's going to be rights, and there's no real good reason to have 4 left sitting in your pit area. So I pretty much think it's 4 tires and gas and move on.
4 tires and gas for the majority of the field. Some might be thinking potentially just go with fuel only if you're trying to go for a lot of track position. Looks like 4 drivers at least, though, going to be deciding to just stay out on the lead lap. As drivers are getting stacked up and ready to go, it's going to be that of Tyler Jordan, Corey Bubar, as well as Trevor Graffam. Going to be those 3 drivers. Then Max Cookson, Kyle Mooney, Devin Landry, and others following behind. Going to be on the strategy of drivers getting themselves situated as we're getting ready to go green. Drivers are still being told to get into the right position, so we're going to extend the yellow a little bit further. Kevin, you peering over the radio on your end?
Yeah.
Attention was going on, that's for sure.
As you can hear, it's just monitoring the race radio. They're trying to tell these drivers out in front of your leader. Cookson is your leader through that pit stop exchange. Everybody went to pit road and got tires, and I think they want these guys to go past the pace car, but they're not going to do it. So Cookson is going to start from that fourth slot, and we're back under green.
And they're going to race hard down into turn one. Cookson has to be really careful here. This is a caution's going to be coming out here already. Would have been a great opportunity to get caught up into something that really wasn't of his own doing, but caught over continuing his difficult day.
Going over and a couple of other drivers. We take this Pulse Poppers instant replay as Ben Burgess and Conover had themselves a little bit of an issue between themselves here. Contact's going to be made. The 7's going to go flipping over into the gravel and into the grass. See you later. You're done. For the 97, he gets back on track, but it's Matthew Burgoyne who has issues. Turtle is the 7. He'll have to take a tow. But that is not the most usual wreck that you see here in Oxford. And it was all because drivers were trying to get down low on that inside lane as fast as possible.
Yeah, I don't know that you would expect to see that, but I guess every once in a while you get over that little bit of a berm. You hit the car right, you're going to see that. And, yeah, look at the shiny undercarriage.
Yep, I've seen them go off over that corner like that before and end up on their roof, and it's generally not a pretty pleasant experience. We had a driver at last year's Oxford, or 2 years ago, maybe it was last year, Oxford 250, first car on the racetrack. Throttle stuck coming down the front stretch, and he planted it right in the front stretch wall, and that was the end of his Oxford 250.
Hate to see those type of mechanical errors strike, and for these drivers virtually, it's almost like when their internet goes out. That's when you know that you're having some type of correlation of similar aspects as drivers falling in and out. Our first official driver that is done here tonight looks like it's going to be the 23 of Chris Vertier. That's going to be done for his night, which had started off very rough, and now I'm going to be seeing if they can get set up for next year, because their Bruce Coulter Carpentry Oxford 250 race is done, as the rest of the field trying to get stacked up and ready to go up front.
Yeah, race officials going to keep the yellow out here. They're trying to figure out a little bit of a lineup change here. It's just like the real racetrack. Every once in a while, you just want to make sure that everybody is where they need to be before you drop the green flag. You don't want the scoring to be messed up. And, well, I was a little confused there as to what was going on. I thought these drivers in front of Cookson were going to do the wave around, but obviously Tyler Jordan now leading the race with Bubar to the outside, and now Cookson tucked into third. I suspect they'll clear this up pretty quickly, Kevin, and we'll be back to racing in any moment.
I would imagine so. And one car not up front anymore is the one car Brandon Varney reports have it. He ended up in the wrong pit stall, so had to come around and redo his pit stop. And he's going to have to make his way back near the front as we go green. And Bubar gets the jump as they go down into turn one.
It'll be Tyler Jordan, Bubar side by side. Max Cookson, though, the second car on the inside, looking to get a little bit of a better run. Doesn't want to give any space to the 12 to drop down low. And he's done just that. Max Cookson holds on for second. Going to be moving forward, but another quick yellow. Drivers in the middle of the field getting impatient. And another yellow flag has to be thrown.
Cautions breed cautions, and the Pulse Popper reset will show you that that is true. We're going to keep an eye on the number 3 car there of Trevor Graffam, and yeah, a lot of drivers are unhappy with this incident over here.
Oh, they just kept on getting pushed around. I mean, there was multiple different incidents there. We saw different points of view. But Kevin Varney, I mean, that is, it's an odd wreck to be seen as the field's trying to catch back up to the pace car, but Once again, it just seems like impatience is what's really killing a lot of these drivers as we're halfway now.
Yeah, we're past that halfway point, so it's kind of getting to the point of go time, and that is one of those kind of crazy wrecks that'll happen at Oxford Plains Speedway because it is wide enough so that wrecks start happening. People make some evasive maneuvers, but sometimes 2 or 3 cars are making the same evasive maneuver, and then they end up getting together, and then they end up having a wreck, and before you know it, you've got 3 or 4 different wrecks happening down the front stretch, and everybody's piling them up and stacking them up like cordwood, and then your 30-car field goes to 15 in a hurry.
Now this field hoping that they can get each other fixed up and get back out there on track as restarts will now be moved back to single file. We tried to give them double file restarts. We were not able to stay green for very long, so we're going right back. The single file starts with Tyler Jordan, Bubar, Max Cookson, Kyle Mooney. Going to be your front 4 ready for this go.
But look at our leader. You could see from that shot the left front tire sticking out there. There is damage to that vehicle. And for Jordan, he's on tires that were from lap 24 last time he went to pit road. The other car in that mix, 76 laps for Bubar, and then everybody else pitted around lap 122. So this would be interesting to see how those presumably older tires for these guys holds up, but I have to imagine Cookson's going to make short order of this, like a Ginsu knife there, Kevin, as soon as the green stays out for long enough.
Yeah, I would think so. That and Max has never been one shy to utilize the front bumper to give himself a little extra racing room, and so I would expect that as we come off turn 4 to go to the green flag here, Tyler Jordan and Corey Bubar are going to be fending off the advances of Max Cookson, who actually does go to the outside down into turn 1. Jordan is your leader down the backstretch, and Cookson looks on the high side as they race off into turn 3. We'll see if he can't make that work.
Now Mooney trying to get in the corner, but it's Max Cookson, a big wobble. That rear end just peeking out, giving an opportunity for the 90, not able to strike just yet, but our front 5 trying to pull away, and you can kind of get a sense Max Cookson, the one that's moving the most, and you can tell he just wants to get himself into a better position to battle for a second place. But Corey Bubar back to the second position. Can he get past that of Tyler Jordan? That's going to be the key for the 12.
I thought for a moment there Cookson might consider the outside line, but obviously that was not a go. And once he got out sideways and saw Mooney right up underneath the back bumper, he probably decided he's going to ride here for a second. If he could stretch out that gap over 4th, then I suspect Cookson's going to put the pedal to the metal. But right now, it looks like a pretty good wheel for Tyler Jordan, considering as long as he's been out there. But Bubar, he looks like he wants a little of that leader money.
Yeah, I would say he does too, and Cookson does have to be a little bit careful here because he's got Kyle Mooney in his rearview mirror, and Kyle Mooney is no slouch. I have seen Kyle race with Cookson and Devin Landry, who's in his rearview, before. I've seen them all racing hard for the win. So, I know we've talked a lot about Max being the favorite for this race, but there are no shortage of contenders, and clearly. Jordan and Bubar are holding up this bottom line, and it's just going to be a matter of time before somebody gets impatient enough to move somebody. It looks like Kyle Mooney might be in trouble already here.
Yeah, it was Devin Landry. Got at the bump to the 90 machine, got him out of sorts, and now Max Cookson not with the best launch out of turn 2. Going to be falling off and losing some speed. Might be wondering what happened to the driver that led the first 100 laps. Tyler, that of Gelberg, going to be all the way back to 9th position for the 0-4. He's trying his best to move his way forward, but everyone's starting to get clogged up, and this accordion effect could be hurting. It's the 90. Kyle Mooney holds on with a little bit of a drift through 3 and 4.
Yeah, Mooney would love to see somebody say clear so he could jump back down onto that bottom line. He's stuck out there on the outside as the freight train goes by. The opportunity, though, presents for Devin Landry. He slid up into that 4th position, but Landry being back a little bit allows Cookson to now apply the pressure right there, and yeah, he's doing that to Corey Bubar, and they're going to come upon a slower car here. Can he hold it? No, he's going to go around. He's going to slide to a stop.
Well, Well, that's one of the best pictures we could ask for of what exactly happened. The 90 was loose, and you could tell those tires were toasted. He spent his whole entire run on the outside trying to hold off and defend. It all came down to this. A little bit of looseness, contact at the 0-4, comes back and trying to hold off, then gets finished off without Nathan Barth and tries to save it, couldn't, and just dumps it around on the front stretch.
Well, the good news for him is he didn't hit anything. He's going to be able to bring it back. That's going to make those tires a little bit angry and going to put everybody right behind the pace car. The leader, how about this run by Tyler Jordan? I did not know that he was going to be able to hold that off, but it looks like with a clean racetrack and being able to run his line, this is something in the notebook, Kevin. These drivers, even on worn tires, they can still carry some speed if they can have the opportunity to run the line they want.
Yeah, I think this feels like I'm not going to be surprised if we continue to have this rash of cautions. If we get some of our mid-packers, somebody like Jason Ricker, who's hovering around 7th and has been between 7th and 15th the whole race, as a race strategy, he might be one of those guys that as soon as he feels like he can get through the last of the race on what he's got for tires, he might be the first one to get his last set of tires and hope to eventually get his way to the front by virtue of pit stops, and then just do the whatever you can to hold on from there. And sometimes that strategy wins because it is a very difficult track to pass, and we're seeing it here. We've got tires that are many, many laps old holding off new tires.
Yeah, so, we're working lap 137, and Tyler Jordan doing a great job holding things at bay right now. If you look at your top 5, Jordan, Bubar, Cookson, Landy, and McLaughlin are there. I was watching Varney on that pit stop. I saw him come out in front of Cookson and wondered if he had an amazing pit stop, and then you told the tale he missed his pit box, and he's still trying to climb out there, sitting back there in that 12th position just outside the top 10. But I suspect at this point, Kevin, these guys are going to now start taking no prisoners. You get into the second half of the race, some of them might wait till 50 to go, but as the pace car pulls up, I think we're about to see some serious action for these guys.
Oh, I think you're right, and this might be an opportunity for him to get off sequence, but we're going to drop the green flag. Tyler Jordan's going to continue to lead coming off turn 2. Bubar right there. A little contact from Cookson. Cookson pulling the old maneuver where he swipes across the back bumper just to get him loose and tries to make the pass, but just didn't work. All it really succeeded in doing was slowing Bubar down. Bubar is definitely faster than Jordan. Of course, Cookson is faster than both of them, but don't look now, but Devin Landry's back up in the top 5, and that is one of your early race favorites as well. So along with Andrew McLaughlin, and how about a big thumbs up for Dominic Curett, who just barely made it in by winning the last chance race. I recited the tale of Mike Rowe winning on Oxford 250 after winning a last chance race, and here's Dominic Curett, not too far from that opportunity.
Yeah, some might have looked a little cross at that, but you come in to win, and we talked about the possibility of the last chance winner having a little bit of an advantage, and well, maybe that's paying off. He's currently running in that 6th position, and everybody in the front running nose to tail. And in that long shot we showed a little bit earlier, you could see how much space there was between bumpers, and now it sure seems a lot tighter, Kevin, by my way of looking at it.
Yeah, it sure does. It sure does. I don't see any. I don't see anybody really, giving up any space or holding no quarter at this point. Oh, Jordan gets wide. Bubar makes his move for the lead. They're coming off 4. Your new leader is going to be Corey Bubar. He's going to bring with him Cookson. Jordan is going to be in trouble here. He is going to get freight trained along the bottom side. It might be 10th or 12th before he has an opportunity to get back down again, Sam, and he's could be in trouble here.
Almost found an opening for that of Tyler Jordan back and forth, but right up front, Corey Bubar, he got the lead, but for how long? Max Cookson now pressuring the 12. And Cookson, it just seems like whenever he gets to second place, there's a switch that just flips on, where the 39's pressure just gets harder and harder onto the driver ahead. And the 39 Almost about to bump the 12 out of the way.
Yeah, restack the dominoes here, and now you have Cookson hard on. Now, Cookson needs to be careful. I know he's got faster speed than your leader, at least it appears to. You would assume with fresh tires, that's a good assumption. But right behind him, Devin Landry is holding the quarter. And if Cookson gets out of line, Kevin, Landry looks like he's there to pounce.
Oh, he absolutely will. When it comes to iRacing, one of the very few drivers in here that can run toe-to-toe with Cookson is Devin Landry, and those two have had a history of racing each other very, very hard. So I expect to see more of the same. And Andrew McLaughlin, I've also seen run with these guys on a consistent basis. So the cream of the crop has worked its way to the front with Kurek in fifth, and Bubar slips, and Cookson now makes his way towards the front. He's going to bring Landry with him, and it'll be interesting to see if Landry can hold on to the back bumper of Cookson and do something with that. Meanwhile, Landry's going to try to sneak down in front of Bubar's going to try to sneak down in front of McLaughlin.
He's going to try his best, but McLaughlin's going to be staying just close enough to that of the rear quarter panel and keeping the 12 on the high side, as right now going to be still that of Max Cookson, Devin Landry, the two drivers in the super late models that have been battling against one another here in the Maine Sim Racing Series all season long. It's been these two Wednesday night and Saturday night that just cannot get away from one another, and this is the best opportunity and best battling we've seen between them both all night long as Cookson holds on. But Landry, who's fought through the field all night to finally get back up to second place, the 82 wants the battle strong, as finally we see the 12 falter back. But the driver that's led the most laps so far tonight, the 04, he's slowly inching his way now up to sixth.
Yeah, great recovery for Jalbert coming in. He led the first 100 laps of this event, and he is now finding himself finally car by car. And, I guess one of the questions I have about these top two, did they decide to race each other, or did they look in the rearview mirror and realize it might be in their advantage? Just stay tucked, nose to tail, and run away from this top group here as we're ticking the laps off.
I have a sneaking suspicion there's enough competitive drive there with both of those two youngsters that it might look like they're just trying to sneak off, but I think it's more along the lines that they're trying to race really hard. And just to get some of those names out there that we haven't talked much about, we had Carrot up to fifth, and Ricker, up to fourth. Ricker was fifth. Nathan Barth is up to seventh. Bubar, eighth. Brandon Varney, Jacob Pethko, Tyler Jordan, Josh Doobie, Logan Melcher, Aiden Murray, and James Pileski are rounding out your top 15 right now.
And the rest of the field is going to be that of Matthew Burgoyne, Scott Tapley with Greenleaf, as well as Sheriff Gratham. Going to be finishing out your top 20 with Taylor Conley, Nick Reberg, and they're going to be wrecking farther back as drivers having issues. Bringing out another yellow as we are now officially less than 100 laps left in tonight's race. But the flag man waves the yellow flag once more as we'll wait and see what brought out this yellow. So we take another Pulse Poppers instant replay look at what happened to the 11. Well, he was sitting on pit road for a while. Ed Conley been having issues for most of the night. Going to be a total of 24 laps down. He's been in pit road for quite a while, but this yellow, kind of a weird one, Kevin. I don't know if you figured out where the yellow was. Because on my side, I'm struggling to even see where it went.
Yeah, I think maybe the 72 had a hand in that. We're listening to the radios of the teams, and they're having conversation about some sort of contact that took place. Not sure if that was the reason of the caution. Believe maybe Aiden Murray might have had a hand in that one as they're discussing whether someone was using the brakes or not. We have the opportunity to listen into the drivers. I guess there's a lot of interesting things, Sam, that gets said, and we get to pick up on them, and I think 72 had a part in that.
I believe I found it. It's going to be that of the 93 that found himself being spun around. So that's going to be the issue for tonight's, for at least this incident that just came out. So the drivers get reset. They get stacked back up. We're going to go back to single file restarts here again. And this is certainly going to be a point where drivers could come into pit road. They could be finding themselves with a break, as we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, more action here for that of Bruce Coulter Carpentry Oxford 250 here on LSR TV.
This is our series,
So many different pieces that you have to watch out for.
where the stakes are always higher,
$300,000.
where virtual meets reality,
How bad do you want it?
They're wasting no time getting at it.
where the best thrive and the flawless win. This is the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series.
And we are going to be green for a moment, but a quick yellow as we were getting ready to come back with them firing off. Well, we're reset as a quick yellow is thrown for the drivers, as this now gives another opportunity, as we were thinking possibly drivers might think about pit road, as you are watching the Maine Sim Racing Series presented by Manley Douglas Heating and Air for that of the Bruce Coulter Carpentry Oxford 250 here tonight. As up in the booth, you got myself, Sam Dyer, got Kevin England, as well as that of Kevin Varney up with us, and LSR TV Studios giving us all the graphics and supplies, as we've had ourselves a long day today. But the main event, we are past the halfway marker. We're going to be coming up to 90 laps to go when we go green. It certainly is going to be a good one as we give things over to that of Kevin England. I got to say, these drivers are stacking up. They're getting ready to go green once more. We thought we were going to come back firing off green, but a quick yellow puts these drivers back in line with one another.
Yeah, I would suspect we might see a single file restart here, but we were having that conversation during the break. It's getting to the point where we're getting down to this. I have to wonder when these drivers, especially the leaders, are going to start thinking about when the time is going to come to take that final pit stop, get your tires. I think it's just a touch early, Kevin, but we're pretty close.
Yeah, I think it is too. I'm surprised that some of the mid-packers that haven't really been a factor up front, but have been just fast enough or just off the fast, haven't maybe used this as an opportunity to sneak in and really get conservative for the next 50 laps on a new set, and then just hope like heck to hang on. And I'm thinking of guys like, Josh Duba, who's hanging around 13th, Logan Melcher, maybe Scott Tapley, guys like that are hanging around the middle of the pack, probably aren't going to advance a whole bunch further. Maybe they are. Maybe they're got a different strategy in mind, but they haven't showed the front line speed as of yet. I was thinking that maybe this would have been a caution where one of those guys would have snuck in and grabbed tires and just tried to strategy their way to the lead.
Oh boy, well, let's try something a little bit different. We're going back to double file restarts. It's going to be that of Max Cookson, Devin Landry, going to be your front two ready to go green once again for that of the Bruce Coulter Carpentry Oxford 250 here tonight. And it's Devin Landry on the outside. Good launch for the 82, but it's the exit of the corner where we find Max Cookson, gets onto the throttle, taking off, and let's have another restart. Yellow flag is out in the air.
And they'll slow them down again, collected by the pace car. That was an interesting restart, and there's some conversation chatter about whether the outside car beat the leader to the line. I guess he should just wipe that and erase it off the note, but I thought the same thing as you did, Sam. That was an outstanding restart on the outside, and I guess, Kevin, maybe Landry has learned something there that he can put in the vault for later in a race?
Well, he might have either learned something or he might have tipped his hand, and I don't know if maybe he caught Max sleeping or he just had a little something extra up his sleeve, but I will guarantee that Max Cookson is smart enough a racer that he took note of what just happened right there, and I'd be real surprised if that, well, It looks like they're going to give the lead to Landry.
Well, because of the timing of the yellow, Landry was ahead when the yellow was thrown, so he would be the leader on this restart. You're either given an EOL penalty, which sends you to the back of the line, or you get disqualified. There's not many ways of giving the drivers just a position back without just clearing a black flag for that driver, which I would imagine because of the timing of the yellow, they're just going to let it slide for now, as there's still a little bit of conversation going on between the drivers on who should be where.
Yeah, we'll give it a few minutes for the race officials to sort things out, and we'll ride around here. And this is a good time for these drivers to kind of play the race backwards. They realize how many laps it is to the finish. They know what the tire wear feels like after running this many laps. They understand when they have to make their last fuel stop. And I have to imagine that the midnight oil is burning for some of these guys, Kevin, to try and figure out what is the best strategy to either leapfrog some of these guys or put themselves in a position to drive their way to the win.
I'm starting to wonder if we'll even see these drivers pit. Maybe they'll just all try to ride it out. And maybe it'll be a really slippery and slidey last 80 laps or so. And, as the lights are down on the pace car, it looks like, and we're going to go back to green flag racing, Sam.
Getting ready to be up front, racing as hard as they can as pace car is off, green flag in the air, and it's going to be Devin Landry to the inside, Max Cookson on the outside as we are green for that of the Bruce Coulter Carpentry 250 here as we go yellow once again, but this time it's actually a wreck further back. It's going to be that of Ben Burgess and also Greenleaf making contact back here. Take a look at this restart. The 58 is going to be the one we watch out for. Going to be right behind that of Matthew Burgoyne, and also going to have Tyler Conley and others surrounding. Get the green. 58 takes off, a little bit of wheel spin, gets into that of Tyler Conley, and Burgess nowhere to go, or does the rest of the field.
Kind of surprised at how well some of these cars have run, given the extracurricular contact we've had, and I'm starting to think the way you are. If we keep running a couple of these cautions here, Kevin, maybe these drivers are done. If they have enough fuel to the finish, they just can't afford to get, in the back there where this mess is going on. Maybe they want to control their own destiny, stay up front, and race themselves to the win here.
Yeah, it's possible. I do know back in 1987 or 88, I think it was, Bruce Haley finished third place in the Oxford 250 by never making a pit stop. So it is a possibility that it can be done, but this is a way different track now in 2022 than it was way back then. So, I mean, I got to think that a few of these guys are going to be ducking on pit road. And like I said before, to me, if I'm a mid-pack driver, this is where I'm starting to think about sliding in and grabbing my tires now and just being real conservative for the next 40 laps and hope like heck they all pit and then they're behind me and they're going to pass me at least.
Yeah, for you, Kevin Varney, I do have a question for you. We see it visually on our screen, the marbles that are on the inside and the outside. In the real world, how much is it visibly easy to see the marbles once this race has been going on for such a long time?
For the 250, you can actually see it pretty well, particularly down the front stretch where it's off camera, and you can see where that's a little bit lighter. On a regular Saturday night race, it's nothing that really shows up a great deal, but when we get to the 150 and 250 lap races, it definitely starts to show.
These drivers get put in a single file restart here. Lights are out. We're getting ready to go green. It's going to be Landry as well. Going to be seen that of Cookson as we are green once again. And it's going to be a great launch for the 82. Everyone else, not so much. It's McLaughlin that's going to get the one that's sideways, hoping not to be losing too much ground as we stay green. Everyone from third on back jostling for position. And our front two are now gone as everyone else, they're still trying to get situated on where they're at as 0-4 is up to that fourth place, but McLaughlin's trying to hold on. Sideways, it's going to be Corey Bubar as we continue to stay green in front of our leaders.
Yeah, there's a lot going on here in this restart. And Currit got a good tag, but, politely he eased off, let McLaughlin get the car straightened out, and Bubar sitting there. in that mix. Fortunately, that opened a gap for him to get there. And, well, what happened? Your top two, they have broken away, and I'm kind of surprised. Landry has driven off from Cookson here. He got by him on that one section of the race, and the yellow came out. And I was wondering if Cookson was going to put a bumper to him, but I don't think he could do it, Kevin. Landry's driving away.
Yeah, Landry is as good as they come in this iRacing stuff. So I mean, well, it does surprise me to see anybody driving away from Max Cookson. You know, just recalling back, Max was a little bit aggressive with his tires at some points to try to get himself into the lead, and I think that you might be paying the price as we kind of look on to Jason Ricker, who is trying to hold off Tyler Jalbert, and also at the same time trying to get position on Andrew McLaughlin. You know, for that fourth spot, Sam.
As we continue to watch, I mean, Jason Rickards, a driver that we've covered here on LSR TV for this Maine Sim Racing Series on Saturday and Wednesday night. This is technically the season end of both of those series, and we got to say, for Jason Rickards, he's been such a top 5 consistent runner. He has always been in the top 5. Doesn't matter what track we go to, we know he's going to be there. Sometimes he's running in second, sometimes he's running in fifth, but we know top 5 finish is usually where we're going to find the 9 machine.
I am just continue to be so impressed with Dominic Garrett running in that 4th position. Remember, 3rd position. Remember, he raced his way in by winning the last chance qualifiers, driven all the way through the field. And if you're looking at the lap times right now, he's on pace with your leaders. And if he can get himself right there, he just keeps clawing his way through forward, picking up positions on each of these restarts. And I don't know, maybe this is the upset winner, comes all the way from the back to win the Oxford 250.
Yeah, it might be. It's happened before, and it might well be happening again here. And I'll be honest, I had pretty much written him off. I didn't even think he was going to qualify, let alone run in the top 5. So the fact that he's up here running in 3rd and really seems to be putting a gap between himself and McLaughlin, I'm pretty impressed by that. And we'll see over the last, I don't know, 75 laps or so, if he's able to maintain that. Looks like he might be slipping just a little bit here, but we'll see what happens, Sam.
Yeah, I mean, you could tell there's a little bit more 50 laps into our green flag stint on these tires, so drivers are starting to feel that wear and tear kick in. That's what we're starting to see some of these drivers start to falter back or kind of be moving chicanes where drivers are just trying to figure out how to get by, feel like they might be holding off these drivers, and with most of the field, they're doing well. Want to give updates of drivers further back that have called it a night. Already called that for Chris Fortier. He was done. Also, Bryson Parrott has pulled it behind the garage, and as well, that of James Pileski going to be another driver that is done for the night. Currently got 22 drivers on the lead lap, as our leader is that of Devin Landry and Max Cookson, as we continue to watch the battling for 5th place.
Top 2 running around 15:34s, 15:33s. So matching their lap times to the fastest 2 on the track. They both pitted lap 122. If you look deep into the field, you have to go back to the 11th place car, Matthew Bourgogne. He pitted lap 137. He's running right on par with the leaders, but he's mired back there in 11th. The other car that pitted for strategy was Tyler Jordan in the 29. He pitted lap 159 back in 15th. And I think, Kevin, we got our answer. If you pitted and changed tires, even with the fresh tires, the track position just means more.
Yeah, I think we saw it the other night in that Legends race, and we're starting to see it here. You know, Tyler Jordan being able to hold off those guys, you know, for quite a while was a bit of an eye-opener. But there does seem to be a ledge with these tires, and I'm not quite sure where it is yet. I didn't pay quite enough attention in that first run, but there was a ledge, I think it was around 75 laps or so, where they became really, really bad and just had to get new tires.
And right now, a majority of the field's running about anywhere from about 4/10 off to that of, oh boy, a little bit of contact can be made between the 32 and the 43 on screen, but they're running anywhere from 4/10 to that of 6/10 off their best times they put down with fresh tires. So drivers, yes, there's wear and tear, and there is going to be an advantage if you get fresh rubber, but it's more of the fact that those defensive lines. Everyone's got to be careful as more contact the 1 into the 32 coming out of turn 3.
Doesn't he know that was my pick tonight? I guess that ain't gonna come to fruition as, yep.
Yeah, it looks like Hepcote's in trouble there. He's drifting backwards. Funny story, I'm sitting in a sim rig that he built, so I thought that was kind of interesting. But yeah, we're coming up on a little over 50 laps to go, so we'll need some yellows to have any strategy play out. Otherwise, you're just going to run out the string and kind of be where you're going to be. And it does look like Matt Burgoyne has figured out that it's time to start moving. I noticed as we were watching there, he got by Varney, and then he made the move on Hepcote, and he's moved his way up to 9th. And he seems to be becoming a bit more aggressive as the laps move on here.
I mean, you got to get aggressive at this point. The laps are ticking away. 63 laps to go. Coming to 62 when they cross the line. Devin Landry and even Max Cookson themselves over the radio kind of getting frustrated with lap traffic, showing that everyone's starting to feel that it is go time from here on out, and we're inching closer and closer to the length that we saw the LCQ. And even during the LCQ, we saw how difficult it was to make passes with the 50 lap run. So we've got 61 laps to go. It's Devin Landry, Max Cookson, Dominic Carrick, as well as that of Andrew McLaughlin and Jason Rickard. Still your top 5 as we watch the battling here in the top 5 picture. Lap traffic going on the high line, but the majority of the drivers still trying to get low. Kevin England, I mean, this field, they're starting to feel the pain. But if there was a caution to come out now, I mean, would you even threaten to think about coming into pit road for tires?
Oh, whoa, holy cow, look at over there. Cookson got into our leader, turned him sideways. Landry had to collect the car, and Cookson was able to drive by there. And now Cookson jumps out front. That was just a matter of maybe Landry clipped the apron. I really couldn't tell, but caught that out of the corner of my eye. And now Cookson is driven up. Cookson had driven right to his back bumper, Kevin, and was not pushing him, but not giving him any quarter, and a little slip there. All of a sudden, we have a new leader here.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see if they catch a little lap traffic and Devin's able to close back in, if he interprets that in a certain way and returns in favor, or if that's just chalked up as to a part of racing. But it is definitely go time, and I think that even if caution comes out now, I personally pit. But I guess maybe if Scott Tapley running 19th, let's just say I may stay out, take my chances.
Looking at the pace of our leaders compared to those that they're catching up, there is certainly a lot to be gained. About 2 to 3 seconds is the difference between our leader to the next group of lap traffic, as we're watching that of Matthew Burgoyne and others in line, all still in the conga line of just waiting to make any type of a move. And it looks like Matthew Burgoyne wants to get Melcher out of the way. We'll finally get to the quarter panel, and out of turn number 4, the 38 is finally there, just showing it took over just about 15 laps to finally set up the 43 correctly to make the pass. You don't have enough time to do that same move and wait that long if you want to crack up into the top 5, even the top 3 at this point.
Yeah, Burgoyne able to make that pass. Now he's going to work on the back bumper of Nathan Barth. Barth had a moment a little bit earlier. Maybe he cooled his tires off, saved a little something. He seems to be having some pretty good pace right now, but he's got to be nervous looking out the mirror, and they know on the scoring monitor Burgoyne is there and he's coming. All these drivers right here are just looking for any opportunity, any slip, any problem, and they're even using the curb, and there goes one. Wow. Ho-ho. No caution. Is he going to come back up and come into the track cleanly? No, we're going to have a caution there.
Caution's going to fly, and I believe it's going to be even further back as drivers are slowing down, getting themselves situated. 50 laps to go, 200 down, and just like that, a quick yellow resets everything. As this timing, this now makes it where drivers might have to think about pit road here. Kevin Varney.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I guess if we're going to pit, this is going to be the time. And so, interesting strategy if you're Max. Do you pit or you stay out and hope that you can hold on. And I guess, I mean, we're seeing cars duck in. I just saw Tyler Jalbert duck in, and we're taking a look at Max, who obviously didn't duck in. So I guess we know what his decision is going to be. Going to get interesting, I think.
Well, there's about 5 drivers that have at least decided to stay out, including our leader, that of Max Cookson. You've also got that of Burgoyne, Melcher. Believe that's also going to be Aiden Murray that's going to be behind. These drivers all go with the strategy call of let's just stay out and have a chance for this. As here's our race information, our caution information. We've had 15 yellows so far here tonight. Caution laps, they haven't counted, but it says 4 just because of everything that's been going on. But we've had a total of 7 lead changes here tonight. Not too many for that of 200 laps, but still it's been a wild night as the majority of the field all just came in for tires.
Yeah, an interesting little sidebar there is we saw Corey Bobahar was running right behind your leaders there. He's off the lead lap. He went to turn into pit road. He missed it. And then when he tried to back up and come through, he blocked a lot of the drivers behind him trying to get access to that pit road. It's such an awkward entrance here, but he's now in getting his service. Right side tires are done, and Bubar is getting some damage fixed, it appears, as everybody's trying to get their equipment in the best order to make this final run.
Yeah, I think this could get interesting. I was watching Burgoyne there. I noticed, I don't know, 20, 30 laps ago, Barney moved over and let him by, and I kind of wondered why he did that. And then I watched Burgoyne chase down and move a couple of people, or not move them, but work his way under them. And Varney was attached to his rear bumper, so I think we saw what his strategy was there. But I'm surprised that Burgoyne didn't pit, and but I think he's on even tires with Cookson, so this could be interesting. He's definitely been known to be aggressive, and he had been pretty aggressive, working his way up through the field, and so I don't anticipate that changing. And Max may well have his hands full here. And is that Logan Melcher there in third? I think that is the highest he's run all night as well, Sam.
That is Logan Melcher, and for our front 2, pace car lights are off. There is history here on LSRTV. If you look back to when these drivers were racing at that of North Wilkesboro, it was Matthew Burgoyne purposely wrecking Max Cookson and taking him out of the lead. Well, now, with less than 50 laps to go for the Bruce Coulters Carpentry Oxford 250, we are going to see 2 rivals duking it out, trying to see who can get the win done, but they're on older tires. You have to fall all the way back to that of going to be of 7th, where you find that of Brandon Varney. The 1, he's got fresh tires, but back there for 4th. There's also some shuffling going on. The 3 drops up. Same goes for Murray. And the 1 now up to 5th place. It's going to be Brandon Varney, freshest tires, on the move up to 5th.
Yeah, and as we figured, there's scraps all over the place, including up there in the lead, but Cookson able to jump off. And I now start to think about if we get some yellows, everybody is going to look at the opportunities on each of these restarts to gain some positions, and somebody like Varney, who's sitting back there, might be beneficial to these guys scrapping. And there is all take, no give at this juncture here, is now the yellow is going to come out.
Going to be Murray and McLaughlin, going to be the 2 drivers spinning around as the 26 tries to get straight. The rest of the field trying not to get involved with them. As we take a Pulse Poppers instant replay on what brought out the most recent yellow. And it's going to be hard racing between the 72 and the 26. Right on top of one another. It's going to be right here in the entry of the corner. And with no surprise, just 2 drivers looking for the same space. And there was no room for either of them.
Yeah, and around went McLaughlin pretty quickly. Just an interesting sidebar. You mentioned earlier that Matt Burgoyne and Max Cookson had an altercation at North Wilkesboro, which Kyle Mooney actually happened to got caught up in as he was the leader. But in some of the regular racing, Matt Burgoyne has been a pit crew member of Max Cookson on the modified tour that Max was racing on this past season. So interesting that sometimes the close friends or crew members end up maybe having the least amount of patience with some of their friends or drivers on the iRacing series.
It's on the virtual side. You can get some aggression out and have some fun, and that's certainly what we're hoping for. as we've been notified another change on the restarts. We've been flip-flopping it back and forth. We've tried single file, we've done double file. Looking like this next go around, we're going to be trying double file once more as the field continues to lead and grow. Now we got ourselves 22 drivers on the lead lap, and also want to give an update. Aiden Murray has called it a night for the 72. He is done. The space car lights are still on, and Kevin Allen, we're ready to try to stack him up and go green once more.
Yeah, I mean, you know, how much can you say the action's going to amp up? I got to give a call to Tyler Jordan in that 29. He's driven himself up into fourth, and I always feel like, given the nature of this kind of race and how badly everybody wants to win, you have no idea if you're going to see these cars behave up in this top spot, and you cannot discount those guys running fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, sneaking in and getting a win here. But so far, it's been Cookson's race to lose, and he's had a really fast mount. Let's see how it goes here on this restart.
Yeah, Cookson and Burgoyne are going to come down to take the green flag, followed by Melcher and Jordan, and then there's Varney and Jalbert with fresh tires. 45 laps to go as they take the green, and Cookson gets the advantage. Burgoyne goes down into turn one. He's looking to try to slide down in front of Melcher. Make the challenge.
Hard wreck going to be coming out of turn number 2, but we stay green. There is a driver absolutely stopped and stuffed, hit the pole, and that's going to be Grapham as we stay green. That was a hard lick from the 3 that was on the off port of our camera, but up front it's still that of Max Cookson, and that's going to be Matthew Burgoyne.
Cookson with the lead. Yeah, they're going right in. His tire tracks are going to come up to a slower car here. Hopefully the car will yield and let these guys race this out. Sitting back there just kind of watching the action. Melcher, we have not talked about Melcher all night long. There he sits in third place, looking to seize an opportunity. We've seen the top two get together in some of the prelim races, Kevin, and you know, for these guys sitting back there, the one who's holding the best hand, Varney, sitting in fourth with the fresh tires. If that's going to mean anything, he's certainly in the catbird seat.
Yeah, I think he'd very much like to get by Melcher here and at least have a shot at running with them. We have yellow on the track here.
Going to be seeing a yellow flag strike for these drivers. It's going to be the middle of the field. The drivers are slowing down, giving each other space. Even might have been some drivers in the middle of the infield for this yellow as we take an instant replay of checking out who brought out this yellow as we brought on board with that of Tyler Conley. Also going to be seeing that of Bubar and others coming out of turn number 2.
We're hearing some chatter on the 90 radio. Mooney with some damage from an incident here.
Drivers coming out of the corner, not seeing anything just yet. And again, oh, there it is. Barry Bubar into the 31. Causes everyone else to react just slightly there, and then the yellow flies.
Well, you just take a breather, let him reset, send him off again, and see what happens. I look at this, Kevin, right now and say, every time the restart occurs, first thing I do is look up at the podium and see whether I'm on the inside lane for the restart. That's where I want to be. I don't want to be stuck on the outside. We've seen so many drivers find their peril trying to get back down into that bottom line.
I think if you're waiting for the yellow to come out to know where you are, you're already in trouble.
Yeah.
Most of the smarter drivers are already positioning themselves as best as they can. I think Burgoyne has a little bit of an advantage here, not an advantage over Cookson, but Melcher doesn't seem quite able to maintain the pace of those top two, so Burgoyne is going to have that luxury. But if Varney gets by Melcher and they have a restart with Burgoyne on the outside, Burgoyne could be in trouble. I think with the fresh tires, Varney might have enough, and so does who's right there behind him, Tyler Jalbert. I think if either of those two could get to the 38 and the 39 car, they might have enough to challenge them for the win with those tires.
And I'm looking at the 1 and also the 04. I think both of them, on the last time they came into pit road, only decided to go with that of right side tires only. 2 tires for themselves, going with track position and a little bit of help on the grip. First driver that is in this field with 4 fresh tires, going to be the third car in line on the inside. Devin Landry in the 82. Up front, old tires ready for a restart. Is going to be seeing them going to turn number 1, and already it's Max Cookson taking the lead. A little bit of a bump, another bump, and trying to knock that rear bumper off is going to be that of Burgoyne. Not able to do so. Cookson holds strong, and it is fanning out 3 wide back there for that 5th place. Spinning, wrecking the infield, the straightaway. It is madness as the drivers try to find their way through without destroying one another. And they could not make it stick. They were 3, almost 4 wide for a moment there. So we take another look. This is from the 90 machine of Kyle Mooney, and you just see the drivers going, fanning out 3 wide. Try to give each other space. 0-4 up there, but it's the 9. Rickards gives a little bit of a bump. Also, the 37 takes off, and Tyler Jordan gets a little bit of a whiff of spun around as we get ourselves into another yellow. 39 laps to go.
Well, it's gonna get a lot like that, and I actually think now knowing that Jalbert and Varney took only 2 tires, I don't think that either of those two will have enough for the top 2. But the guy to beat here, I think now, knowing that he has 4, is Devin Landry. I think that he should. I think if he can get there, he's going to have enough for Cookson and Burgoyne, but we'll see if he's got enough to get by these guys over the last 39 laps.
Oh man, Matthew Burgoyne, he's done this so many weeks, and he's talked about the fact that he has tried to bump and move Cookson out of the way in many of other series. Kevin Nealon, this is one of those races where, once again, Burgoyne tried to move the 39. I mean, he tried his best, but not able to.
I just have to wonder, if there is some point where he can line up behind him on that restart and start in that low line, whether that would make a difference here, as he certainly got the speed.
I think if he has an opportunity at the back bumper, he will take it. And I'll be interested to see on the lineup here if it's double file, Varney will have the opportunity now here too. And during the course of the racing season, Cookson and Varney raced each other in their modifieds extremely hard, and I expect no difference when it comes to the iRacing.
Who's gonna give the bump? Who's gonna be able to get the win? Brandon Varney winning here at Oxford on Wednesday night, racing the Legend Coupes, and was kind of the dominating vehicle of the night on Wednesday. Been kind of on the hot foot for the majority of the night, but he's been patient, been letting the race come to him, and up front are 2 of the most aggressive drivers, and already you can see a little bit of bumping assistance as the 43's trying to give giving that Burgoyne a bump. Not able to give the best bump in the world, but at least a little bit of a bumper ahead going into turn number 1. And Varney gets spun around. The 1, we keeps it straight from now, and Melcher goes flipping. Yellow flag strikes once more, and we cannot make it another lap. But somehow Varney stays straight with a 43. Melcher goes flipping off the course.
Bolts Popper replay shows what happened there. It's just a stack up on the entry to turn number 1, and unfortunately for Varney, he got turned. But the good news is it straightened him out, and he was able to actually drive out from that as he got there. It's a 43 actually that had obviously the biggest hit as he slides in right in front of the fans over there. They got a heck of a show.
Yeah, that's no way to want to hit the wall on your lid like that. I think the tires that Varney has probably just got offset by any damage that he might have just picked up there, so he's going to be probably shifting into survival mode. So that might give an advantage to Tyler Jalbert here or Devin Landry one more time.
And it looks like for the one of Varney going to have to come into pit road, and now going to be putting on those left side tires, equaling out both sets that he is on. And now the one's going to be hoping to not go a lap down, going to be back out on track, as well as seeing Matthew Burgoyne up front. Been doing a great job trying to keep himself there, and as well Max Cookson. I mean, these two keep on just battling it out. And I mean, Kevin Nealon, I'm looking at this field and seeing these drivers. Who besides our front two right now do you think even has an opportunity and a chance to battle against them?
Yeah, we certainly can't count out Tyler Jaffler. We have to remember that he led the first 100 laps of this race. And, you know, from a track position standpoint, that's the only thing he's missing. I think if he got out front, you know, earlier Cookson ran up to him, was pressuring him, but Jalbert had enough pace to stay out front. You have to wonder if these two out in front of him get beaten and banging on each other, slip up a little bit, let Jalbert jump out in front. He could very well wrestle control of this race away.
He very well could, and I didn't catch it, but apparently Burgoyne had his nose out front, and he's now your leader. He is going to be extremely difficult to beat. I think the guy to beat is going to be Devin Landry. If anybody else is going to win besides Burgoyne, that's my pick.
Landry's going to be in a difficult spot. Second on the outside. Great launch for Max Cookson. Contact. Cookson gets spun around. Going to be tossed to the side. They keep on racing on as Cookson keeps it straight, but went from the lead now back to that of 10th and 12th position. Varney gets that Greenleaf out of the way. We continue to stay straight. 37 laps to go to 36, and it is pandemonium. Everyone is pushing everyone else around. And it's going to be that Matthew Burgoyne leading, but certainly that is not making any happy campers for the rest of the field.
Yeah, not really sure what to call on that, right? There's some conversation about penalty for Burgoyne, and, you know, you could see this incident where the two cars came together there, but, you know, that thing that I talked about, Kevin, where the two leaders coming together and open the opportunity almost happened.
It was darn close. We have a couple of really aggressive racers there. They did get together down into turn one, and boy, oh boy, I feel like nobody wants to win this race at this point.
No, and we're going to now take an aerial shot view of this restart. This is going to give us a better picture of while coming into the corner. Max Cookson, you can tell, very aggressive turning in, but this is the restart. Pace car pulls off, green flag's thrown, but you as the audience make your own judgment call, because you've got Burgoyne. He's hugging as low as he can, coming down to 39, just wasn't clear. The rest of the field then scatters. Top four, the ones that are able to make it through.
We see Cookson on pit road right now, getting the damage fixed. His car is now down and away, and he'll be joining in, but all that track position lost at this juncture, it's almost impossible to think that he's going to be a player in this after being in that top five for almost virtually the whole race. This changes everything, Kevin. It's going to be a completely different race here with all these new players, and there's still a lot of laps to go, though.
Yeah, we still have, 35 to go. It's a lot of things can happen, a lot of cautions. I think Devin Landry might be the one in the catbird seat. He is the one with the 4 freshest tires. And so he very well could be in the catbird seat at this point.
And we do have some bad news to be thrown out to you, Kevin. Varney, is the fact that Brandon Varney, the one, has pulled it in and has parked it for the one. Looks like his night is done. It's going to be leaving us with 19 drivers on the lead lap. Joining the one on this last restart, going to be that of Logan Melcher, Ashton Burgess, and Chris York, all going to be calling it a night for themselves. As up front, it's going to be that of Matthew Burgoyne. Jalbert back up in the top 2 with Devin Landry, as well as that of Nick Rieberg. Going to be not talking about the 71 that much here tonight, but is now in the top 5 and an opportunity to win that of the Bruce called Sear Carpentry. Oxford 250 as we are green. It's all that of the 38, but it's going to be fun. And Devin Landry on the back bumper, but they come off the turn 3 and 4, wrecking, scattering, another yellow. Come into 35 laps to go.
Yeah, Rayberg went down in there, and it was such an unfortunate incident for him. He had quietly made his way in, strategically running all the way through, and just got tagged by Burgess going into the corner, and then it was pinball from there. As you watch from the replay here, just not much that could happen.
And this
Yeah, we
is
see
the
the
kind of
90 going around there, Kevin.
Yeah, this is the kind of stuff that happens when you get down to the nitty gritty, and everybody's trying to get every spot that they can get. Uh, get the best possible finish that they can.
Scrappiness comes in. I mean, I would say it was decently clean. Yes, there was a lot of yellow flags, but decently clean racing for the first 200 laps. But you knew that that's what it was all about. Just survive, get to this opportunity where you have a chance to win. As more drivers going to be calling it a night for themselves. Dominic Carrick, who won the last chance qualifier, got himself into tonight's race after a slight bump and a move to that of Tapley. The 5 now going to be seeing his night snuffed out here early as more drivers going to be on track. We're now going to be left with just that of 18 at this point on track and on the lead lap.
It almost feels like it's become a brawl at this point. Everybody's scrapping for every single position that they can. And, this is that manifestation of the thing that we talked about. You could run back in 8th, 9th, 10th, and if this keeps going, you'll find yourself right knocking in that podium position and maybe getting a surprise win. So far, the only one who's really protected, maybe not, is Burgoyne. If he can break away and stay out front, he controls his own destiny. But everybody else out back, they've really got to mind their P's and Q's.
Yeah, but Burgoyne also doesn't have the freshest tires compared to those around him now, so it'll be interesting. He's a very, very, very good iRacer, so he might have enough to hold them all off.
Drivers getting set, prepared, ready to attack. Pace car lights are off. It's going to be that of Matthew Burgoyne, as well as Jobber, going to be to his outside. Then we find Devin Landry, Jason Rickards, Ben Burgess, going to be in the top 5. The 7, he's still in the race. Yes, it's damaged and beaten and bruised, but we are green once again. It's going to be that of Matthew Burgoyne with a great launch. Jalbert just stuck as the fresher tires from that of Devin Landry takes off and now up to second.
Landry in second. His tires are 70 laps fresher than your leader, Burgoyne. Burgoyne, though, still has pace as he rolls through turns 1 and 2 to the back straightaway. And we've got a car around its Heathcote over there in turn number 1. He comes to a stop on the apron.
Gonna be backing it up, finding that spot. So here's our Pulse Poppers instant replay once again. And Varney, what's your point of view on when we get to this point of the race? A lot of scrappiness going on, and as we see this replay, I mean, there's nothing for these drivers. They're racing for everything that they get, every position. Do you think possibly there's fatigue, just too much frustration going on? It just seems like everyone is willing to just run each other over, and this is turning into a destruction derby at this point.
Yeah, I think it's all a factor. Navigating your way around Oxford Plains Speedway takes a little more than most tracks. You have to have the mental capacity, and you have to you just have to be careful. You can't just blast it off into the corner and let it hang out like you can on a lot of tracks. You really have to kind of tiptoe your way around, and to do that for 250 laps takes a lot of simply mental capacity, and then add to which, there's been enough. Everybody here has been in a skirmish or 10, so there's a level of frustration, anxiety if you're running near the front, and of course just tiredness. It all adds up to what we're looking into right now here, which is roller derby.
Who is going to survive? Who's going to have a machine that at least is going to be running? More drivers going to be calling it a night. It's Tyler Conley and Ed Conley both going to be done. And a driver that's in pit road currently just had to pull in is the 3 of Trevor Grapham that is going to be having himself with required damage to get repaired. 33 laps to go. As drivers here tonight, they're starting to feel it, if anything. Again, they started this racing action almost 5 hours ago is when we started just with the Heat 1. So we have climbed our way to now less than 34 laps to go. Going to be 32 when we go green. It's a long one, but certainly, I got to say, Kevin, this is going to be there's still a great show to be seen, as you still got that of Burgoyne, Landry, and Cookson is climbing his way back up front.
Yeah, now I feel about the way this is shaping up. It's like a Saturday night short track feature. Everybody's kind of lined up, and let's see where it goes. I think as we have this attrition, it's going to open the door for green flag runs. And with the pace car off, we're going to give it one more shot. Devin Landry now in the catbird sitting there in second. And if he could get some green flag laps, we'll find out whether or not he's got something for your leader.
I think he should. He's got the fresher tires by 70 laps and all 4 of them, and he's every bit as fast as anybody else out here. But those two could well get to battling, and you know, they're quasi teammates or whatever. But you know, it very, very well could end up being a big battle for you know, just sort of teammate rights, so to speak, and the guy that could really come out of this smelling like roses could be Jason Ricker, who's just kind of sitting back there biding his time. We haven't heard from him hardly at all this race, but here we are, 30 laps to go, and there he is in the top 3.
Well, when we started this Bruce Galtier Carpentry Oxford 250 earlier tonight, it was 30 drivers that started this race. We've got 15 left on the lead lap. And up front, it's that of Matthew Burgoyne. Devin Landry, freshest tire. Same behind him for third is Jason Rickard, who's got the same fresh tires as Devin Landry, the driver that led the majority of the first half of this race. You got Jalbert in fourth, but the question is, who can challenge Burgoyne? And with the track position, it's looking good for the 38. And all everyone else, they might need another yellow if they want a chance to go after that of Burgoyne in the lead.
Yeah, my sense was if we could get about 3 or 4 laps, stretch it out, then we could have this long green flag run. I don't know to jinx anything right now, but what I continue to be impressed with, Kevin, is just how fast Burgoyne is on those lap tires. Apparently tires not that much of a factor. His lap times every once in a while are faster than all of those chasing him, even with tire wear that's significantly older.
Yeah, he just turned a 15.2 on his last lap, and that's amazing pace for as many laps as those tires have on them. You know, when you look behind him, obviously Devin Landry, I think, is the faster car, but Jason Ricker has tires that are 70 laps newer, and he's not turning, well, he is turning equivalent times, but you know, he has to have tires that are 70 laps newer just to turn those speeds, which is a testament to the ability of the young man in that number 38.
And now we're starting to see that of Matthew Burgoyne. I think, yes, when you have a lot of pace laps, those tires cool off. You got a little bit of a cool off period where you can run just as fast as you were. But when the heat starts to build up, those drivers with fresher tires start to kick in. And Devin Landry is there right on the back bumper. And we've seen it plenty of times this season. When it's Matthew Burgoyne and Devin Landry, they always seem to put on the best show possible. They've always, at least 3 times this season, they finished side by side with some of the closest finishes all season long. And right now, Matthew Burgoyne trying to hold off Devin Landry as we're coming up to 20 laps to go. Kevin, it's slowly ticking away as the laps continue to tick. 20 to go officially now.
Yeah, back in the 70s when we used to tow the race car to the racetrack, we would use a tow bar, and the car would sit right behind the tow truck, the puller, and that's what these two look like. It almost looks like there's a tow bar for Landry hooked to the back bumper of Burgoyne, and you have to wonder at some point, is he going to disconnect the tow bar and give him a little bit of a shove? He's just kind of pacing him and looking right behind them too at the Jason Ricker. I thought Ricker would be faster, but quite frankly, it looks like Jalbert has the faster car. He's just trying to find a clean way to get around, and I bet we would have a 3-car race.
Yeah, I think you might be right. Jason Ricker does seem to be holding up the line a little bit. You know, friends Devin and Matt certainly put it on a good show, and we can see right there that Landry's just giving him just a little bit of a bump in the corners. But it's the Oxford 250, man. I got to tell you, I'm fairly certain if I came down to a handful of laps to go and I was behind my son, I'm pretty certain I'm moving him.
You also got to be thinking each lap that gets led by Burgoyne, that's another, dollar that goes to his account on top of wanting to say that he won the Oxford 250 here for that of the Bruce Galtier Carpentry Oxford 250 here tonight for the Maine Sim Racing Series. All that of Matthew Burgoyne, Devin Landry. How many bumps, though, can Devin Landry take? We already, when we were riding on the back bumper, the 82 had a lot of front-end damage. That's going to be something questionable on. Can he even allow to do more bumps here, Kevin England? If you do more bumps, that engine damage could be another factor to watch out for.
Yeah, there's another dynamic with these late models. If you're tucked in behind the car in front of you, you're going to see your temperatures climb. You got to allow that engine to breathe a little bit, and that might be the reason we're seeing Landry back off just a little bit here, allow that car to get cooled off some, and then, you're also going to want to look at the laps at 239 laps coming to 240. You got to figure out when you can make that run, but there's got to be one plan. Hit the bumper. Now, I know with these cars, you could really hit somebody square. You're not going to move them. But given the fact that track is somewhat a circle and the car in front of you is on edge, I think, Kevin, it would only take a little light tap, as we've seen all night long, to slide that car up and be able to take the opportunity to sneak under.
I mean, we are down to 10 laps to go, with Matt Burgoyne continues to lead the way over Devin Landry, but Landry is in the tire tracks, and the battle for third just heated up. I can see that side by side, Tyler Jalbert and Jason Ricker. I don't know if there was any contact there, but it looks to me like Jalbert has taken over that spot from Ricker, and Ricker's fallen back to fourth. Nice recovery for Tyler Jalbert to put himself in a trophy position with 8 laps to go.
8 laps to go. A driver that would love to see yellow would be Max Cookson back in 6th. He was up front, got wiped out, cleaned out, and never even had a chance. But the laps continue to tick away. Matthew Burgoyne, Devin Landry going to be your front 2. Jalbert that we're watching on screen, that last lap was the fastest of our front 3. The fastest car on track was the 04. And hoping that this race continues to run like it is, because Jalbert, he might need just a few more laps, but he could catch up to at least 2nd place here by the time that we get to 2 to go.
I'm kind of thinking Jalbert is right where he wants to be. If he could see a caution, that would put him right on the back bumper at the leader for the restart. And I think he could probably dive underneath and grab that position and see if he could put in for a win. He's still running these guys down. Now the question, though, is he got the time to get there, Kevin? And will Devin Landry move Burgoyne before that?
Well, with 4 laps to go, Burgoyne seems to be gapping him just a little bit, and Tyler Jalbert definitely is the fastest car on the racetrack. Burgoyne lets it drift a little high through the middle, apexes off, and Landry, I'm surprised, is not quite able to stay with him unless he's just letting his tires cool for one final run. But it looks to me like it's going to become a 3-car battle as they come to the 2 to go this time, Sam.
2 laps to go, and that of the Bruce Galtier Carpentry Oxford 250. It's all Matthew Burgoyne for now, and it's going to be that of Tyler Jalbert. Going to be finally catching up to Devin Landry's back bumper. But with catching up to Landry, that means that Burgoyne can pull away, coming to the white flag here tonight. It's been a long one, but Matthew Burgoyne, after all the struggles, he missed out on that of Heat 1. He missed out even through that of going through a lot of the consultations. He found the speed, though, when it came to race time, and winning here tonight goes to the 38 of Matthew Burgoyne.
Talk about getting in the zone. That last final run was a study in how to get your mojo on, because it is just unthinkable, the fact that he drove away. But those were qualifying laps, and Kevin, I can't think of anybody that put together a better execution to the final run, and he deserves this win all the way.
Yeah, I'm thoroughly amazed that he was able to not only get up there to challenge. I kind of picked up on him when he was making his run from around 10th, and he just continued to pick his way forward. But then he was able to run with Cookson and also hold off Devin Landry. Devin Landry is one tough customer, and Burgoyne was not only able to hold him off, but even able to gap him over the last couple of laps to become the 2nd winner of the Bruce Coulter Carpentry Oxford 250 presented by Maine Ductless Heating and Air. I think that's just a thoroughly amazing drive by the youngster Matt Burgoyne in the number 38, and not to be outdone by Devin Landry and Tyler Jalbert, who are rounding out your top 3.
Jalbert tried to come in late, was not able to make the pass. Landry did a great job defending, even though he was faltering off, but it's Matthew Burgoyne who gets to drift it and burn it down here tonight, and you can tell he's ready for this night to be done as he parks it into the outside wall. And after that, we'll take a look at our unofficial results. It's going to be that of Matthew Burgoyne taking the win here tonight by 4/10 over Devin Landry. And you've got that of Tyler Jalbert going to be coming away with third place. Jason Rickards, Max Cookson comes away with a top 5 finish, with Tyler Jordan, Nathan Barth, with Andrew McLaughlin, and also Kyle Mooney, with Corey Bubar finishing out our top 10. Over to you, England, for the final of the top 20.
Joshua Doobie brings it home in the 11th position in the number 80. It's Jacob Heathcote in 12th. 13th is Ben Burgess in the 7th, soldiering on with Scott Tapley in the number 13. He finished 14th. 15th tonight for David Greenleaf. Chris York in the number 2. Quite an exciting night for him, but he comes home 16th, gets to the finish. It is Brian Conover in the 97, 17th. 18th on the night, 47 of Chris Burgess. 19th tonight, Trevor Graffam in the number 3. And your 20th finisher is the 31 of Tyler Conley.
Then to finish out the rest of the list, it's going to be that of Nick Rieberg, as well as been in front of that of Dominic Kurtik, and then Brandon Varney, Logan Melcher, Ashton Burgess, Aiden Murray, that of James Poliski, Bryson Parrott, Ed Conley, and Chris Vertier, finishing out our 30 drivers that raced here tonight. Congratulations once again to Matthew Burgoyne. And I know the racing is done. I know it's been a long one, but we're going to step aside one more time. When we come back, we're going to have our post-race show. We got our top 3, that of Jalbert, Landry, and Burgoyne. We'll be back in just a few. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the post-race show for the Maine Sim Racing Series, presented by Mainly Ductless Heating and Air, as tonight was the featured event of the Bruce Galtier Carpentry Oxford 250. It was a long one. We got it finally to the end, where we found Matthew Burgoyne going to victory lane. Before we talk to our winner, though, we're going to go down to third place, where we got that of Tyler Jabbert, and get his point of view of how this race went. And Tyler, got to say, you dominated the first half, and the second half got a little tricky for yourself. How was it, though, in that second half, trying to climb your way to finish up in third?
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. Definitely nothing like the first 100 laps or so, but it's really tough with no outside groove, trying to pick off while you can down low and still do it cleanly.
Yeah, Tyler, we saw an outstanding run there at the end. A couple more laps, and I think you would have been right there with it. How hard did you work to try and get to that third position? It looked like you were trying to be respectful, but laps ran out there at the end.
Yeah, it was a really good battle between me and Jason there, and I knew I had something for him. It was just getting around him clean, and a hole opened up. But I think a couple more laps, I would have been right with him.
Tyler, you led the first roughly 100 laps or so. When it came to pit strategy, did the lap leader sort of factor in and make you think twice about pitting?
Yeah, I was really going to... It was in the thoughts of trying to stretch it and see how many laps I could really pull. But being a long race, I knew it was going to come down to, to the end of it. And I figured I might as well take tires and fuel while I could and play the long run.
Well, Tyler, it was a great job on your part coming away with third place here tonight. And before we let you go, the floor is yours for any shout-outs.
I'd like to thank Porter's Precision Machining. He's always been with me, whether it's real life or iRacing. My parents, they always watch every race I do. Sean for putting this on. Good race as always. Yep.
That's going to be that of the 04 of Tyler Jabber, going to be coming away with third place. Congratulations on that podium finish, and have a good one for the rest of your night.
Thank you, guys.
We move over to second place, Devin Landry, who had the freshest tires up front, but was not able to make the pass on that of Matthew Burgoyne. Devin, you had a great run for yourself. I mean, the only question I got for you is what else could you have tried to do to get by Matthew there?
I think like the caution before, like where I took tires. If I would have took 2 instead of taking 4, it definitely would have been a different result. Wasn't gonna rough Matt up. I don't think it's worth it. We're buddies. I don't want to ruin our relationship from that. So just kept it clean. And if a hole opened up, I would have took it.
Devin, how's the car out there handling? Did you have damage to the car, and what was the best way to try and get through that corner the way you were running tonight?
The damage definitely really didn't help. Had that incident at the beginning of the race where lap cars wrecked in front of the leaders, and then Max got spun and I had nowhere to go, so I just had to drive through him. Yeah, that probably definitely didn't help. I heard it wasn't that tore up, but I'm sure I was knocked out or something.
Devin, I really thought with 4 tires at the end there that you might have had a little something for Burgoyne, who had an extra 70 laps on his tires over what you did. And any thoughts on as to why? I mean, you were right there with him, and then last 10 laps or so it seemed to fade just a little bit. So any thoughts on, was it the damage or abusing the tires getting back up through? What are your thoughts?
I definitely think it was the tires. The damage made me tight, so it just got even tighter, and the car was tight to begin with. But for some reason, if I would have took 2, I'm sure it would have been a lot faster, which is backwards. I don't get it. iRacing's kind of backwards with that. Yeah. I mean, it's he said, she said. I can't really put it to words, I guess, on how it would have worked.
And all the what ifs are out there, but there is one thing we know. You finished 2nd place, and before we let you go, the floor is yours for any shout-outs.
I gotta give a shout-out to Sean, Pull Down Motorsports, my parents for watching, and really, everybody for sponsoring this year. It's been spectacular. It's been surreal. Winning all 3 series. I don't know about the LPI yet, but Bruce Coulter, mainly Duckless and Heating. I mean, just everybody that put in time and gave money for this. It was awesome. Definitely be a memory for a long time.
I mean, it's a magical season. No, you wanted to win this one, but still overall a great season for yourself, Devin.
Yeah, I'll take 2nd any day over being wrecked or being in the back. I know it's the first loser, but running right behind Matt, one of my best friends.
That's going to be Devin Landry in the 82, coming away with a 2nd place finish here tonight. As we head to victory lane, we got Matthew Burgoyne in the 38. Matt, I mean, you had a rough start to this evening. Didn't make it through the heat. Got disqualified with too many incident points. From that point to now, how was it trying to have that mental fortitude, knowing, okay, I got a couple of more races to go. If I don't make it in the next one, then I got to get into this featured heat.
Yeah, it was kind of rough to start. It never got better either. If you told me the winning strategy was to finish last in the heat race, get run over 3 times on yellow flags coming out in the future, and running last the whole time was the winning strategy, I would have laughed at you. But here we are. I gotta thank Bruce Coulter Carpentry for coming on. I gotta thank mainly mainly Duckless Heating and Air for sponsoring the series. I had a lot of fun this year. Congrats to Devin on winning all those championships and dominating. But yeah.
I have to come back, Matthew, and talk about one of the pivotal moments. The turning point in this race was that incident with Cookson over there in turn number 1. Looked like both of you were just fighting for the same real estate. It seemed to me that your car looked pretty straight going through there. Take us through that incident and what your impressions were.
Yeah, I think there was a little bit of disagreement on the restart there, and they kind of got door slammed there. And he was going for the win, racing hard, and I guess that was he thought it might have been the winning strategy, but we ended up getting the lead there, and didn't really hurt us too much.
Matt, do you think you the way you got by Max there was you got your nose out there and got a well-timed caution, which, I think it was Richard Petty who always said he'd rather be lucky than good. Do you feel like you could have made the pass otherwise?
No, not cleanly. I was going to get stuck behind him and riding, but a lot of guys tried restarts in 2nd gear, and I decided to go in 3rd gear and got lucky, spun the tires just a little bit, and I was able to get the run. But no, I would have had to drive through them when I wasn't going to do that. I got into them really hard there. I felt terrible going into one because I snuck down in front of Logan Melcher really tight and kind of pile drove him, but he was able to save it there. But no, I would not. It was such a bottom groove track. Unless they hit the curb, he wasn't getting by.
Yeah, he's probably not going to hit the curb.
No, we got lucky. I was surprised he spun the tires a little bit, got lucky there, and yeah, if you told me at the beginning of tonight or even halfway through this race I was going to win or have even the chance to win, I would have laughed at you.
That was a good run nonetheless. And hey, listen, you're an Oxford 250 champion now. What's next?
The real one, I guess. We're gonna race late models at Wiscasset this year. Try the Coastal. If things go well, we might try the Boss Hog, and then maybe the following year we can get a car together to race a 250 in real life.
Great job, Matt.
Thank you.
Matt, it was an incredible run here tonight. Got yourself to victory lane. Final thoughts on how you're feeling after getting the win, and then also the floor is yours for any shout-outs.
Yeah, very fortunate. Right place, right time. Gotta thank my wife for putting up with the hours. I mean, I left for work this morning at 4 a.m. Got home, just barely ate supper, and then it was time to practice for this race. Appreciate her putting up with my crap. And like tomorrow, I gotta put my engine together for my real race car. So it's either work or race, and I appreciate everything she does for me. I gotta thank Sean for everything he does for the league. You guys for broadcasting, and again to the sponsors that helped us out through the year, so we could. This is a wicked fun league to race during the winter and past time for the winter, and now it's time to go for summer racing.
Well, congratulations, Matt. Now we can say that you are that of the Bruce Coulter Carpentry Oxford 250 champion this year, and congratulations on that, and just an amazing run for yourself. Have a good one celebrating it.
Thank you.
Well, it was an amazing night of racing. We got through the heats. We got through that of the CMB main, also the LCQ, and finally 250 laps and crowning a champion. Matthew Burgoyne winning here tonight. Kevin England, what are some of your final thoughts before we call it a close here tonight?
Yeah, we had a little bit of a yellow fever there around lap 200, and I was saying before that I really enjoyed the fact that we ended this thing under green and the right guy won. Congratulations on that win. It was a show of just skill to be able to drive away, and I was glad to be here to witness it. And I also want to say thanks to Kevin for joining us. Just a pleasure to work with you here tonight.
Well, thank you. It was my pleasure, and my final thoughts are this felt just like every 250 that I've been to since 1980. The excitement level, the aggression, the strategy. What we saw tonight is, in so many ways, a carbon copy of what the Oxford 250 is all about. It's a special race. It's a special race to lots and lots of people. And what we saw tonight in the Bruce Coulter Carpentry Oxford 250 was no different than what I see every single August at Oxford Plains Speedway every single year. And I was just happy to be a small part of it myself.
Yeah, I mean, Kevin Varney, thank you so much for joining us in the booth. Honestly, your wealth of knowledge help enhance tonight so much, and it was great to have you joining us for the virtual side of the Oxford 250. Big thanks to, again, all the viewers, all the drivers. It was a spectacular night of racing action. For those that stayed all the way from the beginning to end, kudos to you. But to the winner of the Bruce Coulter Carpentry Oxford 250, Matthew Burgoyne, congratulations to that 38 team on getting the win. It was a long one, but well worth it at the end of the day. And also big thanks to that of Kevin England, also Kevin Varney for joining us up in the booth. My name is Sam Dyer. Big thanks to all the LSRTV studio. Thank you for joining us here tonight. More racing action tomorrow night. We got the majors. They're going to go down under as it's the Sandown 240. This driver is going to go a little bit of legacy V8 supercar racing. Can't wait to see you then. Big thanks to those of the Maine Sim Racing Series, and also all the amazing sponsors that got it done here tonight. But for us up in the booth, I want to say thank you. We'll see you in the next race.